Welcome, everybody, to the North American Strikers Academy Season 3. And now we've finally made it to the finale of the playoffs here, and we're going to get some crazy intense matches. I am NVNYC, joined by my main man, Dendar, and I'd like to hear something from him. What are your thoughts on what's about to happen here? We got Party Rockers 2 against Chikara Gaming in the winners finals. Thoughts, Dendar?
Well, I'm familiar with most of these players, so I know that each of them has their own talents that they're great at. But as we go into this game, one thing I would like to point out is that the first map is going to be Atlas Lab for game one. That is Party Rocker's choice of map, with Clarion being the second. And if we do go to a third game, it will be Gates of Obscura. But right now, the main thing that I'm concerned with is whether or not these players are readied up, because honestly, I'm just waiting to get into this game.
Absolutely here, and we do have the rosters here. We got Shapeshifting, Killiest, and Kotone now for Party Rockers here, right? And we got Evil Drew Danger and Abubug Shianzu is the roster as well. And now for Chikara chatting, and boy, this is these are some good players. Man, there's nothing more to say than I love seeing Atlas Lab and some intense gameplay now, and we just saw Sad Boys taking Nassel complete from the loser side there, and oh man, I'm so ready to hit it.
With the Starting Awakenings, the Monumentalist, and the Spark of Resilience, it is a little interesting because, as we can predict, the Now ban is going to come out. But that said, there are still a fair number of strong Monumentalist characters, but with Spark of Leadership having been nerfed, we'll have to see if these players revolve more around the idea that we can use this Monumentalist to get an immediate power spike and lead ourselves into these drafts, or if the players are going to more say, even though it is nerfed, it is still a powerful angle to go down. And with the extra health, it'll help with some of the damage that comes through with the Black Hole, things like Estelle Beam, things like Rasmus Pendulum Swing. We'll just have to see which route they go down. But right now, I'm thinking that this is looking like a 6-spark game.
I think I have to agree with everything you're saying here. Big old spark start for everybody, lots of extra health, not much coming out of the kill com from each of these players, even though Atlas Lab does offer a extra little bit of damage from the middle here, but it's going to be a nice, fair core controlling game from these guys in this game one. And now we're going to see exactly what's about to happen as we have Chikara chatting, opening a little bit with an advantage there on the first barrier. Drew Danger is going to have to get to the bottom here, going to change barrages there and actually lose a barrier himself. Abubug going to try to push from the top lane, grabs that barrier as well, right past Shapeshifting. Can they make a push from the top lane? Got the Black Hole spawning one more time there. Drew Danger going to have to get it out past Kotone, who's got the extra speed on. Loses a barrier in the process. Kotone really happy about that. Lines up the Death's Touch. Can't get much from it, though. Open barrier on both sides here. A push from the bottom lane. Shianzu up to Abubug. Not going to grab it there. Kotone's got a chance here. A really great Giga Blast from Killiest. Going to get an advantage here for Party Rockers. First point.
Good snipe coming through on that first point, but a couple mistakes here and there, a couple barriers lost, but honestly, with it being the first round, I wouldn't look into it too deeply. Right now with that back pass, though, we're going to see a little bit of aggression, but it comes back to bite them as they lose the first barrier with Shianzu and Abubug on this offense, as now Killiest helping on this defense, but with the ensnare drums coming out, that's going to get diffused. But now a great hook forcing out the flip. We'll have to see whether or not Abubug can get this second barrier, and he does. The ultimate does not hold it down. Black Hole's about to come up. We'll have to see if they can make it through with a perfect defense with no barriers taken, or whether or not this offense is about to bring it back around.
Absolutely, for sure. Open goal on the side of Party Rockers, feeling a little bit of pressure on their side right now, even though they are up 1 point. Abubug has open goal. Shapeshifting does have the flip, going to use it there to negate some of that pressure, but man, Drew Danger is not going to be able to defend the barrier. Open goal both sides. Alright, Killiest trying to break up the aggression here from Chikara chatting. Doesn't actually end up getting KO'd, spends the flip for naught. Drew Danger going to help push to the bottom side here. Abubug now just gains flip exactly. Can't get a perfect combo there. Almost gets it in, but good defense there by Shapeshifting. The size actually helping out a little bit. All right, Killiest going to spend the flip. A double flip reaction, and Kotone is going to land that one in. The barrage, unfortunately, whiffs as they choose bottom lane. All right, 2 points here for Party Rockers.
2 flips and 2 points, but the energy economy is looking rather low for both teams, honestly. Evil Drew Danger, the only one with some real energy to spend here. We'll have to see if some of those pendulum swings or primaries from Estelle can really sort of open up these defenses as they don't have the option to evade clear. Right now, it's Shapeshifting, the one that's losing a barrier as that snipe from Drew Danger. Excellent play with the Giga Blast. Now we'll have to see if Shianzu can press up, but right now, Mako, with those seemingly infinite ways to hit the core, still manages to lose the barrier with that offense from Shianzu and Uppabug. So we'll have to see whether or not, with this barrier going down for Evil Drew Danger, which side can really get the momentum going, as that last round went rather long. We'll have to see if this one gets tied up quickly or whether or not the defense for both teams will just keep it up.
Yeah, for sure. And okay, yeah, so Shapeshifting had like a preemptive evade there. It kind of looked like Uppabug sniffed it out and didn't really overextend too much. Goes to the top side, and they do end up getting a point there for Chikara Chatting. All right, we do have a minor energy advantage there for Chikara Chatting. Indeed, Drew Danger can make something happen with this flip. It's going to have to be a little tight there, but he's going to spend it kind of defensively after losing the first barrier and the second one. Kotone kind of on a hot streak right now as they're going to try to get a push through, but actually breaks up their offense. Once again, they get possession. Drew Danger under pressure. This could be the first set here for Party Rockers, and they would certainly love to take the first awakening here, as we do have a spark on the side of, well, every single person in the damn game. So a leadership would go a whole long way, or any other spark indeed. And now we're just going to see if Chikara Chatting can kind of hold this one down here, as Shianzu does end up getting a flip, and this could be a big moment. It is going to be the point to even this set up. It's not over yet. It's not over. It hasn't even begun.
It is indeed just the first set, but with a 0.5, these players are starting to warm up. We're seeing some of those defenses coming through, and the offense also coming through as well. But right now, the defense is on the side of Party Rockers as they have to get it out of their half against Shianzu and Uppabug. They managed to, and get a barrier in the process. Uppabug looking for a quick kill, not quite able to find it. With that dash punch being down, the offense is going to be a little weaker. But with a cheeky hit at the bottom barrier, they unfortunately miss it twice. And now Kotone on this offense, but Shianzu able to take it back, as now Uppabug going for that barrier gets one back to Drew Danger. And now Kotone trying to find this offense. The Barrage and Giga Blast come out. Drew looking low on cooldowns, but right now the cooldown comes out from Kotone with that pendulum swing. The flip comes out, not quite able to do it, but with Kilius having a flip of their own available, the ult from Uppabug not quite able to catch it, and with Kotone covering the upwards clear, and Uppabug's ult kind of covering the downward defense, it kind of just slips right into Kotone's hand with a great strike, manages to put it in, and we now go into this draft where there are 2 sparks available.
Yes, sir, indeed. Lots of powerful awakenings here. I mean, we see Quick Strike, Rapid Fire, Hot Shot, the 2 sparks you just mentioned. Not much kill comp here for Deadeye, but I mean, 1-2 punch is also kind of a shocker when it comes to core speed as well, and maybe they can actually make some kills happen if Uppabug does grab this 1-2 punch. I mean, Explosive Entrance also shows up for extra speed, extra dash range, or anything. Man, lots of powerful awakens. Okay, we do see Uppabug grabbing the 1-2 punch. Interested to see if they can get some kills with it. So Drew Danger grabs the spark. He's got 2, and we got Shapeshifting too. Both of the goalies grabbing their sparks, and man, I am interested to see what's going to happen here. I want to see if Uppabug can get some kills, and that would be like kind of a huge moment here, and an advantage to get some power plays going for the side of Chikara Chatting.
One thing I do want to make note of is the spark choices by the 2 goalies. I believe Shapeshifting had the first option. They got Spark of Cooldown, and Evil Drew Danger got that Spark of Speed. The speed on Drew looking, honestly, a little more in character for something like that Momentum Boots Kai, where Drew will run up and help on these offenses, where Shapeshifting on that defense just being that brick wall, maybe having those extra cooldowns will help them, since a lot of times that extra speed wouldn't really help. You have to channel something like that secondary. So we'll have to see which one of those sparks ends up mattering more, and should they get the third one. But right now, the only thing that matters is whether or not Kotone can sink this in with the Whiplash. Not able to control it, goes to Uppabug, but goes back to Kilius. The black hole popped, damage going out. A flip available for Kotone, but one also available for Drew. Drew burns his first, and an instant parry with that flip from Kotone sends it into the top side past Shianzu and Evil Drew Danger. And right now, no flips available, I believe, for either side. We're going to have to see how this round 2 goes.
Yeah, for sure. Really clutch flip catch with their own flip by Kotone there to grab that point. Now moving on to this next one, though, we're going to have 1 barrier going down for Party Rockers as well. Drew Danger's going to have to give up the top one, being no cooldowns, and Kotone stays, but man, it goes around the barrier. Pretty unlucky. But, I mean, that is certainly preference decides on what you're on. It could be very unlucky or lucky indeed, but both barriers down now on the side for Party Rocky. Drew Danger cannot get there, even with those beautiful momentum boots. Gonna see if they can break up some of the aggression here. Xianzhu is trying to midfield it up, getting between those passes. The barrage comes out. Again, low cooldowns for Drew Danger, but shifting does have flip, but oh my gosh. Ends up getting just too tight of an angle there and kind of own goals, unfortunately. And man, it's even worse because it's realizing you own goal and flipping and missing, and kind of a catastrophe on the side of Party Rockers there.
If you're shapeshifting, this is a perilous situation. Right now, you have no energy at all, and there's two characters that you have to evade against. But right now, Kilius is actually the one putting it up. Kotone not quite able to hit that pendulum swing due to the flip from Xianzhu. As now Applebug, using that ult, recognizing there's no energy available, kills the goalie with the flip. A beautiful combo by them. As now Drew Danger pushing up, trying to keep that triangle open. But right now, Kotone on this defense, with the help of the Giga Blast, they actually sneak a barrier there. And now you've got to be careful if you're Drew, because you want to push up to keep this power play alive. But the second you push up too far, suddenly catastrophe strikes. As that Ensnare Drums comes out with shapeshifting being back, we'll have to see if this defense can keep it alive or whether or not they're going to be stuck in their half for the rest of this round.
True that. I mean, yeah, you would mention that these are characters you must evade, and you were absolutely right, as we had Appabug just blow the whole entire load and, I mean, get a kill right through the goalie arc, and that is like a huge deal to not have any energy. Now going to fight from the top side, though. Let's see if Xianzhu can help keep it in and get Shapeshifting's flip, but also going to have to survive that flip. Kotone has one, too, kind of looming on the top side. Drew Danger really about to feel some pressure here as Xianzhu's going to try to help. Man, so it's could not end up defending that one, but I get why Drew Danger is really trying to cover the widest options here, as Kotone just has access to something sort of unreactable and difficult to deal with, especially when Kilius is about to be, like, mid-side for the pass as well, so... yeah, one more point there for Party Rockers.
For sure, Shapeshifting has the flip available again this time. Hopefully this time it doesn't go to the wayside. As right now, Kotone is the one that's a little low on energy, trying to play this forward position, but could easily get bullied out by Xianzhu should the core get to them. But another thing to consider is this black hole is about to summon, and should Kotone be in the wrong spot at the wrong time, that's a lot of damage that could go out. As right now they win that strike war, win a second one, Whiplash, getting the barrier. It goes to Drew Danger, but Shapeshifting with a great snipe from downtown tries to get that ball to Kotone. A strike war won, but the Giga Blast to answer. As now Applebug a little low on health, the barrage taking a few more chunks, the Ensnare Drums popping out saying, hey, I need to lock you down for a bit till we can either kill you or get this going. A great hook, but it sends it through Xianzhu, who doesn't quite manage to keep possession. They want to keep that flip for the offensive pressure, but right now Applebug is the one that's on defense, even though he's on the offensive side, as he's just trying to stay alive. The Quangle almost coming out, killing Kilius, but right now Applebug, no health but a dream, dash punches it in, gets that point, and we're going to a round 5 of this set.
Yeah, I feel like there was just a second in that point there where everyone did actually set their sights onto Appabug while Drew Danger had the ball, but kind of redirected their attention once again, as they could not end up killing Appabug. And man, he just sits in front of the goal with no health and does end up scoring, but tough spot there if you are the side of Chikara chatting, but it's not, you know, don't let that get your spirits down. There's a lot going on here, especially when you do have your Appabug with 1-2 punch. They're going to make the kills happen a little bit more often there. Xianzhu ended up pushing the top side with the flip. Appabug does help it right on through to get that barrier there. Kotone just kind of destroying that core. Mega dribbles. Chikara chatting with possession of the ball here. Let's see what Drew Danger does end up doing with it. Shikanzu ends up dying, but Appabug grabs a kill for themselves. The flip from Kotone is not going to land on the barrier. Drew Danger wiping off the sweat on his brow in that time. Oh my god, super huge hook is going to end up getting the barrier. Kotone kind of soloing this moment. Drew Danger trying to get any kind of energy to get the flip there. Grab some orbs, push on the top side. Drew Danger easily going to defend that one away. Okay, Appabug spends their dash flip. Going to be down for about 20 seconds now, as they cannot end up getting the thing. Kotone got a huge dribble going on there. Spends basically all cooldowns. Does not get it. Drew Danger once more going to have to defend this ball away, keeping the speed, sending it right back to Shapeshifting, who does have flip. Appabug also has flip. Can they make one more push with it?
Right now, that flip almost could have been used to get a kill there, but right now it's the snipe getting it back to Kotone. But they really just need to get it past this midfield a few more times. Kotone with some excellent dribbles, like you mentioned, forcing the flip to come out. Drew says, hey, I know what you've been doing with this core. I don't need to see any more of that. You got it. We're just going to get this out of here. Right now, that pendulum swing, not quite able to make it. The Giga Blast just out of the hands of Kotone, forcing the flip. Appabug taking that opportunity. Well, right now, with no energy available for shapeshifting, you have to make something happen here, Kotone, and you do. You know that if that gets back to your half, shapeshifting is in trouble, even with Kilius back there to help. But you say, you know what? I don't need to worry about that because I'm just winning this set, and we're going into this draft with them being the MVP for it.
Yeah, for sure. We talked about a lot of powerful awakenings in that last draft, and we did see Kotone with the quick strike making pretty outrageously good use of it, also adding energy every extra strike there. And now another interesting draft showing up here. Nothing too strong for each character here, but something like Primetime Estelle, yeah, indeed, it's going to make things a little bit more awkward for the goalie shapeshifting, as they're going to have to spend their energy a little bit more. I don't know. Just they're gonna have to think about that a little more. It's like hard to play around something like rapid fire Primetime Estelle. I mean, man, that is almost exactly what you're looking for if you're the side of Chikara chatting there. So we're gonna stop with a Tart lane pushing out. Drew Danger's gonna end up getting a kill with really no extra power, just good positioning there for themselves on that Giga Blast. And now with Kotone being down, the power play is now in the hands of Chikara chatting. Can they grab both of these barriers? Yes, they do. Indeed, both these barriers. Can they land this land this goal though?
One thing to note though, Kotone getting that Chrono Boost is going to give them a lot more pressure on the map, but the pressure is in the blue team's net as Applebug, with just a punch, no dash needed, gets the kill and the score. But in the hands of Shapeshifting, we do have this Aerials, which could have been very deadly if it got to Shianzu. But like you said, with this Rapid Fire Prime Time, they're going to be putting out a ton of pressure. And with the Among Titans from Evil Drew Danger, that's a lot more size for his team, but also the speed for himself to maneuver around with these momentum boots and that spark of agility. He is going to be on ice right now. But right now, they're trying to ice Applebug as two people are hovering him, trying to keep him out of this play. But with that punch and the dash, they take out the forward Kotone there. No, Kotone's in the midfield. I lied. It was Kilius who died. Too many Kais on the field. Shoutouts to 5 Kais. But right now, this dribble is coming through. The Chrono Boost just running out. As now, with just quick strikes, you have to make something happen here between two people. You do get the flip. It goes over to Kilius. The hook, not quite able to make it, but Applebug on the scene with that flip available, looking for a kill. Slides in. That flip being all he needs to get that kill, staying a little too close to the ledge, flying too close to the sun, Icarus. As right now, Shianzu with that flip available, but Shapeshifting holds it out, manages to defend it. They still have that flip available for the offense, but right now with Kotone and Shapeshifting pushing up, it might end up being used on the defense, as Drew Danger cannot defend that goal against Kotone, finding some excellent offense this game so far, and hitting level 10 already, showing the XP difference between him and his teammates, showing just how much impact he has on this field.
Absolutely, level 10 is a huge deal. Lots of insane core control, kills, and goals. The barriers down. Kotone is doing a whole lot in this game, but not as much as Shianzu in this exact moment with that flip. Going to grab a barrier for themselves, but can't seem to maintain that possession as the side of Chikara Chattings end up losing both of their barriers. Applebug actually has that knife's edge, helping them keep a little bit of aggression on the bottom side there. The Giga Blast is going to come out to break up some of that aggression as well. Applebug pushing from the bottom side, going to have to combo it with Shianzu. The flip from Shapeshifting is going to nullify all of the aggression from that side, but now they're going to push once more from the top side. The Black Hole gets involved, ending up helping Chikara chatting as well. Kotone, possession of the ball, quick strike speed. It's going to be a tough time for Drew Danger, and yeah, exactly that. It's not too many answers for this exact moment other than a Giga Blast. It's like you're going to have to really figure out this barrage because Kotone has nothing but speed and power, and it's really difficult to deal with. I would like to see some adaptation there maybe in the next set because we got Party Rockers on their set point here, on the match point for this one. Game point.
For sure. Kotone, they say brawlers get it done, and he is doing just that. The flip from Drew a little late, as now Applebug looking for a quick kill before he exits the scene. Low HP, potentially a hook available for Kotone for a kill. But right now, Kotone is all in on the offense, saying, okay, I don't care if that guy's back in our half. I'm just looking for an opportunity to 1v1 Drew here, and with that flip pushing Drew out of the way, he says, make way, this is our game, as we are going to go 1-up in this series.
Absolutely, yeah. Party Rockers ends up taking that rather convincingly, as Chikara Chatting did not manage to grab a set in that one. The Awakenings might have played a big part in there. Kotone with the quick strike and with the Chrono Boost was, man, really good combo for the offensive pressure Kotone was trying to implement there. And Kilius just really getting the ball to Kotone, being a good midfielder on that side, and Shapeshifting kind of holding their own for as long as they needed to. So, man, tough spot. I really thought the Primetime Rapid Fire Estelle was going to be some sort of wild pick, but all right, we're going to move on to the next set. A little bit of stats here. Not too many kills on the side of on the side of Party Rockers, actually, but we do have 6 kills by Appabug themselves. With Chikara chatting, yeah, 7 total with Drew Danger's kill, but yeah, the core control from Party Rockers was just, I don't know, excellent.
That's one of those problems with Juliet as a character, is that if you can't keep that possession, it's a little difficult for them to maneuver around the map. Not really a ton of mobility, and their mobility has to be used to either get kills or score goals. So when you have something like Rasmus Kai, where two very highly mobile characters with a lot of ways to just sort of control that midfield, even if you aren't necessarily committed to being a forward like an Oki almost situation with Rasmus, you can really just kind of be anywhere you need to, especially once we saw those things like Chrono Boost get to Kotone. And with Quick Strikes, he was just running a clinic on that field. But right now we are looking at Clarion as our next map. And I'm curious with Clarion, it's kind of somewhat of a neutral map, as you get a little bit of everything. You get some parts that are very closed off, and then other parts that are seemingly wide open, such as those side streets like Project Xeno. So we will have to see what kind of comps come out here. But right now, with the Awakenings, we are just waiting to see what it is.
Yeah, for sure. I think Clarion is a really fun map to just to play on, just to watch. I think it's like like you said, it does offer a wide variety of different maps. Like you have the bouncy house offers like a really open map, and then you have like Obscura with these lanes, and then you have the Atlas variety with also kind of like a squished sides thing. But yeah, this is going to offer a lot of different playstyles, and instantly everyone picking their character, they already exactly know what's up. And again, the kill comps are not too preferable here, as we do have Fight or Flight, which is devastatingly scary if you're the goalie. I mean, having Fight or Flight on the goalie is like, okay, but man, when you have both forwards coming at you with Fight or Flight, now that is threatening. So the goalies are going to be under a bunch of extra pressure right off the bat here, and we're just going to see what is going to transpire as we start on Project Obscura.
We mentioned the issue of mobility that Juliet has, but with this Fight or Flight start, that's going to fix a lot of that. But one thing you mentioned was the lack of kill comps that we're seeing out here, and I think part of that may be for this map. With this Project Obscura, like you mentioned, with the goo being currently bugged and not actually trapping players, it makes it a little difficult to confirm those kills sometimes. But right now it seems like kills are not a problem at all, as both Kotone being low and Appa being dead makes it a little difficult to keep this offense running as a barrier goes down. The net is now open. Appa comes back but is half health thanks to running through the goo, trying to get back faster. Regening a little bit. Shianzu looks like they're the next one on the way out. Drew just trying to keep possession, give his team a little breathing room. But right now with Kotone walking up on you, that breathing room is seemingly running out.
Yeah, for sure. And we had Appabug just kind of dancing with, Kotone dancing with Drew Danger on the top side of the lane. They're looking for kills, but Kotone does use an evade to end up surviving nicely. And now we have an overtime rolling on over there. Drew Danger is going to be able to defend that. Kotone at basically no health. Shianzu sort of in threat of dying, but Kotone's dash punch is fully down there. Drew Danger does not have to flip there. Fast enough. Very fast. Everyone is super duper speed right now. Kotone running out of health. Shianzu also really low, in threat of dying there. And yeah, Kotone does end up finding a dash punch kill right onto Shianzu. And man, the 3v1 right in that last second is going to make things really difficult for Drew Danger. And we have Party Rockers taking the first point in this next series.
I do think one thing to note, though, with that previous map variation is that with Fight or Flight, because of the goo staggering people, it does make it a little easier to get those secondary charges back, which I think might have caused a little bit more of that violence in offense. But here, as we go to the Atlas variation of this map, we do see the offense coming from Appabug as both barriers go down and 2 players go down, one just coming back. As no Appa, very high on energy, shapeshifting, not really much to speak for, but Kotone slipping through, managing to get that barrier for their team. As right now, Drew Danger was looking like potentially next on the chopping block, but there goes Kotone once more. The violence is coming out. Shapeshifting not able to hold that down. You really mentioned it, no kill comps, but there are plenty of kills coming out here.
Absolutely. I mean, wow, we might have more kills already than the entire last game. It's possible. Like, no actual kill characters seen on the map other than Juliet pushing you off the map, but lots of characters getting staggered right now, and secondaries being refreshed through Fight or Flight. I'm just kind of yapping away as we have Chikara chatting take both of those barriers there. The Fight or Flights are going kind of insane right now. The dash punches comes out, actually end up finding a kill there for Onkilius, though. Now we have another power play here showing up. but the side of Chikara Chatting might be able to get this goal as, wow, Appabug just muscles their way through Kotone and shapeshifting. I don't know how he did it, but well, that's a point for Chikara Chatting.
The Giga Blast not quite working out. We come here to Project Maelstrom. As now, one thing to note is that I know with Slit Kicks it works, but with Fighter Flight I have to assume it does as well. When you strike the orb in the middle, it does give you that speed boost. So I'm wondering if with Fighter Flight, whether that would be a double speed boost dip to really get you around the map. With that beam from Kilius giving that lack of size, giving them a little bit more mobility to get around. As now, they can't really get anything done. But what they do get done is a kill on Appabug as he goes down. This Maelstrom coming out, getting the first barrier. Kotone with a flip available, but nobody really to pass to, just kind of trying to muscle through Drew here. But with Kilius hanging back, ready to catch the core flip from Drew, they do keep this offense running. As right now a dribble does get interrupted, the Giga Blast not quite working out, Appabug managing to sneak a barrier. The core flip does not really amount to much as they are still on this defense. A quick dribble gets it, tried to get it past Shianzu, but with that Maelstrom finally able to. It's in the enemy team's half, but with Appabug having this size, this is terrifying if you were the goalie, as well as anybody trying to play this top lane. Kilius walking down, the dash isn't available, but with that size finally running out, that punch not quite connecting. Core gets back to Kilius. We'll have to see if they can get this offense running or if it's going to be stuck in their half with Kotone being low, not really able to contribute as much.
Yeah, and we see the players are really opting to grab this Maelstrom buff right in the middle there, and they're actually going to end up finding a kill onto Kotone there, and now we have another power play for Chikara Chatting. The size of Kilius not really helping too much as it's easier for Juliet to stun you with the dash punch. Okay, Kotone coming right back up here. The power play is over. Drew Danger 1v1 bottom lane with Kilius. Tough spot. Drew Danger opting to send it on over to Shianzu there. But they can't end up comboing the dash or the punch there. Not going to result in a goal. Once more pushing from the top side, and I might have missed exactly what happened there, but how did Appabug get the ball after hitting it away there?
From the hands of Shianzu, the pass was not managed to get cut in time, and it did get to them, and with that punch, they send it in. Right now, we are going into this draft with a couple Awakenings here available. We do see that Stagger Swagger being hovered by Kotone, potentially the damage coming out a little too viciously. Spark of Resilience picked up for a similar reason. Sparks available. 1-2 punch denied. Stagger Swagger taken. Glass Cannon, with how much damage is coming out, that might be a little difficult to get stacked up, but when your other options are not particularly great, you kind of have to take what you can. The Hot Shot, a little bit of a deny there, but also just the extra cooldown is nice, and then the Among Titans, with Estelle having a lot of abilities to cover ranges, even without her physical body being large, and with that impact not being affected by her size, really just gives a lot of extra size to Appabug, who can help confirm those goals, Drew, who can help defend. But right now, that defense does not come through as they lose their first barrier. But it is Kotone who is down, a barrier for a life. Which do you value more? As right now, shapeshifting, also a little low, could be next. The airspeed helping get that out. Shianzu low and shrunk, but the barrier goes down in this power play. Not quite what you want to see. The Giga Blast comes out, finds nothing, but it's back in the hands of Kotone. Not the person you want to see if you're the goalie, but they do manage to get it through. But with it being back in his hands, he is stuck in this situation where if he wants to fight, he has to fight in the goo. He will never recover that health. But if they can get it to him in a situation where he's able to take that 1v1, we could see another miracle happen, much like the last game. But there's no miracles here, only deaths. Death on the battlefield. As a Giga Blast chunks out Appabug for a little bit more health. Appabug looking low, but a flip available, trying to keep this offense alive. Manages to find it through. Lots of hitboxes there, but the last one being that strike that sends it in. Appabug with a great goal. So much blood on this battlefield.
Yeah, lots of kills happening. I do want to mention that Appabug actually had a really great kill there on Kotone when they ended up lining up the fire or flaming flurry or whatever it is, the Juliet ultimate. Had to line it up through the goo like wall and just the side of the map. Just a really good lineup there. Again, yapping away as we have Chikara Chatting losing both of their barriers. Drew Danger does have a flip. Okay, a power play for the side of Chikara Chatting as well. They end up killing the goalie this time, and it's going to be hopefully a couple of barriers on their side here. We're going to have Appabug get the flurry once again. Not too much off of it there. Bouncy House making things just super awkward. 2 flips on the side of Chikara Chatting. No, okay, 0 flips on the side of Chikara Chatting, though, as these things do happen. Okay, really gonna be a great strike there from Appabug. Again, Kotone, the next one to strike the ball. Scary for Drew Danger. Shianzu helps getting it out. Appabug open goal. Yes, sir. Shapeshifting can't get there even with the speed of the secondary and the eject button. All right. Things are looking pretty nice for Chikara chatting. A complete turnaround from last game.
Yeah. Applebug doing a little bit of speed maxing there, that extra speed from the Stagger Swagger, helping them get to where they need to be. But right now, where they need to be is on this offense, as they're trying to take these barriers but can't quite get it. The Maelstrom Orb does go to Shianzu. Not exactly the scariest person to get it, but at the same time, you don't really want to deal with that on defense. And right there, the defense is broken open with that punch from Applebug. Shianzu just sends it a little bit past. Applebug getting the credit there, but Shianzu the one funneling it in. Applebug getting the MVP for the set. We'll now have to see what this draft has for us. Another 2 Sparks available, potentially Drew looking to pick one of those up. But we do see Recovery Drone. Maybe that's something that if you're worried about dying, which has certainly been happening a lot, that's something you could pick up if you're one of these midfielders or goalies.
For sure. I'm really interested to see who's going to grab this extra special as well. Probably one of the Kais here. I guess Drew Danger will opt to... Oh, okay. So we're going to actually have Ankiliast, which is completely fair to have the Era's Maelstrom as well. Just kind of going off every point here. Man, we have Appabug taking the prize fighter. So they are now going to set their eyes on Murder as they're going to try to stack that up and make more kills even easier for themselves. As the ball really just walks its way onto the side of Chikara chatting. Kotone, nice strike to get it right through Drew Danger, grab a barrier for themselves. Appabug looking for so much blood, but ends up whiffing a couple of things there, not getting exactly what they wanted to. Atlas helping grab a barrier for the side of Chikara chatting, though. Not a kill going to come out for Kotone. Appabug and Shianzu pushing from the top side, and they do end up getting it out, but at the cost of one of their lives. Kotone is going to end up falling here, as Kilias is also at no health there. Appabug going to try to get a kill, and good evade, though. Trying to get Atlas to help here with Shapeshifting is. And this power play hasn't resulted in too much, though, until this moment where they do end up getting the barrier right at the end of this power play. And now we're going to see if Chikara chatting can end up taking this game here. They only need a couple more points to end it on this Clarion's Corp. And, well, then it's going to be game 3. See what Party Rockers can do about it.
For sure, this adaptation has been beautiful by them, turning these games around. At the same time, though, we do see that Recovery Drone not being popped yet, giving them a little bit more life. You said with the KO belt, maybe looking to get some kills there. But one thing to note is with the explosive entrance, it's going to be a little more difficult for Kotone to get those kills if they're ready for it, because sometimes people aren't ready for that. But with Kotone having played this character, I'm sure, tons of times, I'm sure they have no issues managing to figure out how to connect that with that kill. But right now, it's Drew Danger that's the one connecting with the core as they push up, giving it to the hands of Appabug. The piercing shot not quite coming through, but with a couple strikes, they managed to get it through, going up 2-0 in this set. Like you said, we might be seeing a Game 3, as this Clarion map has been excellent for Chikara chatting, and the adaptation has been beautiful by them as well.
Yes, and with that kill, we're going to have another stack of the prize fighter, only making Appabug even more powerful than before. What can that be said here for the side of Party Rockers, though, as both sides end up losing one barrier, squished onto the top side. Tough spot for Shapeshifting there, going to help get it out. Kotone is going to bring it on over there to Drew Danger, going to try to land one themselves. The flip here from Shianzu to get it out, but Kotone actually ends up stuffing it, but no barriers taken in that moment. Drew Danger trying to use the bumpers to help get the ball out of there. Shianzu on the bottom side helping keep it in. Kotone really low health now. Appabug now setting their sights on Kotone, who looking to get another prize fighter stack. They are. Drew Danger trying to fight it out of the top side here. Again, 1v1 against Kilias, but doing quite well themselves. The bumper really helping blast it to the other side of the field here. Kotone gets interrupted mid-dash, but Drew Danger ends up losing a barrier as well. And now the side of Party Rockers does have a power play. Kotone at really low health. Kilias with the flip. Tough block there, but Drew Danger is end up going to get that one. Shianzu with... Oh, really? I love that barrier, or the bumper hit right into the barrier themselves. And now the power play has switched sides here. Shianzu going to try to help push it in with Appabug there. Drew Danger has flip to help it in aggressively. Not going to push up too far. Are they going to use this flip? Don't need it. And that's it. It's the end of this game. 1-1 here for this series.
Appabug with some beautiful strike wars that game. One thing I would like to see as we go into this Game 3, it feels like the power plays from Chikara chatting haven't been as dominant as I would have expected from these players, but with the adaptation we've seen that game, I'm sure it's only up from there for them, as right now they are showing some excellent gameplay, you know, only conceding one goal, almost a perfect game from them. But a ton of KOs came out this game. Lots of blood, even for teams that don't have traditional KO characters, aside from things like that Pummeler's Juliet. So we'll have to see as we go into this Gates of Obscure game what things are going to change. But honestly, that is a huge swing in momentum if you're the two teams there, because that first game was looking great, but now that second one, if you are Party Rockers, you got to figure out what went wrong there, as that was a dominant performance by Chikara Chatting.
Agreed. Adaption well met there, as they just maybe a little bit more versatile on the Clarion Corp there. I mean, we had 8 kills from Opabug, really had the right eyes there for getting those kills, stacking up that prize fighter. Only 3 kills from Kotone there. Oh man. And now we have Gates. I actually love the variety of the map picks here. Like, you do not see, I feel like you don't see Clarion that often, and I don't even think you see Gates that often in these picks. I mean, we had in the NASA last week, we had so many night market picks, but now I get to see things I haven't seen in a while, and I love it. Now, Gates of Obscura, not it is definitely different from the Gates we once known and loved. Things have become a little bit more static now, as the portals they don't have more than 2 portals per point this time, but the strategies are similar. You know, usually you have your forward in one portal and midfield in the other, but you know, there's a lot of clearing lanes on this map, and I would love to see how they make this work. Maybe we'll see less traditional gameplay from this map from these teams.
I feel like one of the with Shianzu having that excellent Estelle, I feel like that could be something that comes out here, as with the changed barriers, it definitely does add a lot of opportunities to catch those out clears where they want to just sort of slide it down the 45, but if you're a character that can catch that, it can be a lot of trouble. But like you said, with those portals, it'll be whether or not they can manage to keep it on the good side for them, or if they're going to perhaps take a character that can mitigate that portal play, maybe something like a Dubu on the defense, where even if it goes through the portal, they can just have a log or an ult there. Or honestly, with the corner portals being gone, the portals I feel are a lot less scary, but do still lead to a ton of potential plays. We'll have to see how they play around that, like you said. But right now, we are just waiting for the players to get readied up. As we do go into game 3, I'm sure they do need some time to think about what they want to do, take a second to breathe, as honestly, especially if you are the side of Party Rockers, you might need a second to sort of recalibrate and say, okay, that game was a bit of a wash for us. How do we bring this back to being in our favor?
Yeah, for sure. We are definitely going to take a moment here. Uh, grab some water. You know, we got the next game coming up, chat. If you guys are, you know, stand up for a moment, get a little stretch action, hydration action. But yeah, I would definitely, for this map specifically, I definitely feel like it is important to communicate with your team how you're going to play this map, even though things in the game are definitely like, you know, pinpoint millisecond reaction, and you have to adapt in the game. Things change. Yeah, I get it. But like, having a solid strategy going into this game definitely feels like important for this map.
To answer a question that was asked in the chat, the map 1 Atlas Lab was Party Rockers pick. They won on that map. Clarion Corp was Chikara Chatting's pick, and they dominated on that map. As now the tiebreaker map is Gates. We'll have to see whether or not Chatting can keep that up, as with the way that the map draft was done, this is technically their pick, due to how things sort of line up. But we'll have to see whether or not this pick is as dominant for them, or if this is something that maybe it was just sort of, yeah, we're at the end of the line. We'll just leave this as our last map. We'll just have to see what kind of gameplay comes out here. But if this is one they are confident in, and they keep up that confidence from the last game, I think we might have a bloodbath on our hands.
For sure. And this map definitely helps to promote some of the creation characters as well. We know that Shionzu has been a now player, like very, very proficient with now. It seems that the side of Party Rockers does like to keep the now off the map, though. Even though no kill comps are really showing up, usually you'd ban now when you're trying to get some kills, reduce the healing on the opponent team. But a little scared of Xianzu's now, for sure. I mean, a character like Rune as well can show up on this map, closing off the portals and closing off a whole side of clearing is definitely helpful. I doubt we'll see any Rune, though, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, you mentioned Dubu before, pretty great on this map. Just things that sit around and block one of the clearing lanes, I think, are extra good for this map now that I mean, they were good before against the other barriers as well, but still good. Still very good.
You know, maybe one day I'll be up here putting Rune on the table, like you said, but yeah, I don't expect to see this character. However, with a Timeless Creator start and a Spark, if there was a time to pick him, it would certainly be now on this map, as right now we see the Rasmus band come out, now also going down. Kazan being picked up by Kotone, not the Rasmus this time because of that ban. We'll have to see how they perform here, as right now we do see Dubu and Juliet picked up for the side of Chikara chatting. Nothing too surprising there. Whether or not they'll take Spark on that Dubu is something that I'm curious about, but knowing Evil Drew Danger, I think I know the answer. And then we have Kai coming out with the Estelle, like we said, covering those cross clears. We'll have to see if the speed from Kai and those barrages for the stuffing will be able to take down, but against a log that can seemingly stop anything, it'll be a little difficult, as we do see 6 Sparks come out. The Timeless Creator, not really wanted by anybody,
man.
as we do see Team Frostfire on the right side, though we'll have to see whether that synergy comes out.
Absolutely. Yeah, no Timeless Creators, no runes. Sorry, chat. My bad. Didn't mean to bring it up. But, man, I actually... So, yeah, again, pretty normal picks here for the side of Chikara chatting. And I think that this Kazan might end up being a menace. Kazan, a menace in general, but, like... Against... Like, now they have access to actual damage. Like, Kazan can end up getting kills wherever they possibly show up and whenever, as long as you hit level 2. So, interested to see if this Kazan is going to end up resulting in a couple more kills. There is, unfortunately, Drew Danger's ult does not end up landing, almost causing catastrophe. Both goals are going to be open there. Kotone with the huge strike box, going to simply strike right over Xianzu in the possession of Appabug and Xianzu pushing on the top side. Everything blown, and man, evade coming out from shapeshifting, but it's just not enough. You need a couple more strikes to go with that one, and first point on to Chikara chatting.
Shape-shifting a little low on energy here is going to make that defense a little more difficult, but you mentioned this Kazan pick. You know, we saw Scyther yesterday putting on a clinic showing everyone just how powerful this character is. But to see Kotone can channel some of that energy, as right now they go on this offense, but Drew Danger on the defense easily clears it out. The snare drums keeping it in place, getting it back to Kotone. A quick barrier taken, an unorthodox angle. Normally you'd shove that into the pocket. He just swings right on the barrier. Drew not quite ready for that, it seems, as right now Xianzu is the one that needs to stay alive on this offense. But with Kotone not really burning any abilities, there it goes, down she blows, as now Appabug with a flip available has to come back for this defense. As when you have Kotone on this Kazan, you have to be careful, but right now it actually Drew who takes the barrier. With these portals kind of messing up this offense here, Kotone snipes it back. It seems like these portals have been a little bit of an issue this game. It feels like there's a lot of chaos kind of happening as opposed to these organized plays that we're used to. But that's one of the difficulties with this map, is you have to be ready for those, as right now Xianzu ready for that strike war, takes it. Appabug, no energy, has to be careful walking up to that ledge against Kelly's flip. Right now it's back in the hands of Kotone. The crooked leverage, not quite able to get anything. But right now the defense looking like crooked criminal as he saves that, stealing that goal away from them. And right now Kotone managing to sneak that barrier through the portals, has to get it to Kilius with this flip available, but the flip available soon for themselves. Not quite able to get it there, a few energy away. We'll have to see if Kilius can keep this offense alive with that Giga Blast. Whether or not Kotone can get this flip going, we might just need to farm a little bit more energy. It's so scary if you're Drew. But right now, Xianzu helping on that defense. Appabug stopping that secondary from Mako with the dash punch. Not going to have it available to score. Just going to have to take a raw 1v1. And like that, makes it look easy. No cooldowns needed. Just the strike button. Appabug, excellent job both last game and this one, scoring off of these strike wars in the net.
For sure. And we definitely had Kotone grabbing a kill there. As super good defense from shapeshifting as well, though. The evade and the strike coming out perfectly, exactly when needed. Flips right in front of the barrier. Does not end up getting a double there. That is certainly the best thing you could possibly hope for, though, as they're going to keep it in from the bottom side. They're looking for a kill. Does not find it on Kilius. We're going to have shapeshifting defend once again. Probably going to have to... Okay, no, actually get it out without using the flip there. Good work to save that resource for sure. Kilius... Wow, okay, really great Giga Blast there. Sends it right into the possession there. Putting on some pressure against Chikara chatting, and now the flip is going to get, yeah, kind of nullified there from the Tofu Fortress from Drew Danger. Really great job, and again, Drew Danger making a big play happen there, getting the kill on Kotone there, and now they have a power play pushing from the top side. Can they get something? Yes, they do. A simple strike from Appabug, but man, Kilius is going to find a kill right onto Xianzu now, and we have kind of a rough spot as they make the power play evened up as Appabug grabs a kill for themselves. Drew Danger with the flip, going to try to make something happen. can't make something happen, though, but Xianzu's going to be up now. 3 seconds of a power play as well. Apabug, not much, but a flip available. Xianzu's going to try to get it right to him. Does not. Kotone with a good interruption there. Now pushing from the bottom side. I think Kilius, yeah, Giga Blast is actually going to end up help getting that barrier, though. Open goal once more. Kotone dribbling with themselves. Xianzu here to help, though, and that's their job, of course. Once again, sending all cooldowns at shapeshifting. It's going to be nearly impossible to get it out there with Apabug in your face in the first set onto Chikara chatting. And they have their goalie as the MVP.
It seems like we're running into a couple of these situations where shapeshifting really just not having the energy to evade against a comp like Estelle Juliet. You really do need that energy. Maybe we'll see something like the Quick Strikes picked up just to farm a little bit extra defense. It is picked up. Unfortunate if you are Kotone, Quick Strikes being a great pick on that character, but the size is nothing to scoff at. As Deadeye, maybe looking for a couple snipes, couple extra kills, maybe a little bit easier time getting through the defense, as that extra knockback could lead to a little bit easier goals. The size picked up from Kilius, not really too huge of a buff there. Maybe with the impact we'll see a couple more kills, but right now we'll have to see whether or not they can get a couple more barriers as they do go for that Giga Blast snipe. Not quite able to find it, but Apabug able to find a kill, and through the barrier able to find a strike war. But unfortunately with that barrier side it is a little bit easier to clear up. But Kilius sneaking through the shadows manages to get a barrier seemingly out of nowhere through that portal. As right now they manage to get a barrier of their own. Kotone not quite able to use that crooked leverage to keep the defense. But right now, in their hands, not able to do anything. The Giga Blast keeping the offense alive, but that portal kind of diffusing the whole situation. That's one of the problems with this map, is if you can't get it on the good side, it's so tough. Almost saw a little bit of a particle accelerator there with that Tofu Fortress, not quite it. But right now, shapeshifting has energy available, should be able to clear these out, knowing them. Kilius gets it down. Kotone lacking energy of their own. As right now it goes through the portal, a great snipe by Xianzu into the hands of Apabug. Xianzu really paying attention to these portals and making these plays happen, and Apabug standing in a great spot to pick them up.
Yeah, I was actually just going to mention Xianzu is doing such a great job of recognizing when they should be in the portal, which is most of the time, to be honest, and they're catching the ball pretty much every time it goes in there, doing a really great job just playing on this map there, as they do get that point as well. True Danger with a good defense right now, and we have a ton of flips on the side of Chikara chatting. Maybe one barrier each. No, we're actually gonna have shapeshifting do a great job of defending that one away. Looking for the double. Kotone does not end up grabbing it there. Xianzu kind of under pressure here from both of the forwards, but we actually have Apabug saving their life there, getting a kill, but losing a barrier in between. So we're gonna have a push from the top side again. Double flip. We're gonna have a flip from shapeshifting to stall a little bit of time as Kilius comes back up there. Kotone on the front side. Again, open goal. Apabug really low health. Multiple flips still on the side of Chikara chatting. No energy on shapeshifting, though, as we've mentioned, is extremely important there. Yeah, gonna walk the ball. That's that is I end up a nightmare for if you're Drew Danger. We have Kotone, Kazan walking the ball into an open goal mid-screen. I mean, geez. Tough spot there for Drew Danger, but good point for Party Rockers.
For sure. The side of Chikara chatting playing a little conservatively with these flips. Two available for them. The extra energy they're getting from these kickoffs not really amounting to anything, but they were so far down, I guess they valued whether or not they could keep that energy alive for the next round. But right now, Apabug having to burn one of their own, not able to get anything from the flip, but able to get one from the strike as they get that barrier. Xianzu not able to hold it, but Evil Drew Danger holding it down against Kotone's offense. As right now goes through that portal, not quite able to snipe with that piercing shot. As right now Kotone is trying to snipe the core out of Drew's hands, but with a good clear with the help of Xianzu, we get it out. Kotone, quite again, not able to get anything. Right now it's Drew who actually knocks it into their own barrier. As Xianzu with this flip available, the defense should be fine here. It's whether or not they can keep it in the hands of Apabug, but with this ensnare drum, it's a little difficult. But with the help with that ult from Juliet, it should be easy to get that barrier, and they get it. Drew not able to get that flip, though, as it is missed. No energy available. Should something come through, it could be dangerous. As right now, Apabug is the one that's causing the danger with that dash punch. A great angle by them, able to hit shapeshifting. I honestly didn't think that they could reach, but they reached straight into that goal and get a point for their team, trying to make this a 2-0 lead for them. But right now, we're in round 4. We have to see whether or not this turns into a 2-2 just for this set.
For sure, and I think maybe the speed was a little hard to see, because we have a glass cannon there on Apabug. Perhaps just got there a little faster than we thought, but yeah, really great angle on the punch after the dash to knock shapeshifting out of that German base. So we're going to have a point there, and we're going to have Chikar chatting take both of the barriers, but a lot of pressure here from Kotone. Shanzu might have to get in there and help Drew Danger with an extra strike, but does not end up getting in there, and Drew Danger's going to lose the barrier for it. Kilius approaching with the flip. It's going to be tough. They do spread sides, but Kotone is there with another strike. I feel like Xianzhu might have needed to get in there with Drew Danger, but I don't know. It's a tough spot. Maybe Drew Danger should have cleared horizontally there.
It's a little difficult because Kotone was doing an excellent job of not overcommitting, as right now Xianzu's committing to this side, the Ensnare Drum having to come out on this defense, not having that for the next rotation as they try to push it up. But right now it's Kotone pushing up, Tofu Fortress holding that side down, but as it goes away, so does the barrier, not able to hold up for as long as they needed. Because right now Xianzu's trying to help get this out, like you said, helping on that defense. But Kilius popping through that portal seemingly out of nowhere. Kotone, though, is the one that has their life bar going seemingly nowhere. As it isn't going up, it's barely coming back up now. Kilius a little low as well. Appabug with a flip available. We might see a kill come out. Right now this flip is just used to put offense here, but they don't get that barrier with some excellent defense by Shapeshifting and Kilius. And now they get it to Kotone for the offense, going for a little bit of mix. But maybe they mixed themselves as they weren't quite able to convert that. Kilius not able to evade there to help with that clear. So Xianzhu, the ultimate coming through with that log, keeping the offense alive. Appabug very low, no energy, can't really force their way in. Trying to force that dash punch in to kill the goalie, but not quite able to get it as Drew Danger has a flip available for the defense. But against a character like Kazan, that flip might not be enough range as they can seemingly put the core anywhere. As they do send it straight through, Shapeshifting barely catching that with the extended strike from the passive. As right now this power play comes alive, but Shapeshifting looking just for a snipe with that primary. But it's Kotone who snipes it through the gap and hits straight through Evil Drew Danger as they get that point, and now it's 1-1. We are seeing potentially a very long Game 3 coming our way.
Absolutely. Man, I did not think Shapeshifting was in range for that strike, but really got there. Perhaps the little 5% there from the Spark of Agility, 6% actually, helping get down there. Now we have a Spark taken for our Kotone there, double Sparks. Kazan, one of the scarier characters to have Sparks. Drew Danger going to armor up there with an incredible amount of health. Spark of Resilience there. Lots of powerful awakenings once again as we have Rapid Fire on Estelle and Don't You Punch on Juliet. Some range for Kilius here, and now we also have what was it here? The Heavy Impact. Do you know for sure if Heavy Impact works on drum and bass? I've heard that it actually does affect drum and bass.
I can't say for sure personally, as the impact is a little awkward of a tag. Some things that seemingly are, aren't, and aren't, are. But right now, the only thing that is this offense from Kotone helping with Kilius, keeping it up. But with that piercing shot, taking one down, that rapid fire helping get extra pressure, and with the Deadeye, that pressure is converting into kills. As now Shapeshifting converts this defense into a saved barrier. We'll have to see if they can keep it up. Kotone trying to convert a kill. Appabug very low. Looking like that slip into the crooked leverage, not quite able to get it as Kilius not able to cover that ledge. And it's scary if you do, because Xianzu's on this offense with the piercing shots looking for those kills. It's tough to say whether or not you should cover that ledge. You just got to count the cooldowns and be ready. But right now the cooldown of the Tofu Fortress comes out. The log as well. Flip available still. Xianzu close to a flip of their own. We'll have to see whether or not they can keep this defense alive as their player Appabug does come back. The flip almost available for Xianzu, but with that Ensnare Drum keeping it alive, it is still this 2 barrier to 1 situation. Appabug, no dash punch available, and no health available either. Energy, neither there. We'll have to see whether or not they can kill Appabug here. Kotone, though, on this offense, you've got to be careful. Yeah, Appabug could be killed, but if Kotone gets this goal, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much health you have if the point goes to the enemy team. Right now, Kilius is trying to keep it alive, maybe force out that. There it is, the flip comes out. The pressure just amounting to be too much, especially with Kotone playing Kazan. Could be anywhere seemingly at any time just because of how much mobility that character has. The Ensnare Drum's not coming out. The flip coming out, however, Drew Danger reading the redirect. As now this is just so back and forth on the offense, but with 2 barriers down, eventually this defense is going to crack.
Yeah, a really great defense so far from Drew Danger, holding it down. His goal has been open for a long time, and of course, as I mentioned it, we do have Kotone doing a little bit of crooked leverage there, striking that one right in to the goal there. Going to grab a point there for the side of Party Rockers there, and they're looking pretty good right now, though. A little bit of energy advantage, I'd say, for the side of Party Rockers, but not too much. So we're going to have a push from the bottom side here. I'm noticing that Drew Danger is having a tough time here dealing with Kazan. I mean, any goalie would have a tough time dealing with Kazan, that's for sure. Kiliast helping get the ball right to the forward there as well. Ooh, a nice ultimate there from Shanzu, who's going to grab that barrier there. Drew Danger's not going to fall to the Giga Blast, as this good defense is going to lead to 2 barriers on the side of Chikara chatting there. Shanzu through the portal with the blast, but it's not going to be enough to land that goal. Approaching with the flip, Apabug losing health as well. Are they going to decide to kill Apabug this time? Oh, Shanzu's flip immediately gets stuffed there by Kotone's umbrella poke. Okay, wow, the crooked leverage once more into the strike is going to mix Drew Danger a little bit there. Just not a whole lot you can do if you only have strike up, though. Yeah, again, Kotone with a really great weight there. Drew Danger kind of falling here to some of the abilities from Kazan. Now we have both open goals on each side there. No player looking too low. Sending the Giga Blast into Shanzu's face. Not going to cause any other problems other than some health loss there. Kotone going to try to mix with this red core. It's not going to be enough to land it, though. Achilles approaching with flip, but does end up getting KO'd by Apabug. Are they going to be able to land something in this power play? Chikara chatting, looking for something big, and Apabug is going to stall the core with that fiery or flaming flurry there. Really great timing, holding that ult, and the point there is going to be even. This whole game is even now, 1-1.
You know, I believe that Shapeshifting there was looking for that small gap between the multi-hit of that ultimate and the final hit, and just not able to find it there. Had they found that, that would have been a great way to get it out, but unfortunately the timing not quite there for them. As right now, Apabug finding a timing for that dash punch, but unfortunately no barriers taken. As Kotone in this 2v1 is keeping it up, though. The ensnare drum's coming out to stop Apabug. But with that flip no longer available, that offense is going to crumble just a little bit. But it is the body of Kiliast who crumbles under the weight of that piercing shot. Shianzu almost next has to evade out of that portal, saying, I got to get out of here. Kotone is looking for my life. That crooked leverage looking for the core and finding it. Shapeshifting, finding the portal pass. As right now, Kotone trying to find just that quick goal in that 1v1. But Dubu, excellent with that roll, almost feeling like a core flip at times if you're in a melee situation. And right now, Apabug is in the melee situation in the net, but they get it straight back to Kotone. A great strike war from Drew Danger, as right now Kotone is looking maybe to strike upon Shianzu's health bar, as that log helps with the portal, like we said earlier in the character select, where that could be something that potentially comes out. The Tofu Fortress stopping that offense from coming back around, but Kotone high on energy. Drew still having his flip, having to burn it, but a great top spin to catch the flip, as now it's back in the hands of Apabug, and that barrier is in the hands of God as it dies, as now it goes between the two players. Doesn't matter if you lose one barrier if Kotone gets the goal.
For sure, man. Kotone was really keeping that pressure on, as they have been pretty much this whole game, staying at kind of a mid-range near the barrier like spot. Kazan just has the ability to stay in that area, especially with Kotone building a little bit of speed with the 2 sparks and the size as well, being a core control monster. Going to be a really good defense there, though, from Shapeshifting, as Shionzu's going to send a couple of Thorns and a couple of Blasts into Shapeshifting, once again defending it away. Drew Danger having enough of Kotone, belly slam, slop, going to actually interrupt Kotone's aggression there, as Apabug's going to try to push from the bottom side. But a great hit from Shapeshifting is actually going to keep both of these barriers. Okay, they do get a strike in on there. Shionzu helping out, grabbing one of those, but they have to get one more indeed, as Shionzu keeps it in on the top portal side, which is not entirely the side we want to be pushing on, but it will work in this situation. Drew Danger sending over the somersault, 18-second cooldown there. It's going to be offline for Kotone's approach here, as the top spinning does grab the core back into the portal there. Shionzu is waiting, but ends up losing possession of the core here, as Kotone does have a dribble, and now a chance to get it, as Drew Danger does spend a cooldown, misses. Apabug causing enough of a misdirection, ulting Shapeshifting, and actually gets it in there with the dash. Really great work from Shanzu, and Drew Danger getting it to Apabug there. Again, even game.
One issue with that offense is while Kotone was doing an excellent job keeping the offense alive, it was often stuck in the portal side, where you sort of have that situation where you want to say, you know, okay, well, I do want to cover the out clear, but if I do, it potentially gets to the portal, and if I get to the portal, it just covers, they can just go for the out clear. So it really felt like at times there was no way that they couldn't get it to Apabug. But at the same time, Kotone doing an excellent job of just holding it down, saying, you know what, I'm going to give my team time, maybe Achilles can get some health back. But right now, it is the defense that is on life alert, as they do get that goal with Apabug's flip, as now we go into this set 4, 2-1 for the side of Chikara chatting. We'll have to see if this is a shutout. Drew Danger with 3 sparks, the spark of leadership and first pick in this draft. This could be the end of the game in sight.
Absolutely. If you are the side of Party Rockers, Catastrophe strikes, granting MVP to Drew Danger for doing a great job. And man, does he deserve leadership? Maybe. You know, he's the MVP this game. They took the set, and that is an incredible reward. That is that is a reward beyond rewards. Everyone on the side of Chikara chatting gaining a bunch of speed. I don't know, what is this, like 13% speed, maybe like 40 power and like 500 health or something. Semi-immortal beings now with that health, and oh my. Okay, so what else we got here? Kotone grabbing some more size. Killius getting the hot shot, going to make the core a little bit more hard to catch there. Shanzu getting fight or flight. Love to see that, and we're gonna see if, man, it's really the eyes to set on are the spark here, as we can see that the side of Chikara chatting is pretty fast. Everyone's kind of moving kind of fast now. It's no surprise, as the spark of leadership has become the bane of most people's existence in recent times here. Shapeshifting, though, not the bane of his existence, as he's going to keep this barrier alive through the onslaught of Appabug and Shianzu there. Again, Drew Danger nicely getting it out of there, using the redirection from the hot dog log there. Nice work. Appabug is going to get the Fire Flurry in there. It's going to be too much for Shapeshifting. Keeps Flip, though. Going to send it to the bottom side. Still alive, though, in this point, as Party Rockers is going to take a million points of aggression here. Shapeshifting, again, losing almost all of their life. It is now the time for Party Rockers to get the offense going. As I say that, we do have Shapeshifting to defend once more. Kotone's chance. Here it is. Kotone's chance to get some sort of barrier aggression on Drew Danger.
Ooh, the missile prop there actually working out to take that barrier. Right now, this defense is holding the line. Enemy team trying to storm the keep, but they just can't against this defense of Killius and Shapeshifting. But right now, with that, his snare drums taking a quick kill. The power play is live. No barriers around. Crooked Leverage not quite finding it, as right now they try to keep it out of the hands of Appabug and into the hands of Kotone, but nobody watching the portal as Drew Danger sneaks it through the extra power, causing that core to go a little fast. Core speed may be weak this patch, but right now we can say without a doubt that Sparks are not weak, as this team has so much offense going for them.
Absolutely, and we can see that Drew Danger is truly living the dream, has turned their character into Kazan during overtime. It gets the red core on the strike with having 190 power. Pretty incredible there, although Kotone is going to say that actually doesn't mean anything, as the size is causing a whole lot of problems for the size of card chatting. And wow, Kotone ends up taking a ton of damage from Appabug's Fire Flurry. They're losing almost all of their life. Drew Danger defending for his life as Shianzu finds a blast onto the side of Kotone as they're going to fall here into the portal top side. Shapeshifting has flipped to try to get it out there. They're going to defend for, or position for it. Doesn't end up doing anything with it. Good stall. Saves both barriers in that moment. They're going to once again get it into the top side. That is their best plan of attack there, as there is no portal on that side. Okay, going to the bottom side. Here's the closest one they can get. Killius using the flip, keeping the speed for Drew Danger. Sending it past Kotone there. The top spin's actually going to catch it. Shionzu top side once more. Appabug, can they get it? Man, the side of Party Rockers has become so the super wall, and man, the score speed still too much, even with Drew Danger having so many sparks and the speed. Kotone gets it in there right past.
Both players walking up on that defense, not quite covering that bottom side, and Kotone doing an excellent job. One thing I'd like to point out, though, is there's a lot of times on this offense where Kotone is setting up these dribbles, and Shianzu has done an excellent job shutting those down and getting it to Appabug. Really just sort of the MVP of this midfield here for his team. Well, right now it's Drew Danger holding on to the core. The Giga Blast not quite able to get it there. Kotone now on this offense, we'll have to see whether or not they can keep it up. The barrier stays up, but the life of Kotone does not, as Appabug, now with this flip available, the dash punch comes through, but this defense is being held. Evil Drew Danger catching the flip. Right now, Appabug having a flip of his own, not quite using it yet. We're just holding on to it. This first barrier, you don't really want to flip for a first barrier a lot of times, but right now it's looking like you might need to against the base of this offense, and with your life bar at nothing, you really just got to be careful here. Right now, Appabug just taking a detour, trying to pick up some orbs. Drew Danger trying to help defend the life, but it is the life taken, as Shianzu has a flip now of their own that they have to worry about. But honestly, with the violence that's coming out as both these barriers go down, you have to wonder whether it's the health bar or the defense that's starting to crumble.
Absolutely, man. And we have Kotone at just about no health here. Going to grab an orb. Drew Danger got the red core on the strike, sending it right over there. They do end up getting 2 barriers really quick, but oh man, it's just one moment, one strike too late as Kotone is in perfect position with that size to get it on the open goal midfield through Drew Danger, and that's an unfortunate situation. Although we do have Chikara chatting up in this series right now, 2-1. But this is currently 2 points to 1 point away for the side of Party Rockers to even this up. And now it's just going to be another offensive push here by Kotone, spending some cooldowns from Drew Danger, both of them, and now the core is going to just walk into the portal. Okay, Dubu's ult not doing all that much for that moment there as Kotone is going to crooked leverage it back once more. They're kind of sending some damage onto Kotone, as I kind of like that strategy now, as they should maybe be thinking about getting Kotone's life a little bit less leverage, as well as they maybe find some kills, reduce this aggression a little bit.
That top spin, not able to keep the core, as they can't keep their life either. Kotone going down, but a barrier getting taken in the process. The snare drums keeping this defense alive, but with the way the core bounced, it sort of sent it straight back to Applebug, as now this portal sends it back to him as well. The offense really keeping it in his hands this game. You know, sometimes when you play this character like Juliet or maybe something like an X, it can be a little tough because you have to trust your team to get you that core, and you have to really maintain possession. But they are doing an excellent job of that. Applebug really just keeping this offense alive every time they get it to him. No questions asked, but right now with 3 in the net, it's going to be a little difficult to get that through with just a strike. But with a flip available now, and with the core in the hands of Shianzu going straight down, trying to get it to Applebug, the flip comes out, but a great primary from Shapeshifting. The snare drums almost turning around on them, but they managed to get it out, as right now Shianzu not able to intercept that pass, but Tone managed to intercept that bit core to the barrier, as right now goes to the portal, but a quick snap gets it straight back up, as right now Kotone not able really to make anything happen, but it's Applebug who's the star of the show here, as we're trying to get it to them, and whether or not they can score, it feels really like which forward can find a quick angle. But with that unstoppable, it's going to make Applebug's life a little bit harder, as you do kind of have to pay your tax to get that out of the way so that you can make something like a dash punch happen. But right now, Shianzu with this flip available could be for offense or defense, but the offense of Kotone is just too much. Gets past Drew Danger, even with that extra speed from the Sparks. It just feels like that core is a little hard to track at times.
For sure it is. I mean, we see Drew Danger having to get 190 power to get some nice core speed in overtime, but we see Kazan just picking size to get core speed in overtime. What's up with that, guys? Send your comments to somebody that can actually do something about it. But we have Team Player taken by Shapeshifting there. Love Team Player. Man, I kind of want to see Chikara chatting get a little bit more damage here. Kotone has become a huge threat, and if they can nullify any kind of aggression there, I feel like they will prosper. We have, I guess, actually, in this specific spot, I really like the extra special on Applebug. It seems to be a super useful tool, especially when getting the barriers and blocking all the flips. I mean, it does what it does, but having more of them seems like what they want in this specific situation, considering that Shapeshifting has become sort of an immortal wall here. When they try to get this push, even in that exact moment, they clear the core instantly with the help of Kiliast.
You know, with Drew having 4 Sparks, you have to wonder if that isn't enough to win the set. You kind of have to think, what is? Maybe Sparks are weak. Perhaps I lied. But right now, this offense is not weak at all, as Shianzu covering seemingly everything. Applebug not quite able to get anything. They're just hovering the out clear as Shianzu gets that barrier. Right now, with that ultimate from Applebug, that extra special, like you said, giving more opportunities for situations like that. As both barriers go down, Kotone trying to get a second barrier of their own, but unfortunately, the portal intercepts that play. As right now, with that slip and the crooked leverage, not quite able to catch the core. Kiliast covering that pass, as now Kotone potentially looking for a quick kill, but Applebug with this flip could be looking for a quick goal as they try to get it to him, but unfortunately it's just not there. The flip comes out, and through 2 people, just sneaks it right through. There's a flip available. Kiliast working on a flip of their own. No flip on that defense, though. They just take that point. Now, Evil Drew Danger with the flip, Shapeshifting. Both goalies flip available. Both midfields working on one. We'll have to see whether or not the energy economy comes through here, or whether or not there are just going to be some strike wars that lead in. And with Applebug, if you put him in a strike war situation, so far these last 2 sets, we've really seen that he will win those if you give him the opportunity, as Shianzu wins one of their own in this midfield.
Yeah, that was pure determination from the side of Chikara chatting to get that goal, to get that ball to Applebug for that flip. Really great work there. Also, Miner confirmation there. Yes, indeed. Heavy Impact does work for Mako's secondary. Drum and Bass does give it more cooldown reduction indeed. But man, one power play here from the side of Chikara chatting. Can it be enough to get both of the barriers? Shapeshifting doing such a great job. The Fire Flurry sideways isn't going to be enough to push it in. Drew Danger helping with the Fortress on the back end. Again, not enough. Shapeshifting and Kilius are becoming so powerful when it comes to defending this barrier, and Kotone is of course the exact opposite, using their incredible offense to make Drew Danger's life just a living hell right now. And again, a really great primary beam from Shanzu. End up getting the barrier finally into the portal. Self-pass from Kotone is not going to be enough. Apabug with the flurry does end up getting it in there, sending it right back, but not too much off of it there. Drew Danger's power coming in. Okay, the punch from Apabug comboing with the beam from Estelle. Shanzu helping out, and man, they get double kill. Loses all the energy on the side of Party Rockers there. Now, match point for Chikara chatting.
So anyway, Shianzu started blasting, as right now, as they blast past those goals, we have to see whether or not they can get this third one, or if we might see another 0.5 situation. Right now with that first barrier going down, Kotone looking potentially for a second. The Tofu Fortress comes out. The piercing shot as well, a kill. A body added to a bag, as right now Apabug looking for that ult, not quite getting it. That log keeping the offense alive. Evil Drew Danger with this extra speed says, wait a second, I can get into the mix here, especially with this flip available. They get one barrier. They managed to get not a second one, but right now it's Kilius who manages to get the core to Kotone. Shianzu not able to block this off, but right now that top spin not aimed quite where it needed to be, as it does not go back to them. As right now the barrier goes down, all barriers open, the flip available, the crooked leverage catching the flip, but Kotone seemingly not ready for the fact that it did, as it does slide past the defense here into the hands of Apabug, and with the help from Shianzu, that is just not something you can defend at that point. That is just in the net.
Absolutely, and they did finally get it into that portal. Shapeshifting did move up a little bit there to try to like have a little war there with Apabug, but man, Shanju shows up at the exact right time through the portal. Man, that's it. We have Chikara chatting taking it, but they don't. It's certainly not out of this tournament yet, as they are going to move into the losers finals bracket here, or sorry, the losers bracket in general. They're going to be playing against 5 Kais in the next series. Get your votes in. You know, what are you thinking about that? What are you thinking about that set, bro?
I think we're seeing close to 400 redirects on both sides. One for the forward of Kotone, and on the other side, Evil Drew Danger on that defense. They were just having a small war between themselves. Shapeshifting with 300 of their own, Kilius 298, no slouches on their end. Shianzu 337, Apabug only 173, but when Apabug had the ball, it seemed like every strike mattered. So even though the number is low, when you're playing that forward and they get you the ball, like when you're someone like Apabug, who you only need one strike to win a strike war at times, yeah, that number's not going to go up, but your impact certainly will, as we do see Chikara chatting moving on. However, in the losers bracket, we do have 5 Kais waiting, but with Party Rockers having gotten off of this set, they're going to be a little warm. We'll have to see whether or not 5 Kais are warmed up for their game, or whether or not they're going to need some time, as we saw Chikara chatting lose that first round, but honestly, they warmed up very quickly, put on a dominant performance up until that last game where Party Rockers really brought it back and put us into a close set. But honestly, great series by them, and I look forward to seeing the match with 5 Kais.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in this last game, we actually had Apabug being the character to deal the most damage in the entire game, even though we did have Kazan. Actually, Kazan, the lowest damage on the side of Party Rockers. That's an interesting stat. Normally, you definitely see Kazan being the one to deal the damage, get the kills, but they really were opting for a more core control oriented, size Kazan, which I think that was the right pick in general. I mean, they not fully clutching it out there, but that was an insane amount of offensive pressure from Kotone there. Really trying their best to use their cooldowns, makes up Drew Danger a bit, getting an unholy amount of barriers there. Really love that gameplay. Kazan really has the ability to go core control or go kill control. And I mean, you just got to use what he's got and play the way you can. And man, great series. Honestly, great series. Good games from both of these players. Like you said, there's going to be a little bit warmer than 5 Kais. Hopefully, they've been warming up a little bit, getting some scrims in there, getting some ideas going. So, because they're gonna have to jump on in here from a whole week of really not playing in the tournament matches, and now they have a big set coming up for them.
For sure. However, before that big set, we are going to cut to a quick break as we do get these teams ready, get the map picks and bans in, make sure everybody's available. So until then, we'll see you at the next game.
Absolutely, stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to North American Strikers Academy Season 3 Playoffs, Day 2, as we are looking into this Losers Finals match with Party Rockers 2 versus 5 Kais. The winner of this match will go on to fight Chikara Chatting in Grand Finals, where Chikara Chatting will have a set advantage. So, if you win this match, you do have to win 2 more after that. So, it's a little tough for the loser side here, especially when you are going against a team like Chikara Chatting. And right now we are looking at the maps being Atlas Lab for game 1, being Party Rockers 2 pick, followed by Imi's app for 5 Kais, and Clarion Corp as our tiebreaker. I'm once again here with Ivy NYC. How are you looking forward to this match?
Definitely interested to see what we can see. We have a whole new team showing up here, trying to see some more strategies, new ideas. Once again, we also talked about how warm that Party Rockers is going to be in this game, and we want to see how 5 Kais can actually show up. I want to see how warm they maybe have been playing a little bit before this, because I feel like Party Rockers is they've kind of been through it right now as they played a couple of tough games. They crushed game 1, or actually they got crushed game 1. Sorry, did they get crushed game 1 or did they crush game 1? I already forgot.
The Party
Go ahead.
Rockers, they did win their game 1, and then the second game was a bit of a stomp on them, and the third one they reeled it back in. We'll have to see whether or not this series is very similar. As we do see a devastating start with that 1-2 punch, Juliet going to Kotone. Very scary to get that starting awake, and we'll have to see how the team comps end up here. As we see the Mako and Era come out, Zentaro is the forward pick. Now goalie coming out, however. On this map, I could see that being very useful for keeping the offense alive, but at the same time, in the face of Zentaro, especially Josh, you've got to be very careful, as we have General Twee on the Era, Dran on the Mako, and finally, we do have Kiliast on that Kai. This is looking like a great set on the way.
For sure here. We do actually have Josh on the Kazan, or not the Kazan, the Zentaro here taking Wand. I think this is our first Wand we've seen today, opting to go a little bit more on the damage side here with the help of, I guess, General Twee's Era, seeing if they can do some any extra damage, get some kills there for sure as they grab both of the barriers here. Party Rockers looking a little bit under pressure here, and that is going to be a full sweep for this first point there as Josh grabs it with the Oni's Blade with the help of General Twee, pushing it on in there. First point onto the side of 5 Kais.
For sure, we do see that top hat coming out, the stagger swagger coming out for every player except Kotone, taking that 1-2 punch with the pummelers, looking for those side kills, especially when you get into these pocket situations. As right now, we do see that pocket take a barrier, go down, as the ensnare drums comes out to help this offense. The Maelstrom coming from seemingly out of nowhere off the top rope. But right now, it is Kiliast trying to keep this defense alive, and it just does not come with third. General Twee has this flip available. Josh having a flip of their own. Love to see how this is going.
Absolutely, for sure. It's going to be a power play for the side of Party Rockers here, seeing if they can grab this point as they have lost both of their barriers. Here we got Dran with the flip, going to end up using it defensively. Not entirely what you want to see there, but it's going to be saved nonetheless there. And unfortunately, we're going to have Shapeshifting go down to the Era's Maelstrom there. Really great aiming for General Twee there, and Josh is going to win a clean strike board there, not even needing to use that flip. Could have slain Kiliast and Kotone possibly in one fell swoop, but holding that resource, which is going to make the life of Party Rockers a little bit more rough in this next point.
Apparently, we're having a little bit of technical issues, as apparently I sound like a robot. I thought maybe it was just this map, but hopefully this sounds a little bit better. And right now we do see Kotone pushing up, but with the team on the bottom right showing a little bit of dangerous numbers. Perhaps it is not. Can you tell me how it is sounding?
You are still sort of botting it up there, but that's, not a huge deal, not as big as a deal as it is for the side of Party Rockers losing another member in this power play there. Josh going to get a little bit stuffed by the Giga Blast, though. Kotone has a chance, but can't do too much, as just a tiny little Juliet is not enough to 1v3 this side of 5 Kais. As they're going to try to push it in on the bottom side. Yeah, the Slice and Dice is going to end up getting that core in there, stunning, shape-shifting, and it's going to be a set win for the side of 5 Kais. Perhaps they were warming up a little bit more than I had let on. All right, moving on to the Awakening draft here. A couple of interesting awakenings here. Let's talk about it. Heavy impact for your boy Zentaro is going to be, yeah, kind of a good pick there. TB completely H on that one there. We'll see if we get specialized training on one of these. Maybe Kai? Maybe Kai specialized training here, I'm not sure. But we have the Spark of Leadership going on to General Twee. They're going to try their best to play the long game, grab sparks that are not going to be resilience, though, but health is going to find its way onto the side of Kotone there, trying to stay alive a little bit longer there. They could have opted to take specialized training on Juliet, but opting for health is completely acceptable. Shapeshifting grabs the Chrono Boost for a little bit of extra speed and duration there. Dran grabbing the Knife's Edge, going to try their best to play a little bit on the side of the map here, though. They're going to have no barriers lost just yet. Again, the heavy impact from Josh there is going to make things so difficult as he ends up getting both of the barriers there with a little bit of support from General Twee and the goal kind of quickly. So the cooldown is going to be a big moment here for the side of Five Kais as they grab another point. Take a blast starting off. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Alright, I was going to say, I don't know if it's honestly working, but for sure, I do want to point out that Kotone did pick up that spark, giving at least somebody to contest those sparks. But right now, I need to contest my internet provider as my microphone apparently is not looking too great. Right now, this defense is looking great from Dran and Twee as they get it out. But right now, Josh, with that intercept, trying to just keep things alive. The black hole is now alive. I'll have to see how they play around that as Josh goes down to very little health. This Maelstrom coming through the flip as well, but just too many hitboxes keeping it out.
Yeah, Josh finds himself a little bit low health there, but not too much to confirm kills on the side of Five Kais as Josh has recovered fully. Both barriers, or one barrier for each team up as Josh tries to recover there, sending the flip a little bit defensively, clearing it out, but actually offensively grabs a barrier. Josh cannot grab the barrier with the Zentaro passive just yet, though. General Twee is going to kind of just send that flip there, maybe going for a little bit of a shocker on the core speed there. Overtime rolls on over here, trying to get the ball right over to Josh there. Okay, yeah, Coach Tony's going to end up having to use the flip dash, which wasn't just enough. Good thing they noticed that. It looks like the snare drum is going to be a little bit of a whiff there. Dran trying their best to hold this barrier. Some of the block, or the lane there is going to be blocked off by Shape-Shifting's drone. Also has flip for this defensive moment here. Going to end up spending it there. Okay, Josh does not end up getting the stuff with Omni's blade, but the passive is going to be enough to slide that one right in on the bottom corner. And it's, man, Party Rockers having a really tough time against Five Kais who are kind of on fire right now.
We'll have to see if they can keep that up. But right now, keeping up this defense, Shapeshifting on that now. Maybe some doubters in the chat, but right now I doubt nothing as they keep that barrier up. It's Kotone who's keeping the offense alive. Maelstrom coming through. Oh, a little scary situation, but they do find the way out.
Yes, sir, and the Fire Flurry is going to grab the last barrier there. Josh has flip. Let's see what they can do. Going to try to get a little bit closer to that barrier before using any kind of gunshot techniques here with that flip. General Twee is going to send the Maelstrom top. Try to help keep it on the top lane there. Dran going to send it bottom. Killy is the first one to touch the core in that moment, though. Can't seem to get it around Josh, who's approaching once again with the flip. Going to spend it to the top side. They do get the barrier out of it, though. That does cost the flip, and man, the Aya rush, or Ayaya rush is end up hitting both of the side of Party Rockers. They're getting another set win on the side of Five Kais here. What more can Zentaro get?
Well, we see that explosive entrance. That's certainly something. As we do see a spark being hovered, quick strikes available, rapid fire. We'll have to see what kind of awakening these players take. As right now they do get... I mean, is Zentaro weak or what? This build is one of the strongest I've seen quickly, especially if we're with a player like Josh, where it's already so much trouble to get past them if you're a goalie, and now with this availability, it's just so tough. But the aerials going to Kai, the rapid fire going to General Twee, no spark to help with that leadership, Kotone cutting that off. But right now, even if that spark of leadership is just a threat more than it is an insurance policy, we'll have to see whether or not Twee can get that value out of that shrink ray. As right now looking like a James Bond villain, shrinking, shape-shifting with that technology, not able to get into the goal. And we'll have to see whether or not they can keep up this offense.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the rapid fire error is going to be really annoying for the side of Party Rockers as they're going to be shrunk most of the time here. I mean, you could You could go ahead and ask a couple of Zentaro players, hey, if you had the first pick in 2 drafts, what would your first awakenings be? And it could be these exact 2, as Josh once again sinks another goal with the slice and dice. Kind of an unstoppable force right now. Shape-shifting, they're all, man, the whole side of Party Rockers level 4, and they actually do end up getting a kill. Kotone is going to level up instantly there to 5. But we can see that Josh's level 7 has done a whole lot, getting a ton of barriers kills, and the points are just showing up. Spends the flip there to try to stall a little bit time here. General Tweet comes back up here with the Bewitching Beam. Not going to land on anybody. The Black Hole getting a little bit involved here. Shapeshifting, trying to block off a little bit of the lane, but Josh gets the ball kind of in the forward spot there and end up taking a barrier again. Killiest, bottom lane, trying to push in on Drant, who has the flip here. And the drone kind of got a whole bunch of size there, and the got slice and dice again with the support of General Twee. Is going to end up landing another couple of barriers, and Twee ends up scoring that one with the Bewitching Beam. That is going to be up 33% more of the time. Actually, 34% more of the time. We got Spark of Leadership.
For sure, that 34%, potentially 34% more impact, as right now, the impact by General Twee in this midfield is fantastic. Really just keeping this offense and defense alive no matter what the situation is. That speed really helping out, but unfortunately that ultimate sends it backwards. They have to go readjust for that. The Maelstrom is readjusting the life bar of Kotone as he goes down, and now Josh is the one in the situation on this offense, but General Twee not able to catch that out clear. Killiest running up, but the snare drum shutting that down as now Josh attacks the bottom side once more. You know, this health bar for Josh going down as well. General Twee having a flip. Maybe they're the ones who need to start covering that out clear, as right now they do try to help, but that triangle from now shape-shifting from across the map, giving that impact, giving that situation to help on this offense. The General Twee is keeping their offense alive as they win that strike board, getting it through. The shrink rate not coming out. Josh just trying to get out, stay alive. The passive helping out, but with that lengthened passive of now 16 hits, you only get so many, as right now Kotone is getting seemingly endless kills as they manage to get that 1-2 punch KO with that dash punch. But right now the Mind from now giving that little bit of extra speed, not able to get the punch to connect. As right now Killiest looking for a pass, but Josh trying to intercept it, not quite getting it. Back in the situation where you have Kotone looking for that pass, not able to get it with the Giga Blast. And we just have to see how many more times Kotone can have an opportunity with that dash punch, not quite getting it through. General Twee holding this defense down, but also not able to get the offense going as they can't seem to get past this brick wall of shapeshifting.
And indeed, as you are finishing your literal sentence, they get it past the wall of shapeshifting. Unfortunately, not in a spot to get that flip going there, though. And it's going to be 5 Kais. Really convincingly taking that one. Man, Josh kind of, you know, good gameplay, really good gameplay. Sort of gifted the greatest awakenings sort of all time, you know, sort of. But yeah, I think that we can have Party Rockers clean it a little bit up in their next game here as they get to choose the map, and we already know what map that one is. You had mentioned it before, and I'm gonna go find it because I already forgot. Here it comes. You're gonna tell me right now. I forgot what it was. Here I go, finding it.
It's going to be Imi's app for game 2.
Perfect, awesome.
Imi's app, however, is 5 Kai's pick, and after they just won on the enemy's map pick, we'll have to see whether or not they have that home turf advantage or whether or not it swaps around, and Party Rockers really just break it down here, as the redirect's really showing, as honestly, Josh, like, really just kind of playing a clinic, you know, all those slice and dices, you know, looking like some clean cuts. You know, you could think he's working at a barbershop with how he's cutting it up. But right now we do have to wait until we see whether or not they get into this next map soon or whether or not they're taking a break. If you're the side of Party Rockers 2, you might need a mental reset after that game. Or maybe you're looking at that game as, okay, we just played a tough series. We're going to have a rough game. We don't let it bother us. We just go into the next one as best we can, even though we're down. We are confident that we can bring this back. We'll have to see whether or not they can.
For sure. And Amy's app is, you know, we have gotten a couple of interesting maps here. Clarion has shown up before. Clarion is also the Game 3 pick if it does end up going to Game 3 for this set. Atlas Lab, definitely a little bit of a favorite here, but Amy's app is certainly a probably let's kill somebody map. I think we're definitely going to be seeing, I'm not sure if either of these teams wants to play the minigame with Erasmus, but if they do, we are going to see some kills for sure, and perhaps a Juliet ban Man, I feel like the side of Five Guys is going to want to ban Rasmus maybe away from Kotone and not play the minigame. But again, the kill map has shown up. Like, if there was any time to take your wands or take your punches, it's now. We finally got a little bit of Amy's app action.
As we wait to see the starting awakenings of Recovery Drone and Missile Propulsion, perhaps we might see something like a Drakkar come out here. But honestly, with Missile Propulsion, it's a little scary to let Rasmus through, with that being one of his better awakenings for sniping kills on this map. Kotone already hovering it, a Luna band being hovered. But with the Kazan being the one banned, they're willing to take the Rasmus Mirror. Maybe with that Recovery Drone, it'll help stem the bleeding on some of those hook kills. Whether or not that'll be enough, we'll have to see, especially with you only getting 1%, and the hooks will be flying as Kilius locks in the Rasmus. We'll have to see who it is for the side of Five Guys, is right now Shapeshifting locking in the Mako, and Kotone hovering that Juliet. You really have sort of almost like that Border Patrol comp, where if you walk too far in the midfield, you're going to have to get checked or you get wrecked, as Era is the pick here. We're looking at Erasmus as the forward pick, not so much as a midfield pick, with Era giving that speed and size, really just letting Josh dominate on the offense. We'll have to see whether or not they can keep it up. But right now, as we go into this game, we do see what awakenings were picked. And it is Missile Prop for Kilius and Shapeshifting, as expected. Kotone taking that Recovery Drone. But Shapeshifting, looking like a little bit of a setback here, but they're into the mix now. And Josh taking Missile with themselves. The Pummers available for both Razmai. The Pummers on Juliet. They are definitely looking for kills here, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. The missile props are going to make things a little bit more awkward right when we have these Rasmus players hit level 2. It is just in your best interest to avoid that situation. Rasmus and Juliet are kind of some of the best characters for getting kills on this map, and I mean, Mako is going to also be a great asset to help with those primaries and the ultimate as well. The snare drums is going to make things a little bit awkward when shot next to this this black hole in the middle here. As we see, indeed, Kotone finding a kill directly onto Josh there. No recovery drone in sight, only missile propulsion as they should, and Kotone bites their way through Duran, grabbing the first. Okay, we got a point here for Party Rockers. They take the lead in this first, in the series here, first game.
Kelly is putting up a lot of pressure here, matching Josh on Rasmus. Right now, Tone's trying to match General Fly's bottom lane, but not quite able to do it. General Fly helping on that deep, said it wrong once, won't do it again. Right now it's Dran who's getting the ball up to them, and we'll have to see whether or not they can keep it up. As Kotone almost losing their recovery drone there, Josh with a big snipe, but not quite able to get anything. That dash punch not able to confirm it either.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, General Tweed going down pretty low health there, and it's not impossible that you can get kills on this map just by dealing a little bit of damage there and doing a combo with Rasmus or Juliet. They have a couple of different outs here to get some kills, as this map is definitely going to be showing up a couple of damage and a couple of power plays as well. You can have a push from the bottom side from Josh, going to instantly nullified from Kilius's pendulum swing there. Kotone end up losing their drone. General Tweed doesn't have one as well. In fact, both drones available in the game have been nullified. Kotone has a flip. Wow, really quick pass down past Twee is going to spend their flip for nothing. Kotone going to go back to heal a little bit. Josh launching that hook, missing. Okay, so now we have Kotone spending their flip to try to kill Josh. Don't end up getting it there. Kilius does not end up comboing the Death's Touch with the primary, but sending it over to Kotone, who's going to send it nice down to the bottom corner. Right past Dran there. It's going to be 2 points for your boy Party Rockers.
For sure, Five Guys certainly not slouching, though, as they are trying to make every opportunity count. But when you have this Julia Rasmus situation, it can be so devastating just to stay alive. And with those recovery drones, that would be even more difficult. Pendulum swing, not quite able to get killed there. Let's see whether or not Kotone can get this barrier in this 2v1. Not yet. Middle prop sending that hook kind of into Narnia. But the intent was good, as now we have to see whether or not they can get this intent to kill on this net, or whether or not they're going to be stuck dealing with this 2v2 in the net.
Indeed, good weight for shapeshifting there. It's pretty easy to get mixed up there by Era's Bewitching Beam, but it doesn't have any knockback though, so as long as you wait just an extra second there, you can pretty much get it past there. Kilius instantly comboing the Death's Touch with the primary there, dealing a bunch of damage to Josh. Okay, Dran's gonna have to spend the flip. It is kind of going in there, but shapeshifting does get around there though, sending the ensnare drum at the core there to beat the Maelstrom, but man, a little bit of schmicks there from Josh and Twee is going to end up getting it right past shapeshifting. Holds on to the flip, though, for this next point. 2-1 right now, series
sure, the energy looking a little low on the side of Party Rockers. Josh and Twee having plenty of energy to avoid these hooks and these dash punches, as the hook does come out from Killiest. Not quite able to confirm a kill, however, they do confirm that barrier. There's now General Twee covering the bomb. The hook from Josh almost securing the kill, but Dran looking out saying, okay, you just were short, let me help you out. Makes up the difference, as now that primary from shapeshifting not quite able to make the difference in length of the core, as right now it does go into that top side past shapeshifting. It's a little difficult when you have so many angles to cover as this low mobility character. You have a lot of strikes, you have a lot of hitboxes, but you don't have a lot of range at times.
For sure, and we just saw that the bass and drum there from Mako really helped Josh and Twee get into position there. Okay, a death touch onto the side of Killius is going to send him off the map. Josh at nearly no health though, but Kotone completely out of cooldowns, nothing else. Oh, as I say that, we actually do have the Firefly come on up there. Getting a power play though, but Twee does find a way to get through, grabs the barrier for the side of Five Kais, and now we have a power play on the side of Party Rockers. Twee approaching with the flip. Okay, they're going to send it nicely around there. Twee a little bit low on health, though, and they're going to try to get a kill right now. Spends the flip, but probably also going to lose their life. Indeed, one more power play for the side of Party Rockers here. Dran and Josh are going to have to try to stall this out a little bit there. Mako pretty damn good at stalling things out, especially even making Josh fast and large enough to just make an offensive push themselves. Twee comes back up here. 2 ensnare drums sending Kotone to jail forever. Finally ends on that one there. Twee trying to get it through both of the side. Kotone and Killius finds another kill. It's just been a bloodbath here as Killius finally finds the barrier. They're sending it back up to Kotone, back down one more time. And the power play might result in the goal here for the side of Party Rockers. Maybe?
It's a little difficult because as you stall out that power play, you're also stalling out Juliet's dash punch cooldown. Eventually, she will have it back to go for that scoring attempt. As right now, shapeshifting has a flip available. The primary not sneaking past them. They do manage to get that snipe to keep the offense alive. But with this extra speed from General Twee, it's going to be a little tough to keep it going. Right now, the pendulum swing and the snare drums looking for the life of Kotone, having a lot of energy. They're trying to deny this flip opportunity. As right now, shapeshifting sends it straight through, manages to a quick dribble up, down, but misses the core with the dash punch. General Twee missing some health as shapeshifting sends it straight into that bewitching beam. No health or energy needed, just a well-placed primary and a little bit of mind control, sending shapeshifting to knock that core straight into the primary.
Mind control, I believe, is indeed the word, as we had Kotone kind of just tripping over the core there and just missing the dash just by nothing on that open goal. Slightly unfortunate, but a lot of time left in this match to clean things up. As we see, yeah, the heavy impact instantly going to be picked up by a Mako player here. The side of Dran is going to get a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, and of course, devastating. We have Juliet taking the 1-2 punch, making the kills even easier, but possibly even more scary. We have Josh grabbing Deadeye on Rasmus. I mean, this is 50% stronger hook, plus 10% knockback on pummelers. I mean, this is a true death touch for the side of Josh here, though. We'll see if this makes any difference. Of course it will. That's a lot of knockback.
For sure. However, Killiest has picked up the spark, but unfortunately, they're going to have to pick up a tombstone for him as he goes down to that death touch aptly named. As right now, General Twee losing a little bit of health. The recovery drone's back to being available for both sides, but Killiest having opted for that missile prop at the start of the round, not going to have that luxury. The ensnare drum's coming out, giving a bit of a luxury on this defense, a little more time to think, a little more time to keep the play alive. As right now, General Twee kind of keeping Killiest occupied while Josh looks for that snipe, but Killiest, knowing better, goes for that evade, manages to slip past. Right now, the core slips past Josh. Kotone not able to slip it past Dran. That dash punch, great cooldown usage, but just not quite able to connect. As right now, the ensnare drum helps keep it in the hands of Killiest, but Killiest and Josh having this 1v1, you have to wait for which death touch comes up first. It is Killiest, but it does not manage to connect, as right now Kotone just waiting for this core, waiting for this opportunity. The ultimate comes out, the dash punch to confirm it, but right now it's back in the hands of General Twee and Josh. That hook, a little bit of a speed trap with Josh, not quite able to confirm that. As right now the punch doesn't quite get the core through, but a good awareness by Kotone to strike punch to try to get it past that ensnare drum, giving the extra hits needed. But right now Kotone just needs to keep alive. The recovery drum is so valuable in this situation, and down she goes. As right now Kotone, very low energy, half a health bar. But it doesn't matter how much health you have when one death touch is all it takes to kill you. As there it goes, Josh finding exactly as I say it. Doesn't matter what you have. If you get hit, you're done for. Kotone trying to finish up this defense as they keep it going. But right now, Shapeshifting holding down this 2v2, but it is Josh who comes through with the Whiplash. And honestly, what a great goal by them as they managed to just sneak through with all of that speed, all the chaos they've created right as their team up comes up, right as they think they're safe because Kilius has come back to help. It just goes down instantly, and General Twee almost does as well.
Yeah, for sure. I really like the positioning here that General Twee is taking on most spots here, kind of just looming near the enemy's goal there, kind of just doing a really great job of supporting Josh when it's time to get that score, and sometimes even getting a score by themselves, especially with the Bewitching Beam making things a little bit awkward for the side of Party Rockers as they get shrunk, you know, movement slowed and all that stuff. But we're going to have the Ensnare Drums here used defensively from Dran. Has the flip here for a defensive play if they need it, though. We have Josh kind of getting entombed there, losing almost all their health, running to get the health bar, and they do end up healing up. Josh saving the goal, and the side of Five Kais is looking really good in this point as all of their members are still alive, and they grab a barrier as well. Man, they're looking to get Josh, but they can't. He's a little bit too evasive right now. Can they get a score here from General Twee on the top side? They do knock Josh into nothingness. Yes, indeed, he's going to go off the map. One more power play here on this point for the side of Party Rockers might end up resulting in their goal, but Dran is being super aggressive here when it comes to this defense. In fact, once again, mind control is the word, I feel like, of the day here, making sure that nobody can get this barrier even when the defense is low. And there it goes.
You know, honestly, you say it, and oh, an unfortunate bounce. Josh getting that goal there, maybe not by his own hands, but that bounce sending it into the net, a little tough. And the last time I casted a game with Josh on this map, they got Knife's Edge, which made them have so much presence. But even without it here, they're showing so much presence on this map, making it so difficult. Kilius trying to remove that presence with a Death Touch, but just not quite able to. Kotone, low energy, having to face off General Twee. The Death Touch does finally come out, and it is evaded, even without the evade button. Well, right now you do have 3 people in the net holding it down. A little difficult, but even still, Kotone sneaks it through past the Ensnare Drum, past 3 people. Really just showing why they deserve to be here. As right now that Pendulum Swing almost trying to take Josh. A Death Touch from Kilius not quite connecting there. As right now they do need to get it out of their half, but with some great strike wars, this offense is really just staying alive. And with the help of Dran just keeping it up, Kotone is going down soon. You have to see whether or not they can just keep Kotone alive to score and have an opportunity, or whether or not they're going to go down before they even get the chance.
Yeah, I really like the assistance that Dran is giving, adding a little bit of extra damage and just misdirection. With the missile prop primaries, okay, almost lets the ball pass a little bit. Going to have to, unfortunately, spend the flip resource there to keep this game going here. And now we have Shapeshifting showing up with the team player, but it's going to get mega interrupted once again by the missile prop that I was just mentioning here. The primaries from Dran are actually pristine as they grab this next set here. Is Josh the chosen one? Oh my... So it's like, bruh. It's like, bruh, right? What is this? He's got the Knife's Edge, as you mentioned it.
This is tough, though, because Monumentalist is a great pick on this character, but you do have to take that Knife's Edge. And honestly, it might get down to Era, as Monumentalist Rasmus is very scary, but Josh with Knife's Edge is even scarier. I've seen it once before, and honestly, I can see him doing it again. The Fight or Flight going to Era. Monumentalist available, though, really just giving Kilius a little bit of a way to catch up here. As, honestly, you would think something like Spec Train would be what goes, but that was already picked up by Dran. So when you have Monumentalist, this is so much space that is now covered by that hook that you really have to be careful. But Josh, with that extra speed, is going to have to not worry about covering space with Hook, just covering with his presence. As right now it is General Twee's presence that goes into the hole, losing that recovery drone. As Kilius almost the next one to go. Right now it is the barrier that disappears. As Shapeshifting trying to defend their own, the Pendulum Swing, with the help of Shapeshifting Strike, is able to get it out. The drum and bass, but just too many hitboxes, too many strikes coming out. Dran, an excellent snipe earlier, is trying to snipe it into the hands of their teammates, but right now it is sniped by Kilius, but it does not amount to much, as right now they are just trying to get it into the hands of Kotone, for Kotone to put on another performance. But right now Josh, with a couple strike wars, that extra speed, it is just so tough to get it out of the hands of this guy.
Yeah, and as we were talking about that, we just have some really great passing plays, and perhaps the extra speed from Mako making it so that they can get around both Shapeshifting and Kilius running top to bottom. Really good passing plays there from Josh, and General Twee is going to land them another point. And man, they are approaching the match point here right now. We're going to have Party Rockers just, I don't know, put in a little bit more work here. Okay, as they do, they end up getting a kill. They end up getting the barrier here, and now is their chance to get a little bit of defensive resources removed from Dran, and now the power play continues with Kotone with the flip. How are they going to use it here? A little bit of a dribble, a little bit early on the flip there, though, possibly gotten buffered if Kotone tried to approach there, but man, Josh gets it right around the dash punch. Shapeshifting showing up once more with the team player, speeding up the core here, but 5Kais is now going to be on the aggression here as both barriers have been opened. Couple of primaries coming over from Dran, dealing a little bit of damage, misdirection as well. General Twee does get it past Kilius here. Kotone jailed once more, losing almost all of their life there. Dran's going to try to find a kill by themselves. Mako kind of good at dealing a little bit of damage. Sending it back over there, switches targets to Kotone, deciding that the ball is in a safe enough spot to try to kill. And yeah, man, it's just the positioning here from Josh and General Twee feels kind of too good right now. Party Rockers having a really tough time clearing these balls. I think that's the big point here, is that their positioning on forward has been pretty excellent.
It's a little difficult there because they did miss that pendulum swing, but Shapeshifting was expecting it to hit, so they were just slightly out of position there to save it. But right now, Kilius in the perfect position to score a kill. And Shapeshifting is walking up, Kilius waiting for the core, but oh my goodness, an ace coming out. That ensnare drum, just so much pressure. Kilius still has their flip available, but there is a bloodbath on this battlefield as kills left and right. I believe 4 total in that round. We'll see the numbers at the end of the game, but right now we need to see the numbers on this damage as the death touch does not quite connect, only connects to the core, but that dash punch connects on 2 people and manages to get the barrier. We'll see if Shapeshifting can keep this alive or whether or not General Twee is on the offensive.
For sure, and we can see that the team player combined with Mako's passive does actually get a red ball before overtime, which is kind of a big deal here. Again, sending it just so fast, and man, as it looked like Kilius was ready to receive a pass, we actually had Josh grabbing a death touch kill. Really good recognition there. The double push here once again by General Twee, and Josh on match point, really pushing on in there. Kotone with the flip, might have to use it defensively, hopefully not, as they truly need some points, but oh my, the ensnare drum is going to cause a little bit of randomness and send the ball just a little too far, a little too fast. 5Kais win this series.
For sure. Josh, that game really just saying, I'm no pacifist, I will pass a fist. As right now, they do get so many kills, so much pressure as they do win that set. Josh, 4 KOs, Kotone, 5 of their own. Very low kills considering how many times I feel like I saw people die with that recovery drone. Excellent defensive usage. But right now, it is the 5Kais who have won this series. As right now, we are waiting for the next one, I believe.
Absolutely, and man, definitely a volatile start there with the missile props. They decided to let the Rasmus through. Tons of kills on this map. I mean, Amy's map really is just about the easiest map to get some kills on. That's for sure, as we have a hole right in the middle of the map. Again, I just want to mention that the positioning from 5Kais forwards, General Twee and Josh, just felt very good. They were positioning just kind of. It just felt perfectly. Shapeshifting just had a really tough time getting it around. I mean, look at that. We had the help of Dran getting a perfect primary there right in the bottom side through Shapeshifting's team player. So it's like the missile prop from Mako also helping like a whole lot. I mean, man, good set there from 5Kais. They were warm. They got us. And now they're going to move on to try to take the grand finals here.
For sure. They played warm and the bodies of their enemies were cold. But like you said, we are going to be moving on. It is going to be 5Kais against Chikara Chatting. Chikara Chatting having that set advantage. We'll see whether or not 5Kais can keep it up. But right now, I do believe we should be going to a break here as we wait for this next one and get a caster swap as well. It's been a pleasure casting with you, even if I did give a good RoboKai impression.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure everybody in the chat enjoyed a little bit of robo action there. But yes, indeed, it was really a great job casting with you, my friend. Don't go away, chat. Grands is coming up. It's going to be pretty incredible there. We're all going to be watching it. And yeah, have a good time there. We'll see you next time. Well, I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, besties. It's me, Kat Kupo, here with Lego Mage 15, ready to cast the grand finals of NASA Season 3 5 Kais versus Chikara Chatting. This is going to be a good one, Lego.
Oh yeah, I certainly expect it will be. I saw the games running up to this, and both teams playing really solidly here. As we jump into our first game, pretty much immediately, our first map is going to be Night Market. It was 5Kai's pick, so we'll see what they can do on here. If it does go to games 2 and 3, Chikara Chatting have picked Clarion for game 2 and Atlas Lab for game 3. So expecting 5Kais, this being their map pick, to hopefully try and take the win here as we get into this pick and ban phase. Looks like we see all the usual suspects coming out from the side of Chatting as the era ban likely coming out. It is a prime time and Spark of Power start, so could end up seeing some Spark scaling. And there goes the Juliet from Appabug.
Appa should not be allowed to play that character. I believe 5 Guys is absolutely correct with that ban. Xianzu, though, on this now, it is locked in. Xianzu made a really big splash with the now, with really, really good placements on these drones and just controlling the midfield. And on Night Market, being able to cut off those sides seems really good. But Juno on the side of Five Kais is going to be the obstacle there. That's the midfield battle that we'll see.
Yeah, Xianzu's now is very, very scary, and also getting a primetime start can be quite nice. 2 sparks on the side of each team here. Dran, Josh, Evil Drew, Danger, and Applebug all going to be fighting over those sparks. And while General Twee and Xianzu, of course, on that primetime as we jump into it. Xianzu immediately pushing this top barrier, will earn it here as Evil Drew Danger looking to send it back in. Dribbling it, just holding it down for now. Going to send it back into the space where Applebug can hopefully fight his way through this top corner and be able to get another barrier here, but the slimes from General Twee are keeping it held down on the defense, but Xianzu working his way up the field will be able to bring down that second barrier and open up the goal. Evil Drew Danger in the midfield now, level 2 as well, trying to get it over to Applebug, looking for the strike war, but the 2v1 is not going to be enough, and they do earn a KO though, so it is a power play here for Chikara chatting as Evil Drew Danger looking to send it back in. The slime's coming out from General Twee here to try and buy a little bit more time for Josh to respawn. Drant does have a core flip, things get dicey, but locked in the primary animation, Applebug is going to find the goal and get the coveted level 2 on Kazan. So now he's really got some abilities to be cooking with.
Yeah, that was such a strong point there for Chikara chatting. I watched Xianzu with a couple of these drones just not let Josh play the game. Ended up getting the second barrier, ended up getting the kill, ends up getting a kill now with the core flip. Just not letting Josh do anything here. And if Chikara chatting can keep up this pressure, both barriers already down, this seems like it could be a very, very good game for chatting. But General Twee does have this core flip. That blob does get the second barrier, but Evil Drew Danger using his own manages to get this out of there. But Josh, it just gets right back to him. Josh puts it in, and Drew can't quite save it. Good job by Five Guys getting that point.
Yeah, the Giga Blast was just like barely mistimed so that it didn't quite hit the core, but he was still locked in the animation when it reached him. It was unfortunate, but tying it up is pretty nice for Five Kais to show that they are still very much in this one. It is the first set, and of course, getting that first draft is absolutely huge, as we always say, and especially when you have a Kazan on one of the teams. It can be pretty wild. The Mako as well could be looking for something like heavy impacts, which Appa, of course, could also take. But another KO coming out. Five Kai's been put in this 2v3 almost every single match right now, as pushing up. Evil Drew Danger going to bring down this barrier here. Xianzu and Applebug pushing hard in this bottom corner, and the pop-up, they will secure it. And a big energy advantage as well for the side of Chikara chatting going into this next round. They need one more point here to take the set.
Does Chikara chatting believe in the brawler role? I do not know, because they have 2 kills so far, one by Xianzu, one by Evil Drew Danger. Appa doesn't need to get anything on this Kazan, just soften them up for his midfielder and his goalie, it seems like. Great job by Chikara chatting here, and look at the gap in levels already. Josh is level 2, is dead again. Xianzu is level 4, and up goes Chikara chatting, pushing yet again. General Twee and Drain going to do their absolute best to withstand this power play. Not going to last too much longer. That ultimate from General Twee really buying a lot of time here. And finally, a kill on a Xianzu and a power play for Five Kais.
Five Kai's able to flip the script a little bit. Evil Drew Danger does have a core flip up though, so does Dran, but it looks like they're going to be able to stall out enough time for the midfielder to come back online here as Josh pushing up this bottom side. Core flip from Evil Drew Danger. Zenolt's going to come out. General Twee on the rebound will be able to secure the barrier. Now pushing up in this top corner. Core flip of General Twee sends it down to the bottom. Not able to capitalize on it, but Dran going to be able to send it right back in into overtime here, and Josh is staggered once again. Just kind of play for their life in the midfield here. Fall back a little bit, but it will allow Xianzu and Appa to push up here and try and get some offense going for the side of Chikara chatting. They need to bring down this one barrier to try and take it, and there's Xianzu with another KO onto Josh in the midfield here, as now they start the power play once again. Applebug and Xianzu pushing hard in this bottom, but Dran and General Twee holding it down so far. The overtime core making it pretty easy to get some nice little clears out of those tight situations there. Josh back online once again. The slime's coming out from General Twee in the bottom. It's going to be too much for Evil Drew Danger, and Five Kais will tie it up on set point.
Just one more slime left, and Drew doesn't quite get vision of it, accidentally clears into it, and such a good job by 5Kais, but Chikara chatting does not want this to happen. Immediately pushing forward, gets another barrier, and Josh's health vanishes almost instantly. Xianzu got the spicy drones here today, and Josh is mostly the recipient of them. We'll see what happens there. He's still under half health. They just keep hitting him. Every single player on Chikara chatting just does not like Josh. Does not want him to play this game. Dran, though, with some good clears, and General Tweed with this core flip, going to be pretty helpful, but that core flip from Drew means there's just more time for the side of Chikara chatting to just go and bully Josh. But General Tweed's lost health too, and don't want to hold on to this core flip too long, don't want to die with it, but gotta be careful. The side of Chikara chatting is so aggressive here, but overtime finally hits. The first barrier goes down, the second barrier goes down. On the side of Chikara chatting, 5Kais pushing forward. General Tweed still has that core flip I was talking about, but Appa steals the core away for a moment. There's the core flip, puts it in the bottom corner, and 5Kais want the script. First set goes to 5Kais.
A great way to start for 5Kais. General Tweed, the MVP here as well. And 2 sparks on the board, as well as spec training and team player here. And Evil Drew Danger already hovering. That spark of leadership to go along with the spark of strength starting awakening. It could be pretty deadly. He's able to pick that up, but it will be denied by General Tweed. The Titan's going to go over to Xianzu. Evil Drew Danger opting for the Spark of Resilience instead to get 2 sparks on the Kai team player. Over on Dran, spec training, deny there from Josh, and it will be Demolitionist falling over to Appabug. Not letting that Kazan get the specialized training and denying that Spark of Leadership are pretty solid here, but you wish that it was someone other than Zentaro who was able to take that, but either way, it's looking pretty good. I think for the side of 5Kais here, just with that team player pickup alone on the Mako.
I kind of disagree with you here, Lego Mage. I think the most impactful pickup in that entire draft may have been that Among Titans for Xianzu, giving Appabug double size here, and Evil Drew Danger the extra size as well in this goal. Plus, the drones mean that Xianzu does not really need that strike range in the same way as other characters. Appabug, though, is getting a little bit rocked here. But again, so's Josh. Josh manages to get the better of him there, but Drew manages to save the core flip from Dran. Not that strike from General Tweed, though. General Tweed about 3 energy away, maybe 1 or 2 more strikes from getting that core flip back up. But Xianzu does not want it to come back onto their side, and Drew manages to get it right past Dran. Not quite there with the Mako secondary, and a great goal for Chikara chatting shorthanded.
And chatting starting out strong. Evil Drew Danger at level 7, which is highest in the level right now. Been touching the core a fair bit. Appabug still stuck at that level 4, but it's all fine. Got the double-sized Kazan, which does go pretty hard. As we've seen kind of throughout the season. But unfortunate angle there. Josh is kind of able to send it around where Evil Drew Danger isn't quite able to reach it, and maybe getting an extra size out of on that Kai might have been useful in that particular instance, but 5Kais will take a point to tie it up, but a little bit of an unfortunate series of events there for Chikara chatting.
Series of events for sure, but it feels like a lot of the time these are just out of range for Evil Drew Danger. It doesn't matter though. Xianzu pushes forward, gets the kill onto General Twee. Chikara chatting gets both barriers. Appa levels up to 5 with that goal. Great job by Chikara chatting. Points started pretty scary for them, but 20 seconds in and it was over for them.
Yeah, now on set point here, Chikara Chatting is looking to take a set of their own as Applebug pushing the bottom corner. Will earn one barrier, but the team player proc, it looks like, from the Mega Strike from Dran will earn a barrier in return here. Because now Evil Drew Danger needs to find a way to get this core past the forwards of 5Kai. Not going to be able to, though, and the goal will be open. Josh bringing out the Xenolt in the bottom corner, trying to stay alive, though, long enough to score the point as Shianzu and Evil Drew Danger just unloading the slime for General Tree, trying to get the point there, but Chikara Chatting are able to hold it down. And now Josh trying to send it back in. Evil Drew Danger does have a core flip up, though, as Josh pushing this bottom side. Shianzu able to come back on the defense, though, getting it back up to Applebug, who is staggered but still alive and trying to make some kind of push with the remnants of his life, but going to get taken out there by the Mako primary. Now it's just the 2v3. Shianzu and Evil Drew Danger holding it down for as long as possible. Both goalies have core flips up as well. So things could get dicey, but Evil Drew Danger core flip sends it straight into Josh, who just reflects it right back through him and ties it up on set point for 5Kais.
That was the very, very back of Josh's strike hitbox there. Great job on that weight, managing to get that. Dran's core flip leaves a little to be desired, but don't worry, there's two more here on the side of 5Kais. Plenty of room to work with on this last point of this set. A pretty significant energy advantage, but we'll see what ends up happening. There goes the barrier, there's the core flip, here's another one waiting, and down into the bottom corner once again for the second set in a row. General Twee with a core flip into the bottom corner takes the set for 5Kais, and the script is looking real, Lego.
The script is indeed looking real as 5Kais have just won 2-3 sets in a row. General Twee, the MVP once again. Both Sparks here as well. As it looks like it will be a fight or flight pickup for General Twee. The Spark of Agility going over to Evil Drew Danger, getting the triple Spark build here. This will allow Josh to get the explosive entrance pickup on Zentara, which is a very, very strong awakening on the character. Knife's Edge going to go over to Shianzu for a bit more speed here. The other Spark going over to Dran for a double Spark pickup, and Unstoppable going to have to be picked up by Appa there. As that triple Spark on Evil Drew Danger, the leadership deny earlier in the game is turning out to be absolutely massive. As if that had fallen over to Chikara Chatting, it would have been very, very bad for 5Kais, but they're looking pretty solid. And I mean, all these sets have been close, but they've really managed to pull out when it matters. And right now they have, I was going to say they had Shianzu staggered, but he just used the now ult there and was able to heal back up. They have earned a barrier here, though, as they're looking to continue this push. Josh on the bottom side, putting a lot of pressure on the side of Chatting's defenses here, as Dran is able to just kind of keep sending it back in, and Chatting just quite can't get their offense going.
This is such a good job by 5Kais. I didn't expect such a strong pressure from them. But General Twee, with this Juno, has really been putting these blobs in the right places. And as I say it, puts one right in the face of Evil Drew Danger. I don't know what he died to, but he died because of that blob. Nothing doing with the power play, but still resetting his energy is a victory on its own. General Twee and Josh pushing forward here, unable to get it, but both barriers still up. Never mind, almost one goes down for the side of 5Kais. Good job by Appa Blink there, but now Appa is the lowest in the game. Level 6 almost, and while Josh is about to hit level 8, maybe with this goal. Can't quite get it there, but General Twee pushing forward again with the core, again with the flip, gets it to Josh. Josh level 8, Twee can't get it past Shianzu. There it goes. Josh is looking to kill Applebug, but a good dodge there keeps them alive, but the health bars are not looking like how you'd expect them. If you see a now in the game, Chikara Chatting is hurting right now, and this is such a good job by 5Kais. Pushing forward still in overtime. Shianzu manages to get the last barrier, but can't quite get it with the core flip. Looking to make some noise here, but General Twee again with an attempt on Evil Drew Danger. Can't quite get it in, but Appa flips right in there, opens the umbrella, puts it away. Chikara Chatting aren't going down without a fight.
First on the board once again. It seems like that's kind of been the pattern here, is Chatting kind of take that early lead, get to set point first, and then 5Kais kind of bring it back. And both sides here, pretty similar in energy advantage right now. Chatting will take down their first barrier here in this round as core flip from Evil to Danger. Unfortunate angle there will result in one barrier getting lost, but Appa pushing up, trying to bring down a second one for the side of Chatting here. Shianzu bringing it up into the midfield. Appa trying to go for the strike wars, but Dran will hold it down with a little bit of help from the forwards as well. Josh, though, looking very, very hurt once again, staggered over in the goal box, is trying to stay alive in the center of the field right now as Evil to Danger trying to force the core back through midfield to try and capitalize on the lack of a Zentaro, but Josh healed up now, dashing back in with that explosive entrance to try and make something happen, getting it up to General Twee. The Slime's going to be enough pressure to bring down that barrier and open up Chatting's side of the goal box, and now Josh pushing up with the Zen primary at the Slimes, but it's going to get loose and over to Appabug. However, Dran is able to hold it down and clear it out of there for now, but Appa with the core flip is pushing up. Dran able to core flip first, though, as we go into overtime. Josh with the Zen primary is going to find it through Evil Drew Danger and tie it up once again.
It really feels like Chatting is not playing badly, but 5Kais is simply playing better. Look at Appa here, all like barely past level 7, while most of the side of 5Kais are at 9, almost Omega, and they get the barriers seemingly with ease every time. I'm not sure what Chatting needs to be doing differently on defense, but it's definitely something, because Josh goes forward with the passive, gets that goal, and suddenly 5Kais are on game point here. Match point?
Yeah, potential match point for 5Kais, which is, you know, really, really good. If you're them, this is a map you picked. You want to take a strong game 1 here. And I mean, that last draft was just so very solid for them. Getting that explosive entrance, that fight or flight, and that double sparks as well. It's just really kind of, you know, allowed them to lock in the fight or flight Juno, and of course the explosive entrance Zentaro have been doing so much work and just being able to move around the map constantly. And right now, core flip from Evil Drew Danger. It's going to get blocked by the Slimes, but Shianzu going to be able to get it out of there and back up to Appabug, who will bring down a barrier here. And looking for more, the primary coming out, Dran and General Twee able to clear that one out. And with core flips up for the side of 5Kais, they're going to earn one barrier here. That could be looking for more to push from the side. General Twee with the flip is going to bring it down. Josh has a flip up. Shianzu able to get away for now, but Dran is looking to send that back in, sends in the cage to try and shut down this push from the bottom side here, as Evil Drew Danger trying to keep it going. But core flip from Shianzu is going to take out Josh with the core flip up, and now it's a power play for Chatting. They get one barrier here. Evil Drew Danger sending it back in. General Twee trying to hold it down in the midfield here as we go into overtime. Down to the bottom side, Josh is back alive. Appa looking for this strike into primary, but Dran with the clear is able to get it all the way around the map. Evil Drew Danger didn't know where it was going, and it goes right into the bottom as 5Kais take game 1.
Drew? I mean, it was a rough angle, but it looked like Drew wasn't even looking at the core there. Thought it would come in, thought he'd read the angle. Unfortunately, didn't have it, and 5Kais with the first win need one more win for a bracket reset. Is it gonna come here? I don't know, but honestly, if the game goes like that, it absolutely could. One thing we have to remember though, Lego, that was 5Kai's pick. 5Kais wanted to go to Night Market game 1. This was their selection. Chikara Chatting picked the next map, Clarion Corp. And we saw them play earlier on Clarion against Party 2, I believe, where they kind of went a little crazy. And this could easily turn 1-1 right after this. But a great job by 5Kais. If they can keep this pressure up, if they can get this bracket reset, I mean, the script, right?
Yeah, it's looking like it so far. It was a very, very solid game by them, but you know, we also can't forget how close a lot of those sets were. Like the first 2 sets were 2-3 sets. It could have gone either way, and the second one as well. Chatting had like a really, really unfortunate kind of lost goal where it just went around all of their team members that they just couldn't reach it, and it wasn't really like an intentional shot by 5Kais. So going into a map that is now Chatting's pick, I think we could see them kind of really turn it around here, as they're hoping to have the advantage on this map. It's a very kind of a goofy map, especially compared to something like Night Market, and you don't really pick it unless you you really know what you're doing on it, which I expect chatting seems to certainly do know what they're doing.
It's healthy for the game and the players of the game to remember it's a little Mario Party. It's a little bit of a Mario Party game. Juno, a band being covered here from Chikara chatting. They saw what General 2 was able to do on that, but they switch it up, take out the Mako. Don't let Duran do that. Recovery drone and fight or flight are the starting awakenings, possibly a huge fight or flight angle for these midfielders. I don't expect them to take that recovery drone. I really think this is going to be good for them. Era, Centauro versus Estelle, Kai, and Kazan being locked in. Was the Julie banned here?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was their ban.
No Asher, though. An interesting choice from Appa. A lot more maneuverable on this Kazan, but I don't know. We'll see. Josh, the only one here with the siphoning wand. Appa and Duran, the only ones with the recovery drone. You can clearly see it, barely even have to tell you, but might as well, just to make sure. This game has begun. Chikara chatting, trying not to let the bracket get reset on them. Let's go, Lego. This is a good start for them.
Yeah, already opening up the goal, and Applebug still pushing hard in this bottom side. Has a level 2 up on the Kazan as well. Shianzu and Everdrew Danger now hitting it here, and with the open primary, he's going to be able to sink it right in as Chatting take their first point in under 30 seconds. It's looking like a good opener, but of course, 5 Kais, and we know how they play. They're still stuck at level 1 for now, but they'll be hitting it pretty shortly as we are on the Maelstrom map here. We could see a little bit of play around that middle potentially. If Appa were to get that size, it could be kind of interesting what they're able to do with it here. But so far, no barriers going down. Dran with the hook to keep it defended. But Appa with the hook in return is going to be able to bring down one barrier. Looking for more. Goes for the pop-up. General Twee on the defense is able to get it out of there, though. Now Everdrew Danger in the midfield having to fight the 2v2. They will lose one barrier here, but Shianzu is back here trying to help get this core out, but Josh holding it in very, very well. Finally, they're able to clear it out, but Josh once again just able to send it right back in. General Tree pushing up on this top side, about to have core flips up all around, it looks like, as Dran and Shianzu battling it out now. Applebug joining in the fray, but they're able to clear it out. Core flip from Everdrew Danger as well to send it around the map. It's General Twee pushing up into the corner. Both him and Josh have the core flips up as they're pushing hard. All 3 members of Chatting back here, but General Twee's core flip will bring down the barrier. And now Josh potentially looking for the point. Shianzu having to push it out, but Dran sending it right back in as we go into overtime. And now Applebug pushing up. He's going to miss the core flip, unfortunately. Now it's Josh with the core flip, blocked by the barrage, though. Now General Tree now pushing back up, looking for the strike war against Everdrew Danger, but Everdrew Danger will win that one out. As now Shianzu with a core flip in the midfield, pushing up here. Dran also has a core flip, burns it here. General Tree with a great strike war as well, able to clear it out. Applebug with the hook, brings it right back in, brings down the barrier, dribbling in his bottom side, looking for the shot. Giga Blast coming out from Everdrew Danger, and it's going to be enough to get it past 5 Kais as Chatting take it to set point.
I kept trying to remember individual things from that point. There were so many things to point out, but in the end, Chikara Chatting does a great job, takes the second one, and Appa is a little hurt here on this Obscura map, but that's okay. Still has the recovery drone up, still looking safe. General Twee can't quite get that, and that means Everdrew Danger is able to get this clear. Shianzu with this core flip, looking to move up, looking to make something happen. Appa is still getting hurt and hurt and hurt. Shianzu as well now. General Twee blinking too. So much damage on this map that finally Shianzu just goes forward, gets the kill onto General Twee with that. And Chikara Chatting pushing forward, looking to make some space, looking to take this point. But they get enough time here for the side of 5 Kais. The respawn is here, and oh goodness, Chikara Chatting looking very hurt there in the corner, doing their best to survive. They managed to get Josh's core flip, but Josh gets the barrier anyway. Drew tries to push it out. Josh almost gets it in, but Shianzu with an amazing save goes forward. Appa gets the barrier, and such a crazy point here on the Obscura map, but it doesn't matter. Josh puts it right through Drew, and Xianzu gets the goal. 5 Kais down 2-1 in this set, but still kicking.
I mean, they have a chance to bring it back. We saw them do kind of that comeback in these sets last game. So see if they have it in them. But right now, Xianzu on this top side with those Rose Thorns is going to earn 1 barrier here, passing it over to Appa. Dran able to win the strike war, though, and get it back over to the forwards here. But Evil Drew Danger, General Twee fighting in that side lane over this midfield. General Twee pushing up, pushing very hard. It will be a barrier, but paying for it with his life is now chatting with the power play. Earn a barrier here. Evil Drew Danger pushing up, becoming the new forward with the barrage into strike war. Appa Bug as well, able to stuff it in. Chatting will take set 1.
That's such a good job there by Chatting, knowing when to go forward. Drew in the enemy goal box, no eject button. He's worried momentum boots anyway, and it looks like he's going to take this stagger swagger, not let anyone else get a hold of that. Extra speed on top of it. Pretty chill thing to pick up, but Demolitionist for Dran means triple size, I think, on this Rasmus already. Monumentalist is here and will eventually get picked up by General Twee. That's going to be really good on these maps where there are such small choke points, but it's a lot of good things that was picked up by the side of Chikara. Chatting. A lot of mobility, importantly, picked up, and both barriers also picked up immediately.
Xianzu's health bar looking a little bit low, but just going to fall back and grab that orb. Let Evil Drew Danger take over the midfield for a bit here as they're looking to make this push. Chatting has a little bit of relay since they have both barriers up. While I say that, Josh immediately brings one down, but is looking pretty staggered. Appa as well. Both forwards looking pretty hurt back here, and it will be Josh that gets taken out by the side of Chatting here. And Drad gets Appa taken down, but Appa, of course, has that recovery drone here. And now all 3 members of Chatting are pushed up in this midfield, trying to make this power play happen. Dran trying to keep it held down, but Appa with the strike war is going to be able to get it past the Rasmus and sink it right in. Chatting will be the first to fire in this set, and they're looking very, very solid. They got some very good pickups, some good denies. That heavy impacts, that explosive entrance are just going to be huge for allowing Xianzu and Appa to make some, a lot bigger plays than they might have been able to previously.
Yeah, look at that dash distance already for Xianzu. Used it earlier in the set to get that kill onto Josh. Used it there to get the barrier. Eventually dies, but both barriers opened. If Evil Drew Danger and Appa Bug are able to hold right now, and they are, Xianzu's life is absolutely worth that. Probably has these cooldowns now, immediately comes back from the dead, uses every cooldown, pushes Dran out of the way, gets the goal. Great job, Xianzu. Great job, Chikara. Chatting a quick 2-0 lead in this set.
Yeah, Xianzu with cooldowns is just so scary. I mean, we've seen him utilize those Estelle abilities in previous games, just absolutely lethally, some of those primaries and whatnot, and now with the explosive entrance as well. If they get this next set here and get this point and get another really good draft, it could just pretty much be the game for them. Depending on how it goes, but Josh with the core flip will open up a barrier as 5 Guys looking for a chance to come back with the strike war against Xianzu. They will get the point and drag it out a bit longer here, but Chatting, they only need 1 to take the set, and they have a bit of an energy advantage as well. Appa and Evil True Danger both going to have core flips up sooner than the members of 5 Kai here. So we'll see how they utilize that energy and if they're able to make a big power push. Of course, on this kickoff, it looks like 5 Kai is going to be winning it, getting a barrier here, and trying to go for more as Chatting aren't quite able to get the core off their side of the field. Josh taking a fair bit of damage, but it's Xianzu who gets taken out by the Aeronado. It's now 5 Kais in the power play here. Appa also looking very hurt. Dran pushing up, going for the KO, but doesn't hit the sweet spot on the pendulum swing. Appa will survive, but Evil Drew Danger going to have to hold it down against both forwards of 5 Kais. Will be able to do so till Xianzu comes alive again, as now they're looking to bring down a barrier. Hopefully the storm from General Twee, though, able to clear it out, and they can't get it out of this side lane. Appa isn't able to interact with the core when it's back there, because he's standing up, trying to go for where, the barriers are, but it will be one barrier going down here. Core flip from Dran getting used as well, as Xianzhu looking for more with the primary. Is going to be able to find it and open it up. A hook from Appa into the strike will get it through, and that's the set for Chatting.
That was really unfortunate for Dran. Hit it off that weird little angle on the side street. Caught his own barrier. Used flip. Couldn't quite get it out. Great job from Chatting. Eventually just overloading, getting that barrier. And Chatting quite close to taking this 1-1. If they take this one, they're one win away from the title. And rapid fire on Xianzhu plus team player onto Drew is pretty strong to start with. Deadeye on Kazan, a little less strong though.
It can still, a little bit less strong, but yeah, the prime time, or yeah, whatever it is called, the rapid fire and the team player are pretty much the big pickups that you want to see when you're chatting here. Deadeye does work on Kazan's open secondary though, because it goes where you started, so it can be useful here. But this being said, both teams going to be losing a barrier. Appa looking for a second one as well. Xianzhu taking a lot of damage though, but the goal is open. Xianzhu just has to survive the storm coming in. He'll be able to avoid it for now. Trying to get it back over. Everdrew Danger becoming the new forward of Xianzhu, having to fall back and try and stay alive here. Josh looking for this barrier, but Xianzhu able to clear it out in this top corner as General Twee forced to fall back now. Appa pulling him into the goo there. Try and keep him locked down, and now Everdrew Danger pushing up once again, just becoming the new midfielder. The storm coming out. Appa able to survive that somehow, getting knocked all around, and Xianzhu looking for the point. Dran able to get it past the abilities though, and keep it safe as the Giga Blast from Everdrew Danger doesn't quite find the KO or the point though, but he does have a core flip up as we go into overtime.
Good core flip there, straight to Abba, but can't quite get it in. Xianzhu with a lot of pressure as well, but Duran with some great saves for the side of 5Kais. Duran still has this core flip. Also, Twee and Appa both hurt. The barrier's open now for the side of Chikara Chatting. Eventually, General Twee goes down. Duran uses this core flip, trying to find something. Won't let Appa rest in his own goal. But Xianzhu, with that piercing shot, manages to get it straight past him. Goal for Chikara Chatting, 1-0 in his third set. This is their map, and they're proving why they picked it right now.
Yeah, it is looking so good. 5Kais has been held to, I think, one goal like this entire game. And if Chatting can close it out in a 3-0 sweep like this, it would be probably really good just for overall morale as we bring it into, potentially a game 3 here. As Appabug looking for the point, gonna find it as he gets knocked out by Dran. See him flying across the map there back to the spawn point, getting reset by the recovery drone. But this brings Chatting to match point, and just one big push here is enough to seal the deal and take game 2. They will lose one barrier on the kickoff here, but they could be looking from to convert here, as Xianzhu in this top side is getting pulled by the hook and getting taken out though. Appa does earn the size off of the anomaly in the middle though, but the 2v1 for Everdrew Danger is just going to be too much, as 5Kais will be able to put themselves on the board here, but they have to make the full reverse sweep to bring this one back and force the reset.
Still, that was a great job by 5Kais. Josh was going ahead, using that burst, knowing that it would absolutely kill Xianzhu from that spot. So much damage from both of these teams on this map, but Xianzhu with these piercing shots has been so effective at getting these barriers away from Dran. Forced onto the Rasmus here with that Mako band could be the band that the side of Chikara Chatting needed. The core is up here. 30 seconds to overtime, but Chikara Chatting doesn't even want to let it get there. Josh does get the barrier though, even past the core flip of Everdrew Danger, but Xianzhu and Appa try to get it in. Duran with a great save. General Twee gets it up there. Appa is looking quite low, bouncing around in there. Can't see Josh hiding in the stealth zone, but he is absolutely there, and he manages to get it right past Xianzhu on that crucial breakaway there. Appa gets it up to Duran, but this core flip is here, could be used, is used. Xianzhu though, teleports, gets it back in, has the core flip of his own, puts it forward. The piercing shot can't quite do it. And this is a crucial point for both teams. Appa can't get a hold of it. Nobody can get a hold of it. It's just going around, but Shianzu ends up getting it. I think that was Dran and Tweedo that hit it off of, again, that awkward angle on the side streets. Bounced in. It doesn't matter what happened, though. All that matters is Chikara chatting. Make this a 1-1 series, and Chikara chatting don't want to let this reset happen.
Yeah, that last round, Dran had like 4 really, really tight saves in a row, and it's unfortunate that it had to end that way with the core just going around him like that. But yeah, we are going to a game 3 in this series, and I mean, just looking at these stats, the redirects are kind of even from both sides. Of course, only 3 goals on the side of 5Kai, but I mean, they were putting in a lot of work. Of course, chatting, this being their map, clearly showing why they kind of got that home field advantage there. And as we go into game 3 as well, it's going to be chatting's pick once again, which is Atlas's lab. So going back to the labs again, Atlas Lab and Clarion Test Chamber, both laboratories of some kind. That seems to be the theme from Chikara chatting. But we'll see if they're able to keep it up and seal the deal and stop this reset from happening, or if it is in fact the 5Kai script and we force the bracket reset.
This is, I mean, both these teams are going to have so much experience on Atlas Lab. It's the default map. Everybody leaves this thing up. And I'm really interested to see what picks we get on this map. General Twee, you saw Chikara chatting hover the ban on the Juno before eventually switching it over to the Mako. I'm interested to see if General Twee will take the Juno this time. If it's up, maybe it was a fight or flight angle. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but both of these teams are going to have such a tough time here. I'm assuming we'll simply see the Julie ban again onto the side of from the side of 5Kai's targeting Appa Bug. I don't think there's a better ban than that here, Lego.
Yeah, no, it's definitely you just pretty much have to always ban Juliet against Appa Bug. It's kind of just like it's like one of the unwritten rules of Omega Strikers is don't let Appa play Julie. But yeah, it could be an interesting choice for chatting's ban though, because you could ban the Juno. It seemed like banning the Mako went pretty well for them on that last map, but it might ultimately just be up to starting Awakenings. Like if it's a heavy impact start, we might just see the Mako again. But if it is something like, Hot Shot or, 1-2 punch or even the fight or flight, it could be, the Juno getting cut out.
I just want to take 1 second here to take a breath, think about this, and really appreciate these bow ties that Saya gave us, Lego. We needed to get dressed up for the finals, right?
Oh yeah, we're looking sharp, looking snappy,
As if to stop me from talking about that, we are in the queue. We are ready to start getting into this game. I'm so interested to see what the ban is going to be from Chikara chatting. I'm so interested to see what these starting Awakenings are going to be. Looks like team player 1-2 punch. If there was a time for the Juno to show up, I mean, it's right here, but the Mako ban looking like it's going to come right back out. Well, that team player is so good for Mako. Reds the core with her passive really early on. Mako Julie bans. Juno is up with that 1-2 punch, and I really, there it is, immediately locked in.
It is a little bit worrisome, but chatting willing to take the risk here, saying that team player Mako is scarier than 1-2 punch Juno. We'll have to see what the plan is for dealing with that. I imagine Evil Drew Danger probably having that team player as well, and just kind of hoping is able to clear it out of those slimes before they're able to really grab it. But we see the Atlas from Dran and Josh, of course, back on the Zentaro. Everyone going 1-2 punch except for the goalies, both taking those team players for that passing speed, of course. As we get into round 1 here, General Twee on the kickoff, immediately just jumping in, trying to go for that goal. But Xianzu with the snipe, who's able to bring down a barrier for chatting instead. And Appa pushing up on the bottom, also earning a barrier, has level 2, bringing out the pass splitter and stopping hard, very, very hard. And with a strike war against Dran, it's going to be enough for chatting to take a 13-second goal to start off game 3.
I mean, Appa's known a little bit for this Asher as well. Watching that first point, that was extremely funny for me. I watched General Twee hit the core with a blob, and Appa just stopped moving. Total faith that Drew was gonna get the core right back to him. Was absolutely correct. Got the barrier, got the goal in pretty short order. This 1-2 Asher actually kind of doing work here. The first barrier does go down for the side of Chikara chatting, but they're both already gone for 5 Kais, and look at that! Giga from Evil Drew Danger knew exactly what Duran was looking to do, didn't want to let him do it. Chikara chatting looking strong on the start of Atlas Live.
Yeah, it's looking very good, and the Kai from Evil Drew Danger has been looking pretty good in all the games he's been playing in. But I think especially on this map, Kai can have a real dominating presence from the opposite side of the black hole. But this being said, it is the goalie who's taken out. Dran is gone. It's just Josh and General Twee forced to defend against the 3 members of Chikara chatting as Evil Drew Danger working his way up the field. Xianzu brings out the core flip, but Dran does respawn, tries to go for the pass up to Appa, but a little bit too quick there, unfortunately, as now Josh and General Twee trying to push back. Core flip from Evil Drew Danger gets it to Appa, though, and with a shot into the bottom and a stun onto Dran, chatting will take set 1.
I mean, you saw Xianzu try and do the core flip pass to Appa, and then immediately afterwards Drew hit the core flip pass to Appa and just put it in. I mean, it's looking good here for the side of chatting. These barriers for 5 Kais just aren't... They're not up. It doesn't matter. It's like they don't exist. And this is so much pressure from the side of Chikara chatting. I think it took under 10 seconds most of those times. Siege Machine picked up by Dran and Spark of Strength from General Twee. I think that's a red core with a strike primary for Juno, but I'm not 100% sure. But Rapid Fire Appa just means in your face, in your face. Not if he's dead though. Actually, that was 1-2 General Twee. The blob gets the kill onto Appa Bug. Don't let this Juno have strength. That's what General Twee says. 1 barrier goes down for each side. That's crazy fast, and unfortunately Drew can't quite get the clear here. Great job by the side of 5 Kais to take this barrier down and to save the one that they have. Duran holding up against Appa for once. This strike shot really helping to mess with the tempo of Chikara chatting's offense. But Xianzu with the recovery drum pushing forward gets the barrier. Appa's on top of Duran, who just ults for his own safety. I think that's the right call. Now he's full health with a full core flip. Good job getting it safe. But Xianzu takes out Josh with almost a full core flip. Lots of pressure here for Chikara chatting. There's the core flip from Duran. But the extra speed, get the kill from Appa Bug. No ultimate there. Xianzu looking to push forward, gets it to Appa. 1-2, puts it right into the bottom corner. Chikara chatting up 1-0.
We are seeing this core just absolutely rocket across the field at overtime with this 1-2 punch starts on all of the forwards here. I mean, it's just going to be, especially with those team players as well, it's just making these passing plays so valuable. They're able to move it across the field very, very quickly like we saw there. There's not really... Like, if you're in that 2v3 scenario like we saw and just kind of core flipping for time, it doesn't really work as well because the enemy team, like in this case chatting, was just able to just throw it back across the field almost instantly. And now with both barriers down, though, chatting is going to have to be careful. Xianzu is going to lose the recovery drone here. Firstborn, the core flip, get it back over to Appa Bug, who's now pushing this top corner. The expanse from Dran, but the black hole pops and Xianzu is down. 2v3, Josh to General Twee. Back to Josh, and with the Zen passive, is going to find the point. 5 Kai is going to tie it up. 1-1 here as they try to earn a set to contest the set that chatting has.
I think Appa killed Xianzu there. I mean, it hit off of Dran's big, obvious Atlas secondary, but the core hit the black hole. That was all she wrote for Xianzhu. Appa, though, really low health as the core flip, trying to survive long enough to use it, manages to keep himself in it, and while they're distracted with Appa, Xianzhu gets both barriers. Still has this core flip, eventually uses it, dies right after the barrier does as well. And Josh manages to get it right past Drew and Xianzhu into the top corner. Good defensive attempt from Chikara chatting, but 5Ks, Josh specifically puts it right in their corner, doesn't let them do anything.
That was a great read by Josh. He saw Evil Drew Danger walk up that way, and as soon as he reached that top wall, he knew he was going to turn around and go back to the bottom side, and so just immediately flicked it up to where he was previously standing and just snuck it right in. And, you know, those are the shots that we'd like to see, but chatting, pushing back hard. They're earning one barrier here. Core flip from Xianzhu. Goes around the bottom barrier a second time, though. And now Josh with the core flip, earning a barrier in return. Xianzhu is staggered, having to fall back a little bit, but Josh is also not looking too healthy. Burst from Evil Drew Danger is going to find the KO, but General Tweet picks up the barrier in return here, making it is a 2v3, but they have an open net here. Applebug pushing up, though, is going to bring down that bottom barrier. Now chatting, looking to score Xianzhu in the top with the primary. Gets it to Appa, who strikes towards it in, as chatting will tie it up on set point.
Xianzhu's primary stunned General Twee and Duran there. Didn't let them do anything. Duran had just enough energy to evade it. Maybe, not even sure. But great job from Xianzhu, and Appa takes advantage, putting it in. The first barrier goes down as well, and this could be an absolutely crucial point for this entire for this grand finals. This could be where Chikara chatting really puts 5Ks in a tough spot. But right now Xianzhu is the one in a tough spot, low health, and Josh manages to get that second barrier, pushing forward onto the side of Chikara chatting. All the barriers down. Overtime is 20 seconds away. Appabug has control of the core, but Josh has it now. Xianzhu pushed away, no health. Lots of pressure here from 5Ks and General Twee's blob. 1-2 puts it in. And a great job from 5Ks to equalize. Not let chatting build up that 2-0 lead. 1-1 instead. 1-1 all around. And Josh gets the first pick on this draft.
Yeah, heavy impacts as well on the board. Quick strikes here, demo, and also this hot shot is on the board for the Juno if Evil Drew Danger doesn't take it, and it looks like it will be falling down there as it's going to be a fight or flight pickup. But goes for the stagger swagger instead. Hot shot untouched here on the 1-2 punch start. I guess he doesn't really need it, I suppose, but it will be quick strikes going over to Xianzhu. The stagger swagger is going to be pretty nice for General Tweed, get some of the speed survivability though. Dran with the twin drive, very solid pickup on Atlas there, and Demolitionist going over to Appabug. That draft, it didn't really play out the way I would have expected, but it's not bad by any means. Everyone kind of getting a little something that they wanted, so we'll have to see how these awakenings are utilized now, as it looks like both teams trading barriers here in this first round.
Yeah, the barrier trade's pretty simple here. Xianzhu is, again, staggered pretty quickly. Just lots of damage coming out from Josh on this Centauro. Gets the goal and the recovery drone. 2-for-1 special here for the side of 5Ks. And 1-2 punch, knife's edge, heavy impact Centauro. Weak?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Josh's build is certainly pretty powerful here, and you know, 5Ks looking like they could be dragging it out into the late game, as already it's going to be a set for at least game. Dran finding a KO there though onto Appabug. Core flip coming out from Josh, doesn't reach it with the Zen passive though, gets stalled out in the midfield. It's okay, General Twee is able to bring down that bottom barrier anyway, and pushing up will earn a second one as well. Appabug back alive, but the slime from General Twee will be enough to force it through Evil Drew Danger, as 5Ks feels like we just got off that draft, have already put themselves on set point.
That draft was crazy sided for 5Ks, I think, actually. Drew got fight or flight, which is pretty good, but, like, Josh has so much damage now. Look at Xianzhu's health. Xianzhu can't play the game. Recovery drone's already gone. Josh is just following Xianzhu around. There goes
Oh,
Shianzu, and Chikara Chatting has to just fight a 2v3 again. Although they do manage to win it there. Great ultimate from Appa, but gets the barrier. But now Appa's hurt too. And like going for the health here, but there we go. Josh into Dram, gets it, but Shianzu solo gets the goal, pushes it past Twee. Dram doesn't have anything left, uses it all to kill Appa.
Yeah. And suddenly that Stagger Swagger pickup is making a lot more sense, as Five Kai's, I guess the game plan was to just have Josh kill Chikara Chatting, and letting them pick up Stagger Swagger, would have kind of ruined that plan. So, I mean, it's ended up working out really well for them so far. They're better at drafting than I am, but it is Chatting looking to push back and try and earn the first barrier here. Dran is able to clear it out with the Atlas primary, though. Core flip from the top side from General Twee will get the top barrier. Looking for more, trying to get it to Josh. Brings out the slime. Shianzu very, very hurt, as Josh looking for this KO as ever, but it's Abba who brings down the bottom barrier here. Josh forcing Shianzu out of the play as Evil Drew Danger rotating out to become the new midfielder here. Shianzu running back in after getting some health back. Brings down one barrier. Now Evil Drew Danger in the bottom corner looking to make this push aggressively, but Dran is able to clear that one out and get it back to General Twee and Josh. Shianzu still forced back a little bit due to the health concerns here, as Josh and General Twee just are able to control this midfield a lot better now. But a core from Appa is going to take out General Twee and totally change the game, as now pushing this top side as we go into overtime. Shianzu going to be able to find the point past the Atlas primary. Chatting tying it up on set point, 1 set to 1 set, as this game looking much, much closer than the last one.
Does 1-2 apply to a core flip? I'm so interested to know the answer to that question. Surely it must. It does. It does. And that's what Appa is doing there. That primary into the core flip gets the kill. The barriers are down. Drew pushes up. Maybe lags out a little bit there. Unfortunate timing for Chikara Chatting. Been seeing Drew jump around a little bit in this set. But Dran still has this core flip, uses it right now to try and get the core out. Shianzu puts it right back up to Appa. Appa with an open corner of the net, possibly. General Twee is around. The blob is here. General Twee and Josh combined to get this barrier. And that looks like a great shot. Josh is able to put in the rebound. 3-2. Five Kai's looking for the reset. One more set.
It is actually happening before our very eyes. Josh, the MVP now, going to get his pick. Explosive entrance on the board right here. Could be absolutely massive pickup for Five Kai's. Spark of Leadership is also available, but it is the explosive entrance on the Zentaro. There's only one spark on the side of Chatting, so they can't really hope for that to save, but it's picked up by General Twee anyway, who has the Spark of Strength. It's a Spark of Strength, Spark of Leadership, getting shared now to the Zentaro. Josh is looking absolutely terrifying. Shianzu going for the Among Titans once again. Manu denied from Appa there, as Dran going to pick up the Spark of Focus, and Evil Drew Danger forced onto the glass cannon, but Josh is suddenly the scariest player in this game right now.
Josh has been the scariest player in this game. He just got even scarier. But Appa Bug, with that Monumental, is able to push forward, and Shianzu gets the second barrier as well. Chikara Chatting has a great offense when they can run it. The question is, can they live long enough to run it? Shianzu again, so low. Both barriers down for the side of Chikara Chatting. Appa has the core, though, has a great chance here. Pushes it past Dram with the Asher primary. 1-0 in this fourth set.
Yeah, that is going to have to be Five Kai's bane, is if they do just lose the barriers, it becomes a lot harder for them to enact their game plan, the miniature Josh nuclear missile that is, as you see, Appa's health bar just gone right now. But they need to hold down those barriers so that Josh doesn't have to worry about controlling the core too much. They need to have that freedom to be able to take out Shianzu and gain that control in the midfield. But right here we see the top barrier going down. Josh's health bar also looking kind of low. Shianzu kind of fighting back here. He does have a core flip up. Has to burn it to stay alive, to not get knocked off the map by Appa, though. But it is Appa who gets knocked out instead, and with the core flip as well, is absolutely massive win there for Five Kai's, as they're looking to bring down this barrier, draining up to General Twee. Evil Drew Danger able to hold on, get it over to Shianzu, and with the primary is able to bring down the barrier, but Dran needs to catch this core quick. The Giga Blast comes out from from Evil Drew Danger, but Dran able to secure it, get it up to General Twee with the core flip will bring down the barrier, but now Dran still has to be very, very careful. They're able to hit the Soren angle and get it away from Appa, but they need to score this. They cannot risk Chatting getting on set point right here as we go into overtime. Dran and General Twee on the defense, but Appa right in the mix. Core flip from Dran gets over to Josh. Just doesn't find the point, but finds the kill onto Evil Drew, and that's going to be enough to allow General Twee to set it up and find the point regardless, as 5Kais will tie it up. They need 2 more here to try and take this and enact the grand plan.
Josh is so good at Zentaro, or this build is so good at Zentaro, or both. Probably both, actually. Great kills coming out from Josh repeatedly, though I think that kill of Appa is credited to Dran. Josh, though, gets the barrier, puts all this damage on Shianzu, who actually has the recovery drone still up, surprisingly enough, but Josh has a great angle here. 5Kais really looking to put the pressure on, looking to put this on a reset point. Josh has the core flip, doesn't really want to use it. Dran, same deal, but ends up burning it. There's the blob coming out from General Twee, can't quite get it. Dran not quite in the right spot and is punished pretty hard. But General Twee is here with the blob. There's the flip from Josh, doesn't even use the speed, just tries to use it for positioning. Lots of blobs on the field, pushing forward. Every member of Chikara Chatting here to defend. They've managed to hold, but General Twee has the core flip, uses it, hits it to Josh. Josh puts it back in, 1-2. And suddenly, reset point for 5Kais.
That overtime hit at the perfect moment for Josh to just sink it right back in with the 1-2 punch. Just red core it right past Evil Drew Danger. But now going into this round, 5Kais 1 point away from the reset, but Applebug finds a KO onto General Twee, and Josh brings down a barrier though. However, Chatting firing right back with barrier of their own, so looking to keep this power play going, keeping the core on 5Kai's side of the field. Shianzu sending around back will bring down the second one. This could be Chatting's chance to try and tie it up and try and bring out, force a set 5. But Applebug having to fall back just a little bit, trying to be on this defense here, get this core away from Josh and preserve their last barrier as Shianzu and Applebug now pushing up. Dran able to clear it out through the center though. Bad to Josh with the dribble into Strike War, will find the barrier and open up Chatting's side of the net. Zenolt coming out as well. Appa does have a core flip, but very, very low. Dran with the core flip instead to try and clear it out. Core flip from Josh will kill Appa as well, as now Evil Drew Danger forced to defend. Core flip coming out to try and buy a bit of time, walking way up the field, trying to become the new forward. The best defense is a good offense, says Evil Drew Danger is now in the bottom side fighting Dran, and will hold it down for a long enough. And Shianzu with a blink manages to go backwards and save it. Shianzu still on the bottom side, gets it all the way around into the top of the goal. Chatting tie it up on the set point.
Shianzu's world, we're just living in it. Oh my goodness, crazy play there from Shianzu. Drew Danger believed in Shianzu, and Shianzu rewards the faithful. Gets the save, gets the goal. Chikara Chatting suddenly alive again. Need to take this point to send it to a 5th set. 5Kais looking for the reset, but Shianzu gets both barriers, pushing forward again. Still has this recovery drone. Looking good, has an angle up to Drew Danger, the forward, the goalie in the forward in the net. And Chikara Chatting ties it up 2-2. We're going to set 5 here, and this is as close as we could have hoped for.
Oh my goodness, and Evil Drew Danger, the MVP, gets rewarded with basically every good Kai awakening on the board here. Missile Prop, Aerials, Primetime, Deadeye, and he's going to go for the Spark. That's going to be 2 Spark pickup, and denies it against General Twee as well, so that's not bad. It also denies it against Dran from getting 2, but built different, going over to Josh could be very, very scary here. Aerials, though, does go to Shianzu, which is going to be really, really strong on the Estelle. Missile Prop on the Atlas of Dran. Primetime over to General Twee, and Appa kind of forced onto the spec training there. We'll see how this goes. Shianzu looking kind of scary. Josh looking very, very scary here as we get into this set 5.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Appa's already dead. Keep an eye on Dran here. These strike shots and these Atlas primaries are going to be going so far with the added with siege. With Strike Shot, Siege Machine, Missile Prop, the absolute reach of this Atlas is not to be denied. both barriers down for the side of Shikara Chatting, but once again, they are managing to just group up, huddle up, and keep the core safe. But this piercing shot from Xianzhu again does so much work, gets the barrier. Appabug pushing forward, trying to get this from Dran. Xianzhu to Appa, the goal is in. And the script, Chatting doesn't like that script. They want to write their own first point of the set. 2 more, and Shikara Chatting would be your Season 3 champions. But they've got quite a lot to go through here, Lego.
I mean, they absolutely do. This is anyone's match, and with Josh finding the big KO onto Apple right there, it could be Five Sky's chance to try and tie it up once again, as they both have core flips up as well, pushing very hard. The slimes come out, but Chatting still holding it down on the defense here. Apple alive once again. Core flip from Josh is blocked by Evil Drew. Danger. Xianzhu back alive, and with a core flip there from Drew, will bring down a barrier instead. Core flip from General Twee, though, is going to find the KO onto Apple once again. Apple just not allowed to play this round, and they finally able to pick up a barrier here. Xianzhu and Evil Drew Danger forced to hold it down, but the core flip from Dran is going to go wide. The barrier will still be up. Xianzhu looking dangerously low. Xenol coming out from Josh, doesn't find the KO just yet, and Xianzhu finds the KO with the blink instead. Gets taken out. The recovery drone will reset it, though, so it is a power play now for the side of Chikara Chatting, as they're looking to make this push here. Xianzhu bringing it into this top side, where Applebug can hopefully stuff it through 5 Kais, but it looks like they'll be able to hold it down as we go into overtime now. Applebug staggered once again, as the Black Hole coming back up as well. Secondary from Dran is going to stop the barrier from going down here. Xianzhu still looking to make this push, but Appa getting taken out here. It's just Evil Drew Danger and Xianzhu forced to defend once again, but they've been holding it down 2v3 so far, but not this time. Explosive entrance from Josh is going to be enough to bring down the barrier, and the Zen ult will seal the deal. 5 Kais tie it right back up.
If that point had gone the way of Chikara Chatting, I think Duran would have been thinking about that core flip in his nightmares, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. They hold, and that really, really long Atlas primary does a lot, but Xion gets the better of General Twee off the Black Hole. Doesn't matter, though. Josh and Duran combining. Josh still has this core flip, looking to do something with it, buy some time with it. General Twee is back. One barrier will go down on both sides. Both top barriers gone, but so is Appabug yet again. And it's so tough for Chikara Chatting to do anything when they cannot survive. But yet again, look, Xianzhu is 1v3. Xianzhu gets the barrier. What a play from Xianzhu. And Appabug gets a kill. Pushes forward. This huge ultimate from Asher does so much, but they can't quite get this closed off. But Dran's just a little bit too late. Xianzhu gets it past him with that teleport, and Chatting is on season point.
That was an insane teleport from Xianzhu, and Xianzhu has just looked so incredible this entire season. I mean, we're seeing it right now in the finals, where Chatting is forced to pull out every stop in this game 3 here. They're going to lose one barrier here, but Appa looking to push back up and take one. Dran able to clear it out, but Xianzhu going to shoot right down to that bottom side and grab the barrier regardless. And now with low stagger bar, but they're still looking to push. Evil Drew Danger has a core flip up as well, sending it down into this bottom side. Josh looking to push back here. Xianzhu just trying to play for his life a little bit here against Josh, waiting for the orb, as Evil Drew Danger able to push up, burn the core flip, and just kind of buy Xianzhu a bit of time there. Try and push up, but Dran is once again able to clear it out and push it over the barrier. Josh brings out the Zen ult. It's not enough, but the slimes will be, as now Josh looking for this point, has a core flip up, burning it here, gets it through Xianzhu. It's 5 Kais tied on match point. This is season point for Chatting, and bracket reset point for 5 Kais. Set 5.5. You couldn't ask for it to be closer.
Oh my goodness. General Twee has the core flip here, uses it immediately, gets a barrier for it. Appa almost has one as well. Dran has theirs, uses it, doesn't quite get the save, but one barrier still stays up. Appa has the core flip. There it goes as well. Saved away by the side of 5 Kais, but the health bar is looking a little bit harsh. Atlas, though, gets the ult down, pushes forward. Josh with the core, trying to do this against Danger. A great jump from General Twee, puts the blob down in the face of Evil Drew Danger. Dran tries to get this out there, but amazing job by Xianzhu and Appa. Everything is open. Anyone can deal it with just one moment here. General Twee pushes forward. Shields, who has a core flip, will use it, puts it forward. Great save by Duran, gets it back out of there. Appelbug is hurt. Appelbug still hits it in, can't quite get it. Josh pushing forward. The blobs are here. General Twee jumps. Duran gets the kill onto Appelbug, pushes him into the black hole, and that buys so much time. But Evil Drew in danger, and Shianzu in the net, putting up such saves. Incredible play from Shianzu, putting great core flip from Duran. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Bracket reset. The script is real.
That was the most insane teleport from Shianzu, and the wildest reaction by Dran. He had to know that was coming. That had to be a prediction. There's no way that he reacted to that.
I can't believe
that was an incredible save.
I thought Shianzu had it. But Dran,
that was inhuman.
clutch.
That was an inhuman reaction.
Clutch. That's all I have to say for that. That's just clutch. Holy moly. That is a game. That is a grand finals game. You know, that's what you want to see, right? You want to see that? You want to see it again?
To see that. I want to see that again. I want to see that again. We're about to see it again. You couldn't ask for a better final game. Game 3, set 5.5. Insane. And also, right before that, Evil Drew Danger got it's friggin' Soren angle through like 8 abilities to send it over there in the first place. And then Dran clears it. Shianzu blinks. Dran immediately flips, sends it to General Twee, straight down to Josh in the overtime speed, and just sinks it right in. 5 Kais were locked in that round. They look at that on the replay right there. Oh my goodness. That's absolutely beautiful. But that's 5 Kais getting a well-deserved bracket reset as we move into the next series. I
need a reset too.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That was absolutely amazing.
Oh my god. I don't really have words for that one. There was such good play from every single player on the map on that last point. I mean, Shianzu and Drew held up 2v3, almost dying in the open net, got it away. Shianzu, that blink, we saw that blink a couple points prior, and Dran was just a little bit too slow that time with the secondary. Ended up putting it into his own goal. But this time, he manages to get the core flip off, and awareness to just pass it is, I don't even know. It's I need to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at that game earlier in the game, we saw Shianzu kind of do something similar where he shot it like past Dran's primary, and like when Dran wasn't expecting it, and he went for the secondary and ended up being just too late and hitting it backwards. And I guess on that final set, Dran just locked in and basically said, "I've seen this one before," and just flipped it right there. I mean, the focus was absolutely there for both teams, but especially on the side of 5 Kais, because that could have been a very, very different game had even one small thing changed at all.
Oh my goodness. What a good game. What a good series. You know what's really cool, by the way, Lego? We know now. They did pick ban again, and it was the exact same thing. Every ban, every pick was the same. We're going Night Market, Clarion, Atlab once again.
Oh my goodness.
Just run it back. Run it back.
Let's run it back. If those first 2 games, if we go to another game 3 Atlas Lab set 5.5, I don't even know how to react to that. that would be absolutely insane if they managed to basically duplicate it. Once again, of course, if you're playing right now, you hope to just take the 2 games and run. But of course, for us watching, I want to see it again.
Okay. Deep breath. Deep breath. Okay. Looks like chatting is sticking with that Mako ban. Can't imagine we're seeing anything but the Julie ban from the side of Five Kais. We have an Aerials heavy impact start. Make sure that Mako can't do anything. Heavy impact allows a lot of things. I know that like impacts are a bit of a confusing thing in this game, but I'll just announce this to everyone. Impacts are when a single ability can simultaneously hit 2 or more targets. Luna ult is an impact. Luna rocket is not an impact. And Mako secondary is an impact. It hits your teammates. Right now though, none of that matters. 4 heavy impacts, 2 aerials on both midfielders. Xianzu and General Twee sticking with the Estelle Juno. Josh on the Zentaro did 60,000 damage or something last game, and Drew still on the Kai. Good to see, and it's gonna be a rough one. Buckle up, folks. Here we go. One barrier goes down for the side of Chikara chatting. Xianzu looks like he's about to as well. Both barriers actually down, and a good offensive push broken up by a great Giga Blast from Evil Drew Danger. Xianzu with the clear here. Trying to get it back past Josh, but General Tweed jumps back in. Dran can't quite get a strike shot onto this core, and Appa's just looking to touch something, so he becomes level 2. Instead he gets touched though, not quite what he wanted, ends up going down. Josh already has this core flip pushing forward. Dran gets it to Twee, gets the blob forward. There's the aerials distance on that leap, but Appa grabs it, seizes control of the core, doesn't let that flip do anything, and overtime closed red core. Doesn't matter though, accidentally hits it right to Josh, and Josh puts it to the top corner.
A bit unfortunate pop-up from Appa, but when you have those circular abilities, it's always the risk that you run that it goes a bit backwards there. But it's just the first point and first set as well, so it doesn't necessarily mean too much. Chatting, of course, always bring it back. I mean, as we've seen in these those last few games, but with a goal open now, Chatting looks like they could have a chance here. Xianzu walking up to this bottom side, going to force the core flip out of Dran. Evil Drew Danger in the midfield, but the jump from General Twee is going to keep the core over on Chatting's side. Josh in this bottom is going to get shut down by Xianzu, though, with a great little clear there. And now Dran trying to get it out of here. Evil Drew Danger does have a core flip up, though, if things get dicey. Now Josh and General Twee pushing up on this bottom side. A jump from General Twee is going to stop the out clear there and get the barrier and force out the core flip as well. As now both sides open here. Five Kais looking to make this push. Dran sending it into the top side to Xianzu, running right up there to respond, trying to get it over to Appa, fighting General Twee in this bottom side. The primary is going to come out and hit stun Dran, and that's going to be Chatting tying it up.
Great job there by Xianzu, using the speed of the middle to rotate back and forth. Dran not having enough energy to hit the evade to avoid that piercing shot. Just a really, really good job by Xianzu pushing forward here. And I mean, it's more of the same. A very, very close series is leading to some very, very close games in this bracket reset. Oh my goodness, Lego Mage.
And that was 3-on-3 in that bottom corner. It will be Chatting that brings down the barrier as they're looking to make the push. Josh has a core flip up. General Tweed gonna have a core flip up shortly, so they're on a bit of a timer for the potential power play. Josh's core flip gonna get shut down by Evil Drew Danger's barrage though, so that's always very nice. As now Appa looking to make the push secondary from Gran into Slime is gonna be enough to get it out. Trying to get back up to Josh. Evil Drew Danger able to keep it out, but a core flip from General Tweed will secure the barrier here. And now the Slime's coming out in Chatting's goal box. Xianzu and Evil Drew Danger going to be able to hold it down for now, though. They're trying to get it back up to Appa, but General Twee is just such a menace in this midfield here. But Appa going for the shot into the bottom. The blink from Xianzu will secure it and put Chatting on set point.
I saw Xianzu running in circles on the middle, waiting for the speed to form. The speed came up and it didn't even matter. Just use the teleport anyway. Put it right in. Don't know if that's misdirection or what, but I'm looking at Xianzu getting a lot of speed from these center anytime chatting around offense. Great job getting that barrier. Appabug has the flip, trying to put it in, and Xianzu gets credit. Pushes it in with that primary. Again, Dran just doesn't have the energy to evade. And chatting take the first set of this reset.
And Xianzu, the MVP here, starting with aerials already is very, very strong on the Estelle. Getting the heavy impacts aerial start was really good for chatting here. It's pretty good as well for 5Ks, but it's going to, let chatting get off to a pretty decent start. Stagger Swagger pick up for a bit more speed. It is going to be Among Titans going over to General Twee. Drew opting into the Sparks once again. He's done that in a few games now, and it's gone pretty well. Demo going to be picked up by Josh and Team Player over on the Atlas, and it is going to be built different. Going over to Appabug, the size on Kazan, as we've seen, very, very strong here. But yeah, that Team Player going over to Dran could potentially be a bit of a game changer. Could be able to clear it out a bit now, but chatting as well have a pretty solid draft as we get into our next set.
Oh, great pressure from 5Ks immediately gets both barriers. One goes down from them as well. Ava almost took the second one there with that, but couldn't quite get it. Josh's primary puts so much damage onto Evil Drew Danger. Just trying to avoid getting hit by Josh here, but can't avoid everything. Dran can't get the save, and Appa, the very last pixel of that barrier. Great shot from him. Josh has passive, full health, and core flip, looking to use it, but it doesn't matter. Appa seizes control of the core, puts it in the top. Dran's strike shot just a little bit too slow, and chatting off to an early lead.
Great hook there from Appa, and getting into our next round here. Josh still has that core flip up, so they could potentially find some way if they could hit like a double barrier or something. It would be really big, and in fact, going for it right there, burning the core flip. It will only hit one though, but going to receive the core once again, and with a primary bring down the second barrier as 5Ks looking to make this push and score a quick point here. General Twee pushing up as well, but Appa coming back on the defense to try and push it back. Dran, however, going to be able to send it back there, and there is core flips up for both Appa and General Twee here, so this could go one of two ways. A blink from Xianzu and the primary going to bring down that barrier though. Xianzu trying to send it back in. Core flip from General Twee is going to get blocked in this midfield as Xianzu trying to get back up to Appa, but it's Josh in this top corner going for that bottom side. Evil Drew Danger is able to hold it down, getting it over to Appa. Core flip from Dran to clear it out off to General Twee. Straight to Josh, finds the shot into the bottom side. Great angle there for 5Ks to tie it up once again.
Twee was so good at preserving the speed from the flip from Dran there. Got it up to Josh with all the speed. Really hard for them to react to. Great job, and one barrier goes down. Drew just decides, just let one go. Better that than to get double barriered, and you know what? He's absolutely right. One barrier goes down on the other side too. Dran knows the angle Appa wants, can't quite get it this time. Drew putting it upwards, but that's a little bit of a contested area. I'm not sure if that's the play, but he gets it out with the barrage. Great job, and both these teams are so good on defense, and they're starting to learn each other's tricks. I can't imagine how good they're gonna be after another 2 more games of this, right? That's what we need for another bracket reset, but Appa puts it down there in the bottom corner with that core flip. Oh my goodness, chatting again off to an early lead.
Yeah, they're on set point here, and Xianzu has a core flip up, so this could be, and with 2 barriers going down pretty quickly, core flip coming out right now. It's going to get stalled out, though, by Dran's primary. Get it back over to the forwards here, but Evil Drew Danger able to clear it back out, get it into this bottom corner where Xianzu and Appa can maybe force a point. Fortunately, the slimes are going to prove to be too much of a hindrance. Drew finding a center clear here, trying to get it over to Appa with the hook, but the strike shot from Dran sending it right back into this midfield scuffle. Xianzu winning it out, getting to this bottom side, dribbling it into primary, and with Appa dashing in for security, Chatting will take their second set and be looking very, very solid here in game 1.
So what's important here, Lego, is that 5Ks picked Night Market. Last time around, 5Ks won Night Market. Chatting taking this one absolutely changes the reset script, and I'm wondering if we're going to see that happen. We see Drew hovering the Spark of Leadership only with the Spark of Agility. General Tweed not even going to let that go through, but it has to trade it for 1-2 punch. Prize Fighter means that Josh can live or die off of getting these KOs. Let's see what happens. I have no idea what's going to happen, but Fight or Flight from Xianzu seems like an absolutely huge pick.
Yeah, that's definitely pretty scary. It's scary awakening in general when you already have the stagger swagger speed, plus the slick kicks, plus the aerials on the Estelle. Xianzu just has so much core control right now in the midfield. It could be pretty terrifying for 5Ks, and like you said, if this goes over to a game 2 on the Clarion Corp, we've seen Chatting on that map. They're so good at that map, and if you're 5Ks, you really don't want to lose here, but Chatting will be taking their first point here, because if they do make it to that game 2 without a win, it could be looking like Chatting will just take the series 2-0.
Was a crazy Giga from Evil Drew Danger. Knew exactly where General Tweed wanted to jump to, put the Giga there, put him off the map, and really that got them the whole point. Josh, though, gets one barrier on the side of Chikara Chatting, trying to push forward, has the full core flip, dashes up, can't quite get it, but General Tweed can. The aerial's distance on those jumps is truly something that you have to be concerned about. Dran uses the core flip, but the barrier ends up going down anyway. Josh has it, uses the ult, can't quite get it. There's the flip, kills Evil Drew Danger with it, but does not get the goal. Saved with their last breath. Josh trying to get this in past Xianzu. General Tweed gets it in the right spot, and Josh confirms it. Good job by 5Ks, but still a mountain to climb.
Yeah, they have to make the reverse sweep here. I think that is definitely possible, but it's just going to be really, really, really hard with Chatting's lead that they've created here and with the awakenings that they have right now. I'm not entirely sure what 5K's win condition here. I guess it's just kill Evil Drew Danger and try and maybe win that way, but we're trading barriers right now. Applebug gonna have core flip up. General Tweed first forced to burn core flip there to clear it out, but the goal is open here. Josh, though, with the Zenalt gonna open the goal in return. Appa pushing his way up the field, though. Xianzu right behind him, sending it back in this midfield here. Xianzu has a core flip up as well. In this top side, Evil Drew Danger trying to find a way to get it past Josh here. We'll do so with the barrage. It's Xianzu pushing up into the bottom side. Core flip coming out, gonna be able to get it through Dran and put Chatting on match point.
Match point here for Chatting on the map on the first map that they lost last time, but it's really tough here. Applebug has a full core flip. Drew's almost there as well. Dran does almost have one too, but Josh right now looking at the only player without much energy, Xianzu, trying to get a bunch of damage onto him, but can't quite do it. Dran uses the core flip up to General Tweed, doesn't get the speed preserved though, manages to get the clear, but so much pressure here from Xianzu, from Applebug. There's the last barrier, could potentially be the last point of Night Market here, but Josh and General Tweed pushing forward, using the blobs to create some space. Evil Drew Danger buys some time with that core flip, but has no evade left. Full core flip here from Josh, puts it in the bottom corner. 5Ks. I mean, every single time one of these teams gets a big lead, it feels like the other one pulls it back, and this point is huge, Lego.
Yeah, this is absolutely critical here for 5Ks that they take this and don't go to game 2 on a loss. It would be really, really rough, but they're going to have to really, really lock in, take this point, and then take the next 2 sets to make that happen here. They've gotten one barrier, and Josh is looking for more in this bottom corner. However, Xianzu is just a little bit too much of a menace and able to clear it back out, getting it over to Applebug. One barrier going down. Appa is pretty hurt here, but should be able to survive for now. Core flip getting used by General Tweed there as well to send it back over to Chatting's side of the field. Xianzu, though, holding it down against Josh in the corner, but Josh will get it through and up to General Tweed to bring down that barrier and open up the goal. Appa looking for the barrier, but Dran able to clear it out into the bottom side here. Appa still trying to get it through the slimes for General Twee, going to shut that down, but Xianzu keeps sending it right back in. They cannot get it past this. Estelle will send it up to the top side. Xianzu, of course, running right up to the top side, gets to Appa. The open primary brings down the barrier. Josh General Twee, though, on the rebound, trying to convert, trying to get this point here as we go into overtime. Appa into the top, off the center. The angle is perfect. And Chatting takes game 1.
Night market angle. What a shot from Alphabug. Puts it in. Can't blame Dran for missing that one because, I mean, how do you even defend a shot like that? But absolutely massive. Chikara Chatting takes Night Market this time around, takes it 3-0. In fact, only 4 goals for the side of 5 Kais, but you really have to think, can 5 Kais show up on Clarion? Because it seemed like Chikara Chatting know their stuff on this next map. Ooh boy.
Yeah, Chatting definitely kind of owns Clarion Corp here. So them taking this win on Night Market is absolutely huge, especially 3-0 like that. They kept it close in the first series, but ultimately 5 Kais was able to hold it down and take the W. Of course, this is absolutely huge moment for Chatting. They just need to win this game 2 here to take it all. But like they won on 5 Kai's map here, maybe 5 Kais can continue the trend and win on Chatting's map, but it's definitely going to be really tough. Starting Awakening, of course, going to matter a fair bit here. I imagine the bans are probably going to be similar to what we've been seeing Juliet and Mako, but I'm curious if that would at any point change up, like, at all? Because it doesn't seem like Chatting can really be banned out other than the Juliet.
I mean, I feel like the general consensus is that the gap between Appa's Juliet and Appa's other characters is larger than the other gaps that you could find on this team. Not that Appa is bad on other characters, but that Appa's Julie is just that scary. And I really don't know. Appa's in chat saying it's Westy Wednesday. We'll see about that. We see Cast to Last, Heavy Impact as the starters, and Mako, Heavy Impact again. We're seeing Heavy Impact a lot here. It's really good for that Zentaro, but it's really good for Mako as well. I wonder if we'll see Dran pick something else besides this, besides the Atlas. That's the only thing that I can really think of for a change that might be done.
He went for the Rasmus last time on this map, which Rasmus goalie is pretty decent on Clarion Corp, but obviously they didn't do so well. Chatting kind of swept them, so we'll see if there's a change. It will be the Atlas once again.
Double Estelle.
Oh, that's interesting.
There's the change.
Yeah. So we got the no more Juno here. General Twee is on the Estelle, Dran on the Atlas once again, but not on this map before, and then everything the same over on the side of Chatting as everyone going heavy impacts here. It is a full-on heavy impact start, so we'll have to see if 5 Kais is able to do the upset and win on Chatting's map and bring it to another game 3, or if Chatting will just seal the deal and end it here. As we get off to a bit of a slow start, no barriers down yet, but it's Chatting trying to find the first one here. Of course, Dran able to get it out and hit level 2 as well. As long as they can stop Appa from touching the core and getting level 2 too early, they should be able to take at least a point here, maybe. But we'll have to see how it goes as both teams still have their barriers up. Xianzu getting big, though, could be a game changer as that. With the primary, both barriers going to be going down on the side of 5 Kais. Josh able to fire right back as Xianzu looking pretty hurt here. Brings out the Zen ult, but Xianzu will stay alive for now. Josh has a core flip up, though, so it could be a little bit dangerous. Xianzu getting taken out right there by the Zen primary. The core flip coming out from Josh into passive will bring down the barrier and start the power play for the side of 5 Kais. Dran sending it up to General Twee. Appa trying to just cut the passes in this midfield as we go into overtime. Xianzu back online once again here. And sending it up at the top side, trying to get it over to Appabug, trying to get it through the core flip from Dran's going to send it all the way around the map and up into the top side, right past Evil Drew Danger. Five Kai started off with a goalie goal.
Yeah, great shot from Dren. Uses that core flip, bounces it all the way around, I believe, Project Maelstrom. Such a difficult map to play around. General Twee, though, is already staggered. Thankfully, Atlas is here to put you back to full health, make sure that core flip doesn't get wasted, hopefully. But no one can get a handle on it on the bounce house, and it bounces all the way around and even takes a barrier. And look at the health bars on the side of Chikara chatting. Evil Drew Danger's on the wrong side of the map, and this time he didn't choose to be there. He just got sent there, but it doesn't matter. Appabug is the one who gets the kill, pulling Duran to his death into his own goal. Josh and General Twee bunkering down, defending this barrier, but that's enough time for most of the health to get back to Chikara chatting. And for Appabug, who doesn't really care, just gets the barrier, dies for it, doesn't mind as long as they can hold up. They've still got a barrier here, and the bounce house really just sending it everywhere. Shionzu sends General Twee off the map. No, it was Evil Drew Danger. I apologize. Great Giga Blast from the Kai. Ends up losing the barrier, though. Is it worth it if you can score on this power play? Absolutely. Can't quite get it. General Twee trying their best to get it past. But Appabug, again, just seizes control of the core with that hook from Rasmus. Takes it, puts it in past Dram, 1-1.
Nice hook from Appa, tying it up now. I mean, these rounds going on for significantly longer than they were last series. So Five Kais, like we saw Chatting learn about Five Kais last match. I think that Five Kais are learning about what Chatting's doing this match. So it could be a much closer game than it was previously, but trading barriers here. General Twee still holding the core in this top side. Josh pushing up here as well, has a core flip up, burns it here. Giga from Drew is going to stall it out though, get it back down to Shionzu, but Drew is looking pretty hurt here as Josh just looking for the KO, gonna evade and find the orb. Meanwhile, Appa and Shionzu are able to bring down the barrier and looking to make this push. Shionzu looking pretty hurt here, but still staying up, still treating the core to Appa. General Twee on defense. Evil Drew Danger running up, giving Shionzu a little bit of a break in this midfield to get some health back, but General Twee is pushing up hard, and Josh back in this top corner once again. Shionzu able to clear it out though, and now up to Appa with the hook. Can't find the strike though. It's going to go a little bit past him and over to Josh. Luckily, Evil Drew Danger is able to clear it around and try and get it back up the field here. Looking to dribble and try and get through, but the Rose Thorns from General Twee are going to snipe it and bring out the barriers. We go into overtime. Core flip coming out as well, but can't get it past Shionzu. On the top side, the Atlas center thing exploding, trying to get it over to Josh here. Giga Blast coming out. Evil Drew Danger is so hurt though, as a shot getting it all the way around to Appabug, but can't get it through Dran just yet. Shionzu pushing up hard, but Josh falling back on the defense. We'll shut that down. Could have another chance here. Shionzu passing the primary from General Twee, dribbles it, gets it up to the top. Evil Drew Danger pushing up, but a little bit too far as General Twee with the Rose Thorns. Gonna get it past the barrage, and Five Kais bring it to set point.
Great job by Five Kais. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they won a set here on Clarion Court the first go-round. Both these teams looking to change their fate on the maps that they didn't even pick. Willing to leave them up, but, I mean, we've seen that before. Not with the core flip this set, but still, Evil Drew Danger just pushes it all the way up. Core flips 15 seconds in, puts it in at a little side streets map. The stealth from Drakkar going to make some noise here on this map, despite Drakkar not being played. Lego, this is it. This is a huge point.
Yeah, this first draft could be very, very important. It always is, but I mean, when you're in a situation like this where it's make or break for Five Kais, losing it to the first draft would be really, really upsetting if Appa's able to get like a twin driver, a specialized training or something on the Kazan. He's already started with a heavy impact, so it could be pretty deadly. Shionzu as well, if he's able to pick up something really good, like or deny the explosive entrance even, could potentially be lethal here for Five Kais. But they're looking to try and take a barrier, but the defense from Chatting has been too strong. However, with that KO from Josh, they might have a chance. Shionzu is out of the picture. They have a bit more room in the midfield. They'll get one barrier here. Dran looking to send it back in. General Twee looking to force the side street angle. Shionzu will come back alive, though, to be on the defense. Josh still controlling the core in this bottom side as we go into overtime. The General coming out. General Twee walking in as well, but Chatting are able to clear it back out to the midfield and send it back over to 5Kai's side of the map, but the battle now on the top side, General Tweet versus Evil Drew Danger in the side streets. Core from Evil Drew Danger going to come out as Applebug finds a KO onto Josh. The Thorns for General Tweet, though, bring down the barrier, but it's a 2v3 as in this bottom side street, Evil Drew Danger getting it to Xianzu. Core flip from Dran's going to get blocked. General Tweet versus Xianzu in the bottom side. They're trying to force it through. Evil Drew just keeps sending it right back in, but General Tweet is slowly making his way up the field, getting over to Josh as General comes out, tries to go for the strike, but can't quite find it. Dran sending it back into the top side. General Tweed getting it through the side street, trying to get it to Josh, trying to force the strike forward. Barrage coming out, will save it for now. Shot into the bottom. Xianzu secures it with the Rose Thorns. The goal is open now. Shouting just has to find the point. Appa sending it down, waiting for Xianzu to try and find something. Can't get the primary though. The bounce is too weird. As now it's Josh in the bottom side trying to find the point onto Chatting. Evil Drew Danger try to keep it safe, not going for that cross net pass unless he got it. But in the top side, General Tweed with the reposition into the primary is going to shoot it right through and take the set for 5Kais.
Yeah, that angle from Appa to hit the core off the corner, then off the side street thing, didn't even get touched by Xianzu's ultimate. But in the end, doesn't matter. General Twee teleports up there, doesn't have to core flip, just that primary, and he'll have more of them with the rapid fire. And the prime time also getting taken. Drew holding on to his pick there to eventually get chrono boost. Interesting stuff. Explosive entrance denial by Appabug. Kind of have to do that. Josh has prize fighter again, and feast or famine is exactly what you do with this awakening, and we'll see. I feel like we haven't been seeing as many kills as we were before.
Yeah, the damage hasn't quite come online for either team too much. They've just kind of have been relying to rely on knockback for the KOs, but so far it's just been a battle of core control, it feels like. And with now Applebug pushing up into the bottom, the barrier going down. Chatting could be looking to get another point here. Nice strike war there from Evil Drew Danger. Josh looking pretty hurt there. Xianzu denying the orb as well. Could be pretty bad, but the bounce going wide. Dran luckily able to get to it in time. The bounce house map, you got to be very careful on this as the core moves around very erratically when it hits those walls. But now Applebug just walking up, going to be able to strike war it through Dran with that advantage there and take the point. No abilities up on the Atlas, so Chatting will be the first to fire in this set, but they are still down one set, which 5Kais was not able to do last time, so it is already looking pretty different.
It's looking pretty different, but right now, again, we see another early lead. Appabug is getting hurt again. This is familiar, actually. Prize fighter stack number 2 for Josh. And this could very quickly become a problem for the side of Chikara Chatting. The middle is quite low. Josh is going to get it. So much power on this Zentaro right now. 190 gets rid of Xianzu with it. Has core flip, gets it to General Twee instead, who gets the barrier, forces the flip out of Drew, but Josh just gets it right back in. Doesn't matter. Here's a flip again. Doesn't end up using it. It gets out. Xianzu is back. Josh still lurking. Has the core flip, flips, gets rid of Appabug, gets the third prize fighter stack, gets the goal, or General Twee does at least. And suddenly 5Kai's in a great spot here.
That was a great core flip from Josh. Got the KO, kept it in the play, kept it going. But we're off to kickoff once again, where it's all tied up still. Chatting looking to bring down the first barrier here. Evil Drew Dangers in the midfield looking to keep this going. Xianzu pushing up hard. They get the expanse here, but Josh is able to clear it out, give Dran a bit of time to get those cooldowns back up here as well. Trying to get it past Appabug there on this top side. General Twee trying to force it through this midfield. Unfortunate bounce off of that side street, but they do find the KO onto Appa and force the 2v3 here as Josh pushing up hard. Xianzu not looking so healthy either. Both barriers falling down. Chatting in a very scary position as a pass down to Josh. It is struck war away, but Dran trying to send it back in. Appa is back online here, but 5Kais is still pushing pretty hard here in this side lane. Appa versus General Twee, both trying to force it through, but General Twee wins, gets it up to Josh, and with the passive, it's going to be enough to bring 5Kais to set point once again.
Alright, I know 5Kais just got set point there, but I'm so focused on Appabug's dash over the top side street. It looked a little wonky, not quite sure what happened there. maybe just really, really good positioning, but it doesn't really matter here. 5Kais gets a barrier, gets it out almost immediately. Both barriers down for the side of Chikara. Chatting. Drew is down as well. Duran can't get it past Appa Bug, General Twee, and Josh. Josh off the middle, and then great pass to himself. Amazing job by Josh getting that goal. And remember how this was 3-0 Chatting last time? What if it's 3-0 5Kais? Huh? Huh?
Oh my god! If this was a 3-0 5Kais and just a total reversal of what we saw in the last series and brings it to a game 5, or sorry, a game 3, that would be absolutely wild. But it is going to be a fight or flight pickup for Josh. He is locked out of all of the dash awakenings as well. Chatting has all of them, so that's pretty good. But Evil Drew Danger going for the sparks once again. Quick strikes onto General Twee. Twin drive, meanwhile, onto Shianzu. Both very good awakenings on Estelle. Dran getting the team player once again. That could be very, very nice, especially on this bounce house map that we just rolled. And Applebug kind of forced into the Spark of Strength, so a little bit more power there. But we'll have to see how this turns out. Chatting, playing for the late game here with those Spark pickups. We'll have to see if they make it there, as 5Kais just need to take this set to force another game 3. As this one barrier to one barrier, Josh looking to force another barrier to come down here, but Shianzu working his way up the midfield, getting it over to Appa, and the barrier will fall here. Chatting hasn't opened goals. Evil Drew pushing up to the midfield, trying to get through General Twee, but the abilities from the Estelle are just a little bit too much, forcing it back over, but it will make it through, and over to Appa with a pop-up into the bounce house. Will find the shot into the goal and take the point for Chatting.
Keep an eye on Appa, Bug, and Dran this point. Appa is doing so much damage now, even with just that little bit of extra power. It's just multiplied by the heavy impact and the explosive entrance. I know that while I said that, Chatting almost all died, it seems like, but it's still important to watch. Josh uses this core flip, gets it to General Twee, but they can't quite get the barrier, and Chatting's health bars are not in a good spot, I would say. I think that's the nicest way to put it, but that's okay. One of them is, it's Evil Drew Danger. He's here. He's the forward for a second, and now he's back trying to save the day. I believe that was Shianzu with a great kill onto Josh, who now has 0 prize fighter stacks. Really, really big this early in the set. Don't let the power on that prize fighter stack multiplicatively, but you know what? While I'm saying that, Josh gets a goal, Josh gets a kill, we're back to even, we're back to 1 prize fighter stack. Woo.
What a Zenalt from Josh. Shianzu was walking to the core to try something, and off kickoff, General Twee gets the double barrier though. But sorry, as I was saying, yeah, Shianzu was walking back to the core, and Josh just basically stopped him in his tracks with that, let the goal slide in and threw Shianzu off of the map. But with a quick double barrier here in this round, 5Kais could be looking pretty solid. Chatting does earn 1 barrier here, but Josh trying to force another barrier, trying to get into position, try to find this goal. Dran has to find a way to clear it out of this bottom corner, though. Appa and Shianzu are keeping it in pretty solidly. Josh in the side street will be enough to force it back into Chatting's goal box. General Twee going for the top of the barrage by Drew, stops it, but it doesn't matter because get back to Josh, who's going to find the strike four against Shianzu and get the point and put 5Kais on match point, and it is looking like a reversal from last series. Chatting to Ignite Market, and now 5Kais 3-0 Clarion.
Absolutely could be. Great awareness there. Great pass from General Twee on that last point. Uses the core flip here, but Evil Drew Danger able to hold it, not let that go in. And I mean, this is such a good series. I was so surprised to see Chatting push so hard on that on Night Market, but right here, Josh puts it in. Prophecy, the reboot, the remix. 5Kais 3-0 on Chatting's pick of Clarion Corp, and we are going back to Atlas Lab for Game 6 of the Grand Finals. Winner take all.
Oh my goodness, this is it. This is it. It is, if we are truly, there 2 scripts have been written now. Script 1 is that 5Kais does the loser's bracket run and wins. Script 2 is that both series played today are complete inverses of each other, where Five Kais does Night Market on the first one, Chatting does Clarion the second one, and then Five Kais wins in set 5 on Atlas Labs. The reversal, of course, being Chatting take Night Market, Five Kais take Clarion Corp, and Chatting win Atlas Lab on set 5.
This is such a good series.
It's going one of two ways, and I think either way it's going to a set 5. I think we're running it back.
I mean, I can't imagine not running it back at this point. Do you, if you are Chikara Chatting, switch your ban to the Zentaro? Josh has looked so good on Zentaro. Game after game after game.
It's tough. It's very tough because Dran was on that Mako at first, but they've banned it out for so many games. Do they throw off Josh's groove and just ban the Zentaro and open up the option for the Mako, or does it not even matter? Do they do that and Dran just plays Atlas anyway because he's been doing it for the last couple of games?
That's such a good question. There's always players are generally so good at this level about, being able to play all these different characters, but there's something to be said about just playing the same character over and over again, getting into that rhythm, and I really don't know. Sometimes it might just be worth it to just switch over and just force someone to take that first set at least to really start to get their muscle memory back for this new character. But you wouldn't do that with Appa's Julie because you know that Appa's just gonna remember how to play it. So it's really, really tough. It's not an easy spot for either of these teams. I feel like we're probably going to see the bans stay the same, but I feel like it's gonna be a mistake for one of them.
It's very, very tough. I mean, we see the heavy impact start in a good few games now. It's just been a popular awakening, and if for some reason it rolls again, it could just. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Mako Juliet ban, and then the exact same team comps we've seen with Kai, Asher, Estelle, and then the Juno Zen Atlas. That could very well just be what we see once again.
Oh, you know what I really don't want to see, Lego? I don't want to see Drew lag out at a crucial point. We've been seeing Drew lag a little bit here and there. Hasn't really impacted things too badly. But I just don't want to see that happen. And right now, we might have an interesting one because we have an Among Titans Chrono Boost start. Mako Julie held again. For once, we don't see heavy impact on these starting awakenings, and I wonder what we're going to see. Actually, I feel like we're probably going to see the six Among Us just give everybody some flat speed. But there is a change. There's a change, and I don't think we're going to see 6 Among Uses anymore. I think we're going to see 1 Chrono Boost here on Appa Buggy on his X. And General Twee is back onto Luna. Oh my goodness, the character picks are switching up. The now comes back out for Xianzu and the Dubu for Uval Drew Danger. 4 of these people just switched their picks and the bans didn't even change.
Yeah, it seems when I said I would expect the same team comps, I was entirely wrong because massive changes just came out. So, I mean, yeah, we're going to have a big Appa bug here with the double Among Titans, and of course the Chrono Boost for dashing the long way. All Titans on the side of 5 Kais here with the Luna once again, not once again, we haven't seen it this series, but coming out for the first time this series from General Twee, but definitely a staple of the roster there. So we'll see how this goes. 5 Kais does have the goal open here. Josh is at level 2 as well, so has access to the Zenel, but Uthir Danger hitting level 2, has the soup, gonna burn it right there to shut down that play as Xianzu kind of forced to fall back a little bit, took a lot of damage there, and also gonna evade Josh's dash there, but getting the core back up to Appabug, pops the X Maximus and gets the barrier. Dran forced to core flip it out of there. Zenult coming out from Josh. Great strike from Evil Drew Danger to keep it safe. Now dribbling in the top side, goes for the core flip. Just has to send it straight to buy a little bit of time. Trying to force it past General Twee, but they're keeping it in this corner very well. And Appabug with a pull rush into core flip is going to take out General Twee and start the push for Chatting, getting it down to Xian's just going to be able to walk it right in with the secondary to secure it. Chatting will be first on the board.
Dran was just a moment late. That Atlas ult could not save General Twee. Ends up causing the goal to go down for the side of Chikara. Chatting. And I'm really interested to see how this Appa X is going to do. A lot of damage is the standard thing here, but Vambrace means that he's going to be able to heal through it, and a big X means that Duran can't get it out. 2-0 for the side of Chikara. Chatting with this comp that we have not seen at all. I don't know. How do you respond to this if you are the side of 5Kais?
It's interesting because this is kind of how Chatting started the last series. They look really, really solid in the first set, but 5Kais ended up coming back and taking that set. And then, of course, dragging it all the way out to the last possible point here. And Apple going to fly across the map with that Chrono Boost dash, but Josh with a great core flip there put Evil Drew Danger in kind of a checkmate situation on the barrier. It's going to open up that goal, but now Chatting looking to push back here. Dran going to find a clear down to Josh. The Rock coming after General Twee. Doesn't go quite far enough, but Josh dribbling off the center, looking for the dash. The suit from Evil Drew Danger going to shut that down, though. And now Appabug dribbling up the field, popping the X Maximus, but Dran is going to get the core out of there and stop that from even happening. And now General Twee and Josh pushing this top corner. General Twee has a core flip up, going to burn it here in the midfield, gets it past Appabug, goes for the dash, but doesn't quite land it. Now Dran is forced to get it past the forwards of Chatting. Xianzu pushing in hard. Core flip will do it. But Evil Drew Danger going to try and send it back in as General Twee pushing back up now in the top corner, going into overtime as well. Xianzu on this bottom side trying to get it over to Appabug. General Twee going to interrupt that pass and try and start a new offense here for 5Kais. Evil Drew with the roll is going to shut it down, trying to get it back over to Appa and Xianzu as they're looking to push this bottom corner. Josh with the dribble off the black hole into the bottom corner. Can't find anything though. Xianzu pushing back up once again, but General Twee just going to grab the core and run with it. Core from Evil Drew Danger going to send it around the back and bring down the barrier. Core flip from Appabug right in the middle. Dran with the sword and going to save it, but Appa on the rebound will find the point regardless and take the set for Chatting.
Dran's save bounced off of the corner of the still opening goal, and that made it go right back out to Appa. If that had been away, it would have bounced down, maybe gotten the clear. Unfortunate for Duran. It happens, and Stagger Swagger is picked up immediately by Evil Drew Danger. Just not wanting anyone else on the field to have that, I guess, but that means that Heavy Impact goes all the way back to Josh again. Although, notably, Josh does not have Siphoning Wand this time. He has Slick Kicks. So he's doing a little bit less damage. Don't know if it's enough, but it's less.
Yeah, it is less, but Heavy Impact, of course, is still just a very solid awakening on Zentaro regardless. And a big KO coming out there. Appabug getting taken off the field by Dran, it looked like, as now the power play starts for 5Kais. General Twee and Josh trying to push up Dran in the midfield as well to try and keep this core going. Evil Drew Danger with a great roll in the corner will keep both barriers up, though, as General Twee and Josh trying to stay in his Atlas ult to just try and survive here. Josh taking so much damage just from Xianzu and Appabug combined. The Bellringer are going to force him to be staggered, just trying to play safe, but too far in the goal box. Xianzu finds the KO as now the power play reversed is Chatting, looking to make their push here. Dran and General Twee forced to hold it down in 2v3 until their Zentaro can respawn. But so far, they're doing it. Great Strike Wars coming out. They're keeping it held down. There's a suit from Evil Drew Danger, but Josh back online just in time to fight the 2v3 and keep it held down. And now General Twee dashing up is going to get a barrier as the reward for the great defense. Core flip from Evil Drew Danger sends it around the back, but it misses the barrier. The Atlas Lab angled. Appabug can't fight the Strike War either. The barrier is still up for 5Kais as we go into overtime here. Xianzu has a core flip up, forcing it up to Appabug and going on the barrier again. The barrier is still standing. General Twee down to Josh. Will take Chatting's barrier though, as now 5Kais have gotten two very lucky breaks this set with a couple of those angles, but they need to make it count and take the point here. Core flip from Xianzu is going to get blocked by General Twee in the midfield. Appabug looking for the barrier, but Dran is able to clear it out. Josh trying to push up, but the soup gonna come out. Applebug going for the dash, and it's just enough for Xianzu to find the shot and open up the goal. And now Applebug versus Dran. Josh is there too, though. General Twee and Josh passing in the midfield, gets up to General Twee with the dash. It's gonna be enough to get it through the log and find the point for 5Ks.
I don't think that was luck. That save around the back from Duran was all skill. He knew that angle. General Twee and Josh passing that core back and forth at hyper speed, eventually managing to get it. Great job by the side of 5Ks, taking an early lead in the set. But General Twee is in a little bit of a scary spot. Not much health, not much evade. Josh, though, looking to go forward with this core flip, trying to make something happen, ends up having the core flip without, anything really happening. But Dran gets a heal down and does, in fact, save Josh's life, while General Twee's ultimate helps to create some space at least, and one barrier down for each side now. 20 seconds left before overtime. Appa has this core flip. Dran did as well, but it is used to save the barrier. Appa's just running around trying to find someone to punch, can't quite do it. And an amazing redirect from Xianzu. Unfortunately, Appa not quite waiting long enough. Doesn't matter though, Xianzu will secure it with their own core flip in the bottom corner, 1-1.
Well, tied up now in our second set. 5Ks need to take this. They cannot let Chatting go up 2 sets. It would be way too hard to make that kind of comeback, I think, even just mentally. But they're keeping it as close as they possibly can here. Josh up fighting Evil Drew Danger, but taking a lot of damage here. Both sides able to keep both barriers alive for now. Bellringer for Appa is going to change that, though. As one barrier goes down, pops the X Maximus. Can't quite get 2, though. General Twee pushing up, drops the nuke, but Evil Drew Danger is able to get the core out of there just in time. Josh trying to get it up to General Twee, but Xianzu is in the way, making this push happen. Dran finds a nice clear across the barrier where Appa can't reach it. Core flip from General Twee, gets one off the rebound, finds another one. And now Evil Drew Danger has an open barrier here that he's got to defend. Josh and General Twee pushed way up, looking for the point. Appa dashing back to be on the defense here as well. Dran in the midfield trying to send it back in here. The nuke coming out. Doesn't go too far, but General Twee dashing out on the bottom. Pass up to Josh. Soup comes out. Going to fight over in this top corner. Evil Drew Danger is able to get it back out, but not much is going to come of it. Xianzu in the midfield has to try and get control of this, but it's going to bounce. Josh looking for the shot. Going to find it with the Zen passive right through the middle. As we go into overtime, the perfect time for that to red core and get across the map like that. 5Ks will bring it to set point.
The missile came from General Twee straight at Evil Drew Danger. Wasn't in a spot to save it, but couldn't even make an attempt while he was stunned like that. Unfortunately, Josh pretty hurt already, but General Twee's ultimate takes out Xianzu. A little greedy, and Dran gets a kill as well, putting Appa in the blender. This is a huge chance for 5Ks. Takes it, takes the last barrier. Josh has the core flip, can't quite get it in. The car chatting are back up, but the barriers are down. Dran unfortunately takes his own barrier with that strike shot, ends up using the core flip as well. Ultimate onto ultimate, putting a lot of pressure down, but the barrier goes down, and Shikara Chatting could easily turn this point. General Twee has this core flip. Missile does not quite connect, but Dran is able to make the save. Appa not quite able to get the kill, but he's just punching them. Core flip from General Twee into a shot directly between Drew and Xianzu. What a shot from Twee. I mean, we're going to set 5. We're going to go to the 5th set, right? At this rate, we're going to the 7th set.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the script calls for a 5th set regardless. But 5Ks just turning it around from that first set and making it look so good.
Monumentalist now.
No.
Alert.
Oh no. Yeah, Xianzu gonna pick up that Monumentalist now. The game has suddenly changed, but it is explosive entrance on Josh, so maybe they can make something work with that. Hot shots over on Dran and Spark of Strength on General Twee, but Fight or Flight and Demo for Evil Drew Danger and Applebug, and of course the highlight being that Monumentalist now. That's absolutely huge for Xianzu, who already utilizes abilities so well, and just having those massive creations, like right there, just taking up half the map, that now secondary, and of course the primary as well, could be an absolute menace to the side of 5K's defenses here. They've lost one barrier as Dran is looking to prevent the second one from going down, but Xianzu pushing up very hard. Applebug going to be able to strike for it and get the barrier. Josh is staggered, but we'll find that barrier on the bottom side. Xianzu pushing up hard, and Appa with the strike for it, going to be able to walk it in and find the point for Chikara Chatting.
Great job by Appa. And, you know, obviously, Monumental is now crazy. But, like, looking at the side of Five Kais, if you had 2 sparks on Luna, it's cooldown strength. Yeah, that's what you want. You have explosive entrance, heavy impact on the Zentaro with additional speed from the Among Titans. Both the sides in this game have such strong awakenings right now, and we'll see who's able to take advantage of it. Manu now is really good, but if they just keep getting hurt, can you heal through it? That's the real question for me. For the side of Chikara Chatting, great core flip there from Dran. Manages to save the barrier. Josh is lurking with a core flip of his own. Luna ult, Zentaro ult on top of each other, and look, Josh is just chasing Drew around now. Drew goes ahead and burns the core flip. Xianzu ults, and Drew is suddenly not in as much danger at all. Josh not either, as from Dran's ultimate. But they can't quite get the barrier. An amazing save from Xianzu means that even the Drew is up there, the core is safe down there. And Josh is looking for something, but a great drone, and then second one, 1-2. Xianzu gets the kill, gets the goal. Monumentalist now is in fact here, though.
Chatting up 2-0 on this set point. It's looking very good. And I mean, Josh does have a lot of damage, but it didn't really seem to matter that much against Chatting. With the healing from Xianzu, it seemed to be enough. And right now, Appa has brought down both barriers here. Chatting looking for more. Josh is actually the one who's been receiving the most damage, it seems, is right there. Once again, he is staggered. Strike War win, though, from General Twee will earn 1 barrier here. Could be looking like Five Kais could be going for more, getting it over to Josh. Can't find the dash, unfortunately, though. Staggered and getting knocked all around. Has to wait for an orb. Xianzu passing up to Appa. Back down to Xianzu. Goes for the teleport, but blocked by Drad's Atlas secondary here. Appa, though, still pushing hard. The soup coming out from Evil Danger. Core flip from Drad, and Appa goes down into the goal box, making it a 2v3 for the side of Five Kais. Josh dashing in will secure the barrier here and really start the power play. Xianzu has a flip up, though. Dribbling in the midfield, burning the flip, going in the top side. He's going to find the point for Chatting as they take the set 3-0. Another big draft into their potentially final set. Could be enough to seal the deal. Five Kais has to really, really lock in here and hope that Xianzu doesn't get something insane.
Oh, Xianzu may need to deny this spark of leadership. I'm not sure. Quick Strikes is also here. There's a lot of good things. The denial does, in fact, come in. But that does give Luna Deadeye, which means that General Twee is going to be doing quite a lot of damage here. Quick Strikes does come to Drew, though, and that's such a huge thing in the goal. We'll see what happens. I really do feel like Josh, though, may have made a mistake with the slick kicks over the siphoning one this time. You've already got the speed. Wow, Appabug's health. You've already got the speed from the Among Titans. Maybe taking the heal from the siphoning wand is worth it when you hit so many times like this character does. But we'll see what happens. This is a crazy series so far, Lego Mage.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, now Josh has the 1-2 punch plus the Deadeye. It might actually be enough, as we saw at the kickoff there, to get some KOs past Xianzu's healing. But it's actually Appabug who's going to find the kill on to Dran. And now without a goalie, Five Kais is going to be forced to hold it down. Appa taking a lot of damage here. Pops the X Maximus, is able to evade to stay alive, but he's in a bit of a scary situation there. Xianzu with the heals, though, will be keeping him alive. Dran going to be able to respawn here to defend this final barrier, but they can't find a way to clear the core out with the soup in the way from Evil Danger. Josh going to be able to get it out of here and back over to General Twee, and with a great dash into strike, General Twee will bring down the barrier to open up Chatting side of the goal. To go into overtime, core from Everdrew Danger redirected but blocked by Dran. Now Shianzu pushing up on this bottom side. Josh coming back to defend as well, knocking Appa all the way up back to the midfield here. He is staggered, popping the X Maximus as well. Core flip from Josh defensively. Appa barely able to stay alive in that situation, but Josh with the strike. We're into dash. The roll from Drew will save it though. And now Dran has to find a way to send it back over to that side of the field, but Appabug will find the barrier instead. Josh sending it back, trying to get it into the corner, passing up to General Tweed down to the bottom. Can't find the dash. Shianzu will block it. And the soup from Drew is going to send it back over to Appa, going for the bell ringer, and he's big enough. He'll find it. The point for chatting, and the first step to taking their final set, perhaps.
Appa is huge. The double Among Us, plus the plus Spilt Different, plus Demolitionist, plus his ultimate. Appa is absolutely massive. You can see these hitboxes coming out of him, and you can see General Tweed vanishing from the map yet again. This could be it. Not like the last point, but this might be the game. There's so much pressure here from the side of Chikara chatting. And before I can even pass it over to you, Shianzu with the core flip puts it in the bottom corner. Match point. Season point for Chikara chatting.
Is triple size plus Chrono Boost X. Appa is so huge and Dash is so far. His influence on the map is way more than, look at that, it goes across the entire map, way more than any X like ever should be able to influence that much of the map, and just dashes in, pops the X Maximus, gets one barrier here, and they're still pushing hard. Bellringer's gonna bring it down once again. Evil Drew, Danger, and Josh both have core flip. Evil Drew with the core flip sends it into the bottom here. Core flip from Josh brings down one barrier though. General Tweed, they're just trying to keep the core on chatting side of the map, but Appa falling back here on the defense. Tweed keeping it over toward Josh, but he has to fight the 1v2 against Shianzu and Evil Drew Danger. Gonna help to win it with a little bit of strike shot from Dran there and open up chatting side of the net, but it's still a very, very dangerous situation for 5Kais. General Tweed does have a core flip up though, but Appa popping the X Maximus in the midfield. Josh going for the shot in the top, can't find the dash though, but General Tweed pushing into the top corner, brings out the nuke. Core flip down to Josh, top packed Evil Drew Danger. Great shot from Josh, and that'll put 5Kais on the board, but chatting is on season point, so they cannot afford even one mistake.
5Kai's got to save 2 more for this one to really matter, but great job there by the side of 5Kais, managing to find such a good angle, but Appabug is huge. Appabug has this core flip in their face, and they only have one barrier left. This is a really iffy situation, but a great evade from Dran really does manage to keep him safe, keep the barrier safe, and it burns Appa's core flip as well, Lego.
That's pretty big, and now Josh and General Tweed making those passing plays, trying to keep it in this midfield, just trying to let Appa not touch it, but he will find it with his size and open up the goal. Evil Drew Danger has a core flip up as well, burns it here, sends it to the bottom. The primary from Dran shuts it down, but Shianzu sending it right back in, dies for his crimes, but it's just Appa. There's a General Tweed and Dran and finds the shot between them. That's the point. Chatting are your NASA Season 3 champions.
Congratulations, Chikara chatting. And a great job from 5Kais. We played one whole series and then another series, and the second series was the complete opposite of the first. Chikara chatting. Hold on. Get the win. Prove they're the best team in NASA at least today.
Oh, what an incredible series of games there, and what an incredible last game as well. Chatting, they got everything that they needed to solidify that, and they locked in the big X, the Monumentalist now. It was everything they could have asked for. It looks like changing the comps was the right decision after all, and they just utilized their presence. Appabug as well, just the area of influence he was able to exert was just used so well to utterly dominate the defenses of 5Kais. Every time he got control of that core, something happened, something went down, and oh my goodness, what an incredible series here from Chikara chatting.
Chikara chatting did absolutely so much here. What a good series. You know, it's tied still. We need another game, right? That's 3-3. That's 3-3. But Chikara chatting, coming from winners, managed to take it. That was such a tough one, and both these teams looked so good today. I'm so glad we got such a good series here. I mean, there's not much to say about this. We're gonna see though. Lego, was there anything that really stood out to you in this series? To me, I feel like
I mean,
it was Xianzu, right?
yeah, Xianzu is always going to have a pretty insane map presence, just game presence in general. Every time he's on the field, he's really shined this season. Every time he's played, and this series was no different. Of course, Applebug and Evil Drew Danger held it down, did their parts to the fullest as well. It takes 3 to make a team, but yeah, every time Xianzu is allowed to cook, he just absolutely does. He does not squander an opportunity.
It takes 3 to make a team, and we're about to get 3 more. Chikara chatting will be in here very shortly for an interview. I have no idea what I'm gonna ask them. I'm starting to try and think. That's crazy, but what a good series! I can't wait to hear from these players. They must feel exhausted after a 6-game series like that.
They'd be exhausted even to watch it. So, yeah, definitely excited to get their take on what was going on through their heads today.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What else is there to say about that? Drew held up really well. Huge shout out to Dran also. Played such good defense. Like everyone in that series played well. Everyone in that series played well, but here's
Looks
the 3
like
that played better.
yeah, here they are, our NASA season 3 winners, Chikara chatting. How are you guys doing? How you guys feeling after that?
I like Omega Strikers, I'll say it. I came into the
Controversial
season.
opinion.
Me and Drew hadn't played the game in like a month or 2, but
It was more than it was around a month. It was not a month or 2.
let,
A month at most, man.
let me cook. But
Fine, you can cook.
honestly, I went from Omega Strikers went from pretty mid to a pretty good game. I want to thank all my teammates, not just Xianzu, obviously. We had a little bit of a river of midfielders, including Japanese Box, who's honestly still the GOAT and still scrims with us all the time. And actually gaps Drew in the goalie position. Marissa, who helped us warm up today, and several other players throughout this time. Even like Zon Seki coming in for scrims and stuff, really nice.
Is this an S tier chatter? Like, what's going on?
Wait, I can't believe I forgot Julak. Julak's my GOAT, alright? I mean, he's my grandson. It's okay.
Can't call everyone the GOAT, Appa.
Well, Julak's the special one.
Julak is the special one. Anyway, I want to know. So, on the last series, Game 3 at Lab, 0.5, set 5, it was deep into overtime. What was going through you guys' minds, like when every little decision matters like that, and the reactions of the other team are just as locked in? Like, what were you thinking, like when they managed to make that play with that core flip and find the point and reset the bracket?
I mean,
honestly,
we were gonna beat them either way, so
honestly, it was just to make it more interesting. You know what I'm saying? You know, we
it was just
can't
for the
win in one.
scripting, you know.
It was so boring in ASL, just like one series. You know, what's the point of the bracket reset if we don't use it? So
I think
like
the bracket reset
True.
was used
Yeah,
in
this
NASL.
General Twee kid told me that I need to, write a script in order to get a yellow name tag and cost scored. So that's what we were doing. That's why we lost 100%. No doubt.
Okay, I want to go to Xianzu for a second. You subbed in for this team halfway-ish through the season. You mostly play with Shion's shop. I'm aware of that. But how does it feel to just go from nothing in this league to immediately starting to getting the win overall and winning the season with Drew and Appa?
I'm still shaking after that game, honestly. But the only person I can thank for that is Appa. He's the one that decided to pick me up. He noticed me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here.
That's pretty epic. I've seen you play in spec training and some other tournaments as well, and you've always kind of been like the highlight player on the field, absolutely goated in the midfield position, and you've just been holding it down so well this entire season. So it's great to see you come out and just perform so well in these series here. I'm curious, what are the plans moving forward? Do you still want to play for Chikara Chatting, or is there a decision on that you'd like to share?
Most likely, I'll end up still playing with my friends in the shop, just because that's where I started off, and I have a lot of fun playing with them. Not to mention this team. This team is great. I love playing here. I couldn't ask for anything better. But we missed last liftoff simply because of a small mistake on our part, and our goalie was very busy. So we kind of want to get the run back.
That's understandable. Great to
Shion
hear.
saying all that to be like, yeah, we're gonna win twice, bozos. Watch out.
Looking forward to seeing you in liftoff, maybe meeting up with you, Shion. Drew, how was this one today? You played a lot of Kai. And I feel like I don't see you play that much Kai. I know that you were talking in the chat. Was that mostly just so that you would have another option beyond core control?
Yeah, like if you look at the first CTC game where we played, we had 12 kills in 12 minutes. A lot of that was due to like Appa finding these kills and Xion finding these kills. But I feel like Kai was like working way better with that kind of style of play. Because like I could just primary Giga and they're below half. I could dribble primary because they have to walk in a certain direction to contest my dribble. Then I could dribble again. Giga, because they have to keep walking to contest my dribble. Then I can dribble again, flip, because they're actually getting my dribble at this point. And I would do 95% of their HP, get it out, and they would be staggered, right? Like, we would just be hard winning. That's like what Kai is for. It's just like, hey, I need to be doing damage at some point as well, especially on a lot of these maps where damage is more important than core control.
So I guess a follow-up question, what really prompted the Dubu switch at the end after running Kai the whole series? Like, was it an awakening pick, or did you just want to like think it would mix up the enemy team, or what was the thought process there?
The idea was that like we're swapping now because we don't want to deal with the damage. The damage is what ruined us last time on the Atlap. It was really close, but we lost the damage, right? So if we swap into the now, we get healing. Healing is going to make it really hard for us to die, right? And with that in mind, now doesn't do quite as much damage. And we also wanted to play X, who X now is not really going to be getting kills off damage, even with Kai. So we thought, okay, the Kai is useless because Kai X now is just not doing enough, right? It's not enough to play for that win con. So we swapped it back to Dubu because now we have now to keep the Dubu alive. Dubu is going to stay alive, and Dubu is one of the strongest defensive goalies in the game. So it's more like, okay, we cannot play for damage with this Awakening start because we're going full size X and we're going now for the healing. So I have to play core control. So there's no reason to play Kai. That was my thought process.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
I have to. I'm just a little curious about what the comms were like. Was it even after the reset? It was just stay positive. Just okay, we still got this. We were in winners. We got the reset. Or was there just a little bit of just needing to center yourselves again, take that big breath, and really before you can get back into it?
I think there was like a tiny mental boom for like a second there. We were like, oh crap, we let them reset. But then after we scored, like I think we scored the first point on the night market game, and we're like, holy, is this our map, right? We made adjustments for the night market game. We felt super confident. So when we replayed the night market, it felt very good for us. Like after,
Mhm.
by the time we had finished the night market, we were not mental doomed. We were like, okay, great. CTC is next. That's our map. We win them there. And we didn't win them there, but at that point we were like, okay, I understand what the problem is. We need now.
Hey,
So we
Drew,
had an
time to
idea
stop
going into the
chatting.
next game.
It's time to stop chatting. Here's how our comms really went. No one said a word besides Drew the entire time. This guy is better chatter than me and Gianzi combined. I'll say it. But Drew, can you tell them the real reason why you played in NASA this split?
Yes, for Sony W. You see, I have won a total of 5 tournaments, all of which included Sony W as a reward, including Westy Wednesday, which Appa freaking could give me it.
Look, I sent the message. I sent the
I
message.
still
right?
don't have it. I still don't have Sony W. I don't know why it's locked. I've won so many tournaments, and I still don't have it. So
Literally, I got
I went to
rising
NASA.
for that
It's just like,
tournament too.
I'm playing in NASA this season just for the Sony W, because I'm sure I can win that. Like, that's no problem. NASA's easy. I'll sweep.
Yo, chatting.
NASA's easy. I
Okay.
mean, you did prove it. You did win.
NASA's
you
easy. NASA's easy. Does that mean that you and Appa are going to find another string of midfielders to try and go back up to NASA next season?
Probably. I mean, Nassel, the guys in there are freaking weak. I don't know what else to say. We get second place, first place every single weekly. Like, NASA was a given, but in ASL, that's a little harder. But we're still going to sweep. With how often we get, like, first and second in, like, weeklies, surely those teams are just weak, right?
I'm so glad y'all
Hopefully.
are called Chikara chatting, because that's what this has absolutely been. Congrats again to all 3 of you. Is there anything else that you really want to say today?
Thanks Chulak for selling me Shanzu. Thanks Liari for chatting with me for 2 hours last night. Thanks Party 2 for not banning Juliet. Not thanks to Five Guys, because they fucking banned Juliet, man. Let me play my dog shit character, please. And
That guy sucks.
And anyways, thanks for everything. Evil Drew, Danger, and Shianzu. Couldn't have done without you.
Oh, absolutely epic. Thanks for coming in for the interview, and congratulations once again on the incredible win. It was a great set of series that we got to see. It was an absolute joy to watch it. So I'm excited to see what you guys do in the future.
Thanks again for coming in here to talk with us. I think we're just about done. I'm gonna give us a good one here. Thank you, everyone here who watched any NASA this season. Thank you for coming to watch the grand finals. Thank you for sticking around for the interview. Thank you for supporting BestieInSlot. Thank you for supporting the competitive Omega Strikers community. Hope to see you all at liftoff and landing and all of next season. Lego, you got anything else to send us out on?
Thank you for watching. Congrats chatting. GG's as well to Five Kais and to all the teams that played this season and in these finals. Some great games we got to watch. It was great casting with you, Cat Kupo, this whole season. It's been really, really fun. But yeah, I believe that is it. So
See you later,
yeah,
besties.
see you later.